Good evening. It's October 27th, 2023. One more episode until 160 of the longest running episodic, whatever the hell this is. I know.
Wow, that's a lot.
I know. And not only that, next week will be the normal week still. And then after that, it's Expo week, like Shark Week, but lamer.
Well, that's why you called the other one normal week.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Normal by the relative standards of whatever this is. So
everything else. Yeah.
I have no idea.
Yeah, we have to grade on a curve. The important thing is we grade on a curve. All right, first of all, Paul's here ready to go. He's thrilled. I like it. It's better about the free crumble. He was ready. Orlando Collector's Dream here. Good evening, Orlando. Perfect. So I was actually hanging out on the, we talked about in the past, I mentioned, channel partner, friend of the channel and everything, AMG Collectibles. And we talked about how they were on the verge of getting ready to do some breaks. So they have actually, tonight is the first night they've actually had a chance to do breaks. So I did mention a quick thing on a community post a little bit ago. Lloyd over at AMG is actually doing a break right now. So I added the link. I know. I know exactly. Well, I was literally there, and Eric and I were bantering, but I had to remind Eric about the wrench. He's got to be wary of the wrench because he can be put in timeout in the wrench easily. Plus, he was trying to spread propaganda. He's pretending the Boston Bruins are an actual team. It's embarrassing.
Totally.
But Lloyd's over there opening a full case of Upper Deck Series 1, so they were able to fill all the spots in there, and also AMG's got its trade night going on. So there's a bunch of activity over there at AMG.
Oh, that's that big trade night, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yep, last Friday of the month. That's why it kind of stuck up on me though. Today was kind of weird because I think you experienced it as well, Bobby. It was unseasonably warm today. It was like actually pretty nice out there. I was like, oh, geez, okay.
I had to put the air on.
It was crazy. It was crazy. I was like, hey man, it works out, whatever. So I wanted to hang out there a little bit and give Lloyd some support. So if anybody wants to pop in there for a moment, even if it's just to say hello, give them the like button. I think they'll appreciate the support. So I think it was funny.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to seeing how the heating works in your place. It'll be the first year for you.
I've already been testing it since it's been since there's been a couple of the evenings it cools down a little bit. I've had it on. Yeah. It hasn't had to go really that heavy because it hasn't been that crazy, but it works. I've checked it out. It does the job. Perfect. So let me scroll through here. Justin here. Good evening. I hope Eric has the smile with the cookie box. That is the thing.
What's a smeal? What's
Smile.
I don't know what a smile is.
Piccolina, good evening.
Philly Joe,
smile. Good evening. Good evening, Philly Joe. Blaine, I'm killing it with the knees cards in that break. Nice, Blaine. Nice. Josh here. Good evening, gentlemen. And Eric, fact.
Shut up, Josh.
Bob Jackson says, are you saying bench or wrench? Because Eric can go wrench. Exactly. You're getting it, buddy.
I still think that's funny. I don't care.
You're getting it, buddy. You're getting it.
I heck of a nickname, wouldn't it be?
All right, so Ziggy's here, and we got Bob Jackson, Norman Smiley. That's a good callback. It's a good one. Good evening, Jeff. Perfect. So yeah, I wanted to make sure I covered that off the top. Yeah, but if anybody wants to pop in there and at least say hello and give them a thumbs up, they're just getting that underway. Still working out the kinks. It was kind of interesting to watch, kind of as they're figuring that out, but it's good. They're off and running at least, so that's good to know. And then I'll talk about it more on the other channel in future days. So at least for starters, I've included that in the little scrolling ticker thing if anybody wants to check it out, and they can check that out, and I'll add it to the description later on. So for now, a couple of things that are going on this neck of the woods. Quick housekeeping items. I did my conversation with John, Wade Boggs fan, that was up on the channel now a couple of days. Good conversation. Had a lot of fun with that. And I also recorded another one that'll actually be going up on the channel next week. So I'm trying to stockpile a little bit.
Wade Boggs 3? No.
Oh, Wade Boggs 3. I know. The Revenge. I wanted to have another one set up just so that I could schedule it that way. And then also the next Beckett that I'm going to be going through. This is the August 97 issue. So I'll be going through one of these later 90s. And that'll be the last of the baseball ones until I get the next set. Hopefully at Expo, I'll grab some more. So that's kind of the plan. We'll see how that works out.
It pains me to say this. But I always feel like I have to be honest, even if it pains me. I listened to your interactions with Mr. Boggs fan.
Yes.
And I thought you did a
Say it. Spit it out.
Good job. And I thought the topics were interesting. And I don't think I can tolerate saying anything else nice to you, so I'm going to stop there.
Well, that's all that counts. Oh, yes. But John's a good guy, and it's fun to have a conversation with him. I was glad I was able to work it out. We figured out the scheduling because he was moving house from the first time we chatted, so he had to move into a new place, and he started the process of building that out. So
Wow.
make sure he was settled at least a little while before we went back to having another conversation. So, and there'll be more to talk about in the future. He's a great player collector, so there's lots of stuff we can cover. But I thought it was a good opportunity to go through some of the stuff beyond what we talked about in the first round. Eric, can you have a critique of Norman Smiley's maneuver known as the Big Wiggle? I think that's a piece of content that should exist. Paul here says, I think a lot of the box conversation can really be how true collectors think. Yeah, definitely. Also, why dealers kind of need to adjust prices to what these guys will pay. I think it's a fair takeaway. I think that's a reasonable point, Paul.
See, there's lessons in that.
There is, yeah. I hope so. It was fun hearing you two discuss the issue player collects had to deal with when companies started pumping out 84 parallels in every set with 34 one of ones in each. Yeah, it's if you're collecting in that genre, it was a real problem, and it went through phases because when the one of ones showed up the first time, it immediately wrecked the completionist because it created a scenario where realistically you couldn't complete it because the moment anybody else has one of the one of ones and you don't, and you're not able to secure it, you're not a completionist anymore. Like it doesn't matter what you want. Like it's over. And then as time went on, it got more complicated and more complicated. And today, it's not possible really to build a complete player collection of anybody really, unless they've got like 5 cards, or they never had a modern card at all, and they're like a vintage player. There's only a handful, and that's it. And that might be the only way you could ever hope to have anything resembling completions.
So nobody can really claim to have a complete set anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, it's sort of like the beehives are very similar to that. And any of the 1920s short prints, those sets. So, we understand it in a different way.
Yeah, for sure. Josh here. Good evening. It's Friday night, not 5% nicer Monday. True.
That is true.
Speaking of which.
Because if it was Monday, I would say, dear Josh, please lower your voice to less than a whisper. But it is Friday, so I will simply say, shut up, Josh.
There you go. Speaking of 5% nicer Mondays, upcoming episode. So the next couple of episodes should be normally scheduled time. No issue with that. Expo week will not affect that. So it'll be the usual recording. It'll be a Monday recording. Should drop on Tuesday. No issue there. And then we'll see how that one plays out. Coming from there. And like I said, Expo, the only thing that I expect to change, I've talked about it already a couple of times, but just to give everybody a heads up, the only thing I expect to change is there should be a special Tuesday live stream to make sure that we've got one for certain, because I don't know what Friday is going to look like. That's the only thing, the only reason I want to be careful. But just in case, I realized that, so Bobby, the big thing for me is that I realized, like in my mind, I'm like, oh, it's October, we got to, and then I'm like, wait, actually it's 2 weeks. Oh. So I'm like, all right, hold on. I better start doing some stuff related to that. So what I did is this microphone is actually the one that I used last time. And it's a really good microphone, but now it's basically attached to this arm. And I really don't want to disassemble this whole apparatus. So I was like, all right, let me get myself at least an inexpensive one that I can throw in the travel bag. So grab one of those from Amazon, and I've got a camera bag now. So at least I'll be prepared if I'm able to do it. It's a USB microphone that I can attach to the laptop. So hopefully that'll work. I'll have to test it out this week.
Very good.
I'll probably just use my setup that I used last year.
Fancy.
I know, Eric, but some of us have like a respect for the art form. We try to elevate a little bit.
Oh, okay.
Are we going to do a remote? Are we doing a remote live from on Saturday night?
What for the restaurant? We could. That would have to be on a phone. That would, Bobby. That one would definitely have to be on a phone. I don't think we're gonna have a set. I don't think we're putting any expensive camera equipment anywhere near that table.
No. And it might have to be time delayed for X-ray.
I was gonna say, yeah, we might have to put like a 7-minute delay just to be on the super safe side. Not 7 seconds, 7 minute.
You should see the stuff we talk about. It's amazing.
Yeah, that one we might have to use Eric's phone, because then if something happens, at least it's his phone. Nothing important.
Remember, my wife's gonna be there. Behave yourselves.
Oh, that's right. Then tell her to keep it PG.
I know. I have to control her. I'm going to need your help.
All right, I got some Christmas shopping done. Good stuff. Good stuff. I really enjoyed the
Christmas.
conversation with John, Wade Boggs fan. Good to hear, Orlando. Good to hear. Well, that Bobby, that was my point. Is that like it kind of snuck up on us because it's October's the spooky season and everything. Next week's Halloween. Like early in the week, it's like Halloween, boom, and then we hit November. Like we literally the calendar immediately switches over, and then as soon as you hit November, you're like, oh crap, Expo, yeah, like right there, it's right in front of us. That's
And
why I
it's
say
early this year too, right? The 9th.
exactly. That's why I'm saying like next week will be a normal week, but it'll be November already, and then the following week is Expo week. We're already there. So that Friday is an Expo Friday.
Yeah.
So Bob Jackson, sack of coal and a case of mayo for Eric. Love it. Along with some items allegedly from a place known as Guelph. I appreciate it, Bob. It's the thought that counts.
Nice.
My stocking gets a few Gretzky SPA 10s. There you go. Live the dream, Justin. Live the dream.
The SPAs. Yeah, I think Justin's already a couple in.
No, but I want to go with SPAs. It could be SP Authentic 10s. How do you know, Eric?
I don't
SPA
know.
is a real acronym.
Big
It
SPAs.
is.
So a couple of things, obviously. I wanted to make sure I did the housekeeping stuff. We talked about that. I made sure I covered that the AMG is having its first break. Hopefully the first of many. So good luck to them on that endeavor. And again, we'll talk about it more in the upcoming. I already talked about the upcoming podcast episode, the schedule, talked about that. Let's briefly, and as we're talking, I am definitely not watching Game 1 of the World Series. So if you are, I understand. But, and again, to be clear, I'm not. I'm definitely not. I don't have an iPad in front of me. I am not watching it. I don't care what anyone says.
I truly am not, because I would never.
Yeah, it's a 2-2 count and 0-0 all. Anyway, so the important thing is that I wanted to quickly mention is that now, obviously, since we got Expo, I did see that the Expo now has the PDF with the signing schedule. So I wanted to go over the big PDF they made so I can actually show us and blow it up here.
Do we have enough time in the show to go over all the signing guests?
Yeah, I was going to say, yeah. It's a lot. That's the reason why I thought, Bobby, it would be worthwhile to look at it here right off the top, because it's actually a lot.
Now, let me ask just real quick. If you in the room, if you talk to one of the signing guests on the phone this week, raise your hand.
Eric, everyone in creation is on here. If I think I called my Carlos Senior and he's on here. Does that count?
Everyone
in the chat. Everyone in the chat, raise your hands.
It was me.
You all spoke to someone on the signing schedule.
And that doesn't include crank calls, Eric.
No.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Somebody.
Legally that's called harassment. Okay. Legally that's called harassment.
Somebody, and I'm saying it's me, was on the phone with Marcel this week.
Wow.
Oh.
And
I'm not counting Marcel because he's here multiple times, so I think he's spamming us.
And
I think Marcel was sitting in the ground.
And again, I think it's me, is scheduled to meet up with him.
By meet up, you mean again with the harassment?
You've been served papers.
Yeah, I was going to say meeting takes on a different connotation than Eric.
Potato.
Yeah, it's like meeting, mandated court date.
Yeah,
same thing.
Start with M.
Yeah.
Right? So what?
Anyway, I'm going to move on.
I've never met his line mates, and someone's gonna.
There you go. Anyway, moving on. Marcel Dion, obviously. There you go. Perfect. Carlos Cedar, I'm in. There you go, Justin. They grade using cheese. They should. What about Reggie Lemon? That's right.
I saw him a couple of weeks ago.
Okay. Now I'm gonna pull up PDF now if you're done. All right. Great. All right. So let me go in here. And I'll leave a link to this. It's a PDF that the Expo has on its site now. So it actually was done up nice. So I'll blow it up a little bit so we can see it better. But yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot of people. So I think this is pretty good. Can you see that okay?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
I think Marcel Dion's
he's in multiple places. Yeah, he's in a couple of spots.
He's
like everything. Yeah. Yeah.
And I
literally
half serious. I did ask him, because he's signing multiple days. I said, "Are you still going to have a booth?" And he's like, "Well, yeah."
Yeah. In other words, he would sign at his booth too. Like you can literally get a signature from him the whole time. Like it's redundant. It's redundant. Yeah, you could have literally been like, see the man at his booth. He'll be there signing.
Yeah, I didn't really bring that to his attention, but I did get a laugh out of it.
Yeah, I was like, it almost feels unnecessary to even bring up. Okay, so let me start off, Bobby. I want to get your commentary, but let me start off with the first line. We'll go there and then we'll shift down. All right, so for the Friday, to start off with, that's the shorter, obviously the VIP night, whatever. Oh no, sorry. There's a Thursday VIP night. So the Friday is
Happy
later
to.
on in the afternoon and evening. So we got Brian McCabe to get some Leaf content in there, Bernie Perrant, and then you got the Triple Crown line for the first time. There's multiple times. You can see it already on the screen, but I'll come back to it again. Dion, Charlie Simmer, and Dave Taylor. So you've got that for the first time already there on the Friday. Tiger Williams, Patrick Aleem, and Les Spinkley. So that's your Friday to start off with, right off the top.
Cool. And so Dave Taylor was an amazing player. He just never really worked out for some reason.
Yep. Now all the yellow ones is the Saturday, so you can see it's pretty chock full. There's a lot going on there.
Jeez.
Yeah, I do. I actually think this is a good move to make it nice and clean, and then you can actually see it, and then you can decide whatever you want to do. Okay. And if anybody wants to know a time for any of these people, it's there, but I can read it off if there's a specific one. Otherwise, I'm not reading off all the times. So it's going to start off with Mike Vernon, Caroline Ouellette, Pierre Turgeon, Jacques Leperrier. You got Ric Flair. Ric Flair's multiple times as well. He's going to be another one that's multiple times. Then you got the Triple Crown line again. I'm not going to repeat it. Charlie Cheevers, Wayne Cashman, Reggie Jackson, where you can play catch with Reggie Jackson in the VIP thing that we talked about already. Then you got 3 Leaf captains. So you got that as a grouping. Gilmore, Dave Keon, Wendell Clark. You got Mike Tyson in the afternoon on Saturday, Carey Price, Paul Coffey, Brett Hall, Adam Oates, Peter Forsberg, and John Gibbons.
Amazing.
So you got a pretty good mix. Like there's a lot. You're getting a little bit. You're getting baseball. Of course, you're getting tons of hockey. You're getting Mike Tyson. You're getting Ric Flair. Like there's a lot on Saturday, and then Sunday is no slouch either. Like this, there's still plenty left over here. You got Scotty Bowman, Vincent Danfus, Raymond Bourque. Allegedly, Colorado Avalanche great. I don't think he played for any other teams. I'll have you know, he won 100% of his Stanley Cups with Colorado. No other teams. Anyway, Tom Barrasso, Lanny McDonald, Ryan Getzlaff, Matthew Nyes. I don't know, however you want to pronounce that. You can probably get his Young Gun autographed if you really want to while you're there, because he's one of the Young Guns.
He does have nice knees.
Wow, look at you. Joseph Wall, Max Domi, Dave Winfield, Denny Savard, Ric Flair again, Larry Robinson, Tim Raines, and Richard Berger.
Wow, that's a line.
So that's your Sunday. So that autograph pavilion is going to be busy, especially Saturday and Sunday. It's going to be constant flow, like of people coming by for different autograph guests. They're staggered pretty well, but at the same time, like there's a lot of Danfus and Bourque are going to be at the same time as Barrasso and Lanny McDonald. They're all literally in the same window. There's 4 of them going simultaneously.
Yeah, but it's a big space, so.
Oh no, for sure. But I'm just saying, like they really couldn't stagger it too much. So they had to say they're like, all right, 11 o'clock. You all want these guys? Pick whichever one you're going to do. 11 o'clock. These are the 4 that are going at the same time.
I just hope they do better than last year, because they had Esposito, Corneille, Savard, and Henderson all at the same time, and it was a cluster. You know what? It was horrible.
You got to get Hendy, right?
Yep.
Corneille. I got them all. That's why I missed half the show, because they all had 69-70 cards, and I had to get them all signed.
Well, that's the only reason I'm wondering about having them staggered so much. I think there's enough separation, but at the same time, let's say you wanted, like, again, I talked about those 3 guys on the Sunday, but what if you did want multiple of them? Depending on how the line is, you might have to be really strategic about it and be like, how do you time it right so that you're going to go one right away to make sure you've got that taken care of. Maybe you go with the longest line first, take care of that, and then try to zip into the other one.
Well, maybe we need to get an app together where we can do Auto Buddy. So what happens? You stand in the line, you hook up the other Auto Buddy. When it's time to sign there, then you switch places and get back, and he goes in your line, and then vice versa, all the way through the 750 autographs. I mean, whatever.
Who can we find that knows how to develop an app though to do something like that?
There's nobody. Actually, today was the important day, because today I sent my last file to Andy. That was it. It was the 69 tops.
Oh, I thought you said it's where you did the test to block Eric's IP to make sure he never has access to it.
Now he's just being a jerk.
It was already done 7 years ago.
Now Bobby is just being a jerk. Listen, I've laughed, ha, about the whole, I have an app crap. But now it's like,
I have an app crap.
The 6970, Eric's absolute favorite that he lives and dies on. Oh, no, you're a jerk and I hate you.
That's it. I love it.
Perfect.
So, anyways, the last one went out. It was 69.70. It was an interesting one. I think
Mhm.
I think I got like 7 paragraphs in on that one. Just like
Did you make sure to
so-
designate all the people that Eric has claimed got the first NBA 3-pointer? You need to put like a star on everybody on
Chris
there.
Ford.
Who?
Chris Ford.
I prefer Chevy. Are you sure?
Chris
Who?
Ford.
Yes.
What? Sorry, I
Pardon?
missed that. Pittsburgh, good evening. Good evening to you, sir. Sorry, Eric, we lost your connection. What was that?
Hmm?
No, sorry, I missed it. Anyway, Justin says I'd say coffee was the first one I go to first. Fair enough. See, Eric, we're having some troubles. Like who? Oh
I
my
get a
goodness!
coffee
Like
first.
it's awful.
That's
Wait,
true. I get a coffee before a chocolate stick.
there you go. All right, so real quick, I'll read this one. Average Joe Card Collector, good evening. One female athlete slash entertainer were more asked than declined or simply ignored. We can ask Menzie for sure. We can reach out. I'll be 100% honest with you. When we chatted with him last, he totally is going for a very broad group of signers for it. So it's one of those situations where there's a good chance that he probably tried for a number because he had the influencer last time. One of them, the name escapes me, but no, he would try to get a cross section. If there's somebody that he thought that they could get or that they had access to, they would have certainly at least tried. And like it's not like there's a shortage of names, so it's one of those ones where if you can get a couple in there, yeah, you totally would. And there's plenty of Team Canada women's athletes that maybe they just were busy, maybe they were already booked somewhere to do something.
All right.
Who knows?
Again, being serious, I have made it clear, and I get made fun of.
As you should be.
My all-time favorite sport that I enjoy watching is women's professional mountain biking. Ha ha, big funny thing. I am very much pro women. I coach girls. I have coached high school young ladies. I have a daughter that was an athlete. I am very pro women. There is a small niche of people that would be interested in getting a female athlete's signature, except for a small percentage of women that like everybody would get in line for Serena Williams. Okay, everybody. If you're not getting one of the all-time greatest female athletes of all, just across the board, everyone agrees.
Anna
You're
Kournikova, go on.
You're not going to get a huge turnout for that. So if you're trying to organize a show and you're paying everybody, you want to pay everyone equal for appearance fees, right? More or less. How much are you going to pay female athletes to come? You're not going to make your money back.
I don't think, Eric, there's a bunch of ones here where they're doing it to have a broad cross section. I know there are going to be some signers for some of these folks, but some of them are not going to make their money back either of the people on that list. I don't care what they're charging.
Yeah.
I'm a big Blue Jay fan. I'm not getting in line to get a John Gibbons autograph. I'm just not. But I'm glad they included him. I think it's good as a cross section. But just to be clear, in the spirit of complete fairness and transparency, we've had Menzie on here where he talks about trying to reach out to a broad cross section. It would not surprise me if he at least tried to get some names. To your point, maybe he tried to reach for some bigger names that he felt would be worth the time and the draw, and maybe they were busy or couldn't do it. In which case, that would make sense. That's fine. But like a bunch of these ones, like I said, I use John Gibbons as a perfect example. I don't think the draw is there for John Gibbons, but I also have no issue with them inviting him because there are going to be some Blue Jay fans who are going to want it. So at least give them something as well. Gone are the days where it was just hockey players. I'm glad they're including other people because maybe some people would like to have one of these other autographs. Ferguson Jenkins, the Ferguson Jenkins Foundation used to be really good for that because they would invite some of the players. Not everybody's cup of tea, but I thought it was great when they brought in Raleigh Fingers. I thought it was great when they brought in Andre Dawson and those things. And even if you couldn't catch them, you could buy like autographed stuff that would be on the table there if they happened to sign some stuff and left it. And it was for charity and everybody was happy and it was good. So, but if we did that based on the metric of getting your money back, the market wouldn't have been big enough to draw for most of those guys where it wouldn't have been worth it, quote unquote. But it was still nice to have for the variety and for the baseball fans that, hey, something for me. That's awesome.
Well, I'm sure there's different deals that they would put together for everybody.
I just think if you're running a show like this, you're going to have a couple that are going to be loss leaders. It's not that they don't have fans. Again, and I'll go back to the Friday one. Okay, some of these guys, we got the Leaf players. Of course, the Leaf players are popular, but is Brian McCabe the most popular? Like, where do we rank Brian McCabe on the all-time popular Leafs?
2.
Sure. Yeah, no doubt. But like I said, example of that, Patrick Lalime, solid player. Is his line going to be around the block? Eric, how many Patrick Lalime autographs are you planning on getting?
0.
Okay. So I think I'm making my point. So and there will be some people that will want his autograph, no doubt. And I'm glad that they have that option. And if they come on Friday, they'll get a chance. That's awesome.
I hope, as someone who really is pro women's sports, and I'll just leave it like that, very, very pro women's sports. I hope the line goes out the door for this young woman. I just don't see that.
But I just made the point, Eric. It doesn't matter. Like sometimes you get some folks in there that are quote unquote loss leaders, just to let some people have that opportunity to have, again, a cross section. And I think it's very possible. Like I said, we'll check with Menzie because we can at least reach out and ask. But there's probably a good chance that he reached out to a few and they just couldn't make it work, which would make total sense.
Yeah,
but at least you tried, and that's fine.
I hear you. I hear you. I mean, and Serena probably has no interest. Plus, you'd have to pay her like $500,000.
Yeah,
but the line would be around the building 4 times.
I get it, but it's like I said, there's going to be situations where the numbers won't add up. It might be around the building, but you make 499,000, you still lost money. Right. So it doesn't change the fact that it's like, then you might as well have gotten a person for 1,000 and lost 1,000. It's still the same. It's still the same result, except you had to put even more cash outlay just to lose the money anyway. So bear that in mind. So good evening, Dom. Absolutely. If the center gets some extra people in the door, that also helps pay for them. Yeah, no, that's why I said I think it's good to have a cross section, but if it was me and you went through this list, I guarantee you there's some that are loss leaders here. I guarantee you there are some just to have the sheer scope of autograph signers. They're not all going to make their money back. There's no way. There's some that for sure will, but then there's a bunch that won't.
Well, maybe you're going to offer the guy, whatever you make on your autograph you keep, but it's getting another name there too, which is good.
Sure.
So he doesn't have to pay him, but he can just say, hey, you want to come? There you go. You can make whatever you want to make.
Yeah, and I think it's completely fine.
But that's not how the deals really work for most everybody else. So
generally speaking, yeah.
Just saying,
Josh is right. It's run scoring play. And then we got Zach here. Just tuned in and heard Eric say you're a jerk and I hate you. It's not Monday, my friends. Yes. We're a lot less mature on this one.
Oh, way.
But how many of them are getting people that the other signers wouldn't have attracted already? Oh, that's a different conversation. But that could, like I said, that could be the argument for some of these hockey players. Some of them kind of almost offset. You're basically reaching for the same demographic, and if you didn't stagger them at all, it's kind of like, okay, but if somebody wanted this person, like, again, you got a 1 hour window. Even if the line isn't crazy, if the person isn't just shooing everybody away and signing in 4 seconds, some of the bigger names are going to be like, Ray Bork has the same hour as some of these other people. I would expect him to be one of the more popular players. Marcel Leon is a popular player, but at the same time, you got 2 distinct chances to get Marcel Leon just on this page, let alone going by his booth. If you buy something, he'll probably sign it for you. I don't think that'll be a problem. You can get a Marcel Leon signature all the time. Or if you want, as Eric is getting thrown out the door, by the police, you can grab some of the signed stuff that he basically took off the table and absconded with it. Either way, you can get an autograph.
They're going to confiscate his bag, and it's full of Marcel Leon autographs. So what are you going to do?
And wait till I go up to Bork and Otzi, and I'm like, you know me, and they're going to be like, what? Because they only know me in a certain environment, and I have to tell them who I am. That's so embarrassing. It's like we've talked 110 times, but in the at the Expo in Toronto, they're gonna be like, "Who are you?" And it's like, all right, that cuts deep, Ray. That cuts deep.
Well, the problem is you usually forget which alias you're using to make sure they don't know your real name. I think that's part of the problem. Mm-hmm. Because you don't know who you are at the time that you're having that conversation.
Well, that's from all the concussions I've had.
Indeed. So let's go through here. Paul says Chicago Spectacular is the same problem. Local guys with $2 auto and some big hitters too. Yeah, like I said, it's a variety. That's what I say. I'm not going to knock it. I'm okay with it. I get it. It's one of those ones where that's going to be a challenge, 100%. But again, as long as you understand that, like, Menzie's job is to make money in the aggregate. That's really the important thing. You can have 5,000 signers. As long as in the end you've made money in the aggregate and brought people in the door and they're happy and they got a chance to have the experience or whatever, and they're good and they're going to come back to the next show, it's a win.
Well, think of the gate.
Exactly. That's the thing. As long as they're happy and they get the result that they're looking for and he made some money at the end of it, like if you really wanted to make sure that you make money, then you would be really picky and choosy, and the list would shrink by a lot. And you'd have to pick like some guaranteed winners. But having a cross section is cool. Like I said, you were able to theme it a little bit. You were able to come up with the Leaf Captains. You were able to do the Triple Crown line. You were able to do a couple of things that you needed all three members in order to make that thing work.
Yeah.
So you can't just pick, oh, I'll just take you. No, it's not the Triple Crown line if you only pick one.
You know, Hull and Oates. I mean, it's not a quote a line, but you know, in the '90s, can you get anything better than Hull and Oates?
They sang great songs.
Yeah, that's literally where I was going to go with that. That's what I assumed you were going with. Good evening, Cam. All right, let me scroll through. 4-leaf cards. Good evening. Logo heroes might be borderline free too. Yeah, that's something that we can at least touch on with Menzie and at least reach out to him and talk to him a little bit about it. And I won't promise that we can get him to come by, but we can at least ask. We can pose a couple of questions just in the general, and just be like, "Hey, did you try to reach out to a few others that you weren't able to make work for whatever reason?" And he doesn't have to go into too many specifics, but if he gave it a shot, well, then that's it. That's the answer to that. He tried, and they just weren't able to work it out.
And I'm going to ask him to get Emily Batty. She lives in Canada. She's Canadian. She's been the multi national mountain bike champion. She's been to the Olympics and represented your country. She rode for Trek for many years. She's on the Trek factory team. So, you know, I'd be in that line. I'd be the first one in line, and I'd spend whatever money it took to do a meet and greet, go for a bike ride, you know, whatever. I mean, Reggie's over there playing catch. I assume Emily Batty means you get to go for a bike ride, right? One lap around the building. I'm signing up.
What would be great is that, as I'm sure she'll give you, you start, head start, go ahead. And then she walks back in the building.
Yeah, that's it.
You won the race, Eric. You did it.
That would hurt my feeling.
US Sports Cards, good evening, says, how many autographs do you think a semi-star player will sign over the course of a normal lifespan? I feel like it's easily over 50,000. So a semi-star player, it would be a fair bit, but I don't know, like the semi-star is kind of a complication there because you're going to want to have enough demand. I guess so, though. If you're a semi-star player, like during your playing days as well.
I think the playing days, they would get more than they would afterwards if they're a semi-star.
I would think so. I think that sounds right.
Well, there's different tiers of semi-stars. So, you know, you have the barely semi-stars, you have the fairly decent semi-stars, and you got well, I guess they're not semi-stars, they're superstars at that point. Well, no, there's a tier between the superstar and semi-star. So I've been determining, because that's when I do the pricing and stuff like that. There's a lot of people like, you know, what does a Beliveau equal in a Maple Leaf? You know, so is he like a Mahavlich? You know, you just kind of, and those guys are, you know, sort of superstars up there. You know, they're not the Gretzkys and the Lemieux and Gordie Howes, but close.
I think an argument could be made that a semi-star, you know, or you know, almost superstar may even sign more because they will not cost as much to get to a show. They'll be asked to come to more shows and
be more accessible for sure. Yeah.
More accessible.
Now, there is a wrinkle here that we can throw in. Two wrinkles, actually. One of them is, especially during the heyday of the one autograph per pack product, because that would have elevated, because specifically the card manufacturer would have gone in, and for some of those semi-stars, they would have asked them to sign quite a number in order to make, because they'd be one of the more commonly pulled ones that would be constantly available in those packs.
The ones we got, yeah.
Yeah, 100%. That's what I mean, though. But as a result, though, that means they signed a fair number of those. So you only have to do that a couple of years, and already that locks the number up. And then individual signings where it's not that the individual people buy in, it's that the store says, yeah, can you sign 500 pieces for me? I'll pay you a flat fee, whatever. Come in for an hour or two, sign 500 pieces for me, and then you're good to go. And then they're off on their way. And then they sign, and then it's the store's problem to sell the 500 pieces over however long they sell the 500 pieces. But as a result, they signed 500 in one shot. Even if there wasn't the customer base for it that day, over the course of time, theoretically, they sell
it. That all the time.
Yeah.
We have guys come in and, we'll either do a private, or usually we have customers come in, but either before or afterwards, we have our stack. So they sign for everybody that came in, Plus, now that the shop is closed and all the customers are gone, we got a stack, this high, and they're just signing and talking to us until the stack is gone.
Yeah.
And then we put them in the back, and we have them now for the future.
Yeah. And that would count as part of that number. So when US Sports Card is coming up with the number, I don't know if it would get to easily over 50,000. I feel like that's high. But you could definitely sign a lot over, especially when you do those signings, especially when you're in the league and there's enough interest, especially locally, the local team and the local players. So, like, let's use that Brian McCabe example from the Expo thing. At the Expo, he'll have some people who want to get his signature, sure. And if the price is reasonable, sure, no doubt. But there's a likelihood that he probably signed more cars for Be a Player back in the day.
Yep.
I would say that's much, or Frozen Pond. They did like a signing. Hey, can you sign like 200 8x10s for us? And then we'll sell them off over time, like at $20 a pop. Yeah, sure. No problem. All in one shot.
Sure.
Paul says, are we counting boobs where the autograph eventually wears off? You can always rely on Paul for thinking. He's thinking on levels.
Just very good.
Eric, is Mildred your favorite female athlete, or is it Emily, or is it someone else I don't know? Thank you for the response. Wolf emoji.
Oh.
I don't know how to take this.
Usually, every time there's a comment from Piccolina, that's usually the response I have. But he included a wolf emoji.
I like
so that's the thing.
I will say it again. Up until now, I have enjoyed Pinko de Mayo's questions. I don't know who Mildred is. I was referring to Emily Batty, who I'm a fan of, but she's not my favorite. And I don't know what the wolf situation is.
But it's a wolf emoji. That's important. By the way, the Christmas ale. So Piccolina might have actually tried several of these. The Christmas ale is actually 10%.
Oh, there you go.
Festive.
What's this?
Order now.
Oh, this one's 0.
This is less than 0.
That is less than 0.
Amazing.
Baby,
but yeah, I would say that's so. Bobby, question for you. That sounds to me, I don't know if it would qualify. That feels pretty close to the most aggressive autograph lineup I've ever seen for an Expo.
Yeah, it's actually certainly the most aggressive.
Yeah, like it's a lot. It's a lot over the 3 days, and a lot of parallel like time slots where there's like 3 or 4 signing at the same time. And that's happening multiple hours over the course of that. And again, they literally brought in Dion 2 different days, 2 different time slots. So they doubled up on a couple different. Yeah. Well, that's what, like, I never blame these players. Like, if you can still get a couple of bucks for your autograph, especially if you like, he's got his own booth, he's selling his own merch. And if people want him to sign stuff, sounds great. Like, that's fantastic. And if you're able to do that and you can supplement your income with that, I have 0 issue with that. By all means. But yeah, it feels like a very aggressive autograph lineup with the sheer amount of people and the doubling up and the whole thing over. Like you got Ric Flair in there twice. And Ric Flair's looking rough these days. I saw him at the AEW show. They did a thing where they brought him in to give tribute to Sting, who's supposedly on his retirement tour. Wrestling retirements are always a little murky. Ric Flair is obviously a case study in this. He should have retired years ago, and he supposedly retired, and that retirement didn't last. And then he supposedly retired again.
Yeah.
And then he had like a match earlier this year that was supposed to be Ric Flair's last match. We'll see about that. But Ric Flair is looking
one of the
rough these
longest
days.
running wrestlers for what he's done over the course of the 70s. Like
I'm not completely convinced he's not already dead. Like,
Liver.
I'm not 100% convinced. Like,
His liver is
I
dead.
might be right.
Yeah, like he might be the actual Walking Dead, slowly moving around.
Weekend at Bernie, kind of, yeah. Maybe.
It's crazy. Like when he was going in to go to the ring, they played his theme and did everything, and he's still able to deliver a promo. So to his credit, he's still able to bring the energy and do that. But no, you can tell he like his hard life is all caught up with him. It's hit him like a Mack truck at this point. It's like, dude's looking rough, and they're gonna have him sign 2 different days at Expo. Give the dude a break, man. Give the dude a break.
Been touring together all over the place. I mean, they were here last fall together, and they've been into several other events together. So this is something that these two are doing. I don't know if they become good buddies or not, but They are touring the world, it seems, doing autograph shows.
Yeah, the lineup of guests is the largest I've ever seen here, and I think it's kind of the way the expo is moving in that direction. It's creating an event opposed to just a card show. It's an event that includes cards, that includes all the other collectibles and new cards and signing guests and social. Is there a trade night or something that's happening? Have we heard?
I haven't seen it, but I have no doubt they'll try. I would be very surprised if they didn't.
Yeah, I don't
I'm
know if
sure.
it's going to be done, who it's going to be held by, or what have you.
I think it's going to be Mint Link. Mint Link does a lot of that stuff. They've been pretty aggressive with that.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm just looking for comparison's sake.
Well, I'm not dumb enough, and I'm pretty dumb, but I'm not dumb enough to argue with Bobby over the history of the expo and comparing this year with the past. That would just be utterly foolish. I will compare it to last year, though, because I was there. That I think last year was very impressive. I think last year was better than the year before.
Sure.
Last year, I mean, you had Timu Solani, Mike Modano, you had Steve Shutt, you had Sittler, you had Espo, Corneille, Savad, Henderson. I mean, they had some huge names last year.
Sure.
They did a good job. Plus, you had the Slapshot guys. I mean, they did a really good job. Now, they organized it worse than I've ever seen anything in all of my years.
There you go.
But the list of people that were available was
good.
Very impressive.
Sure. Well, and I'm taking a look. I mentioned before that I have the 2019 Expo guide, basically, and I'll go into it in some detail with that when I get to that Beckett, the hockey Beckett. But I'm just looking at the autograph pavilion for comparison because it's 2019. It's not that long ago, so just for comparison's sake.
Oh, it's a pavilion.
Yeah. So you had Jimmy Key, Cito Gas, and Pat Borders. So they did like that theme. Lawrence Taylor, they advertised. I think he was there. I don't remember. But so this is the advertised people. So regardless of who came, it's the advertised. But then you look at the autograph pavilion thing, and it's the 2 pages. Compare that to like what I just read off to you and showed you. Like now, by the way, if you want to laugh, Ray Bork again from 2019. That was on the list there as well. Now you did have different people. You had Cornway here as well in 2019. Right. Brad Park, Hasek, Dennis DeJordy, Bobby Hall, Jana Heffert. So you had another Team Canada women's player in there. Sundin, Bossy, Trish Stratus. You had Trish Stratus there. Gilmore. So you had Dougie. We got that as well. So, and I think he's in this one too as part of the Leaf Captains one. Alan Bester, Yvonne Barrett from the Charleston Chiefs. And obviously, I want to say last show that Eric was at, we had the Charleston Chiefs. So we had those as well. And then also appearing, we had Roenick, Nedemansky, Andrew Raycroft, also Les Binkley, who was in that list from this year's as well, and Nick Antropov. So you had, but the list is still way shorter. This is only 4 years ago. And by the way, this is still under the same management. It's the same owner of the card show. So it's not like it's a different person that took over. But yeah, even 2019, this list is way shorter compared to that other one.
Back that up, 10 years, and then you got half of that, and then you back it up another 10 years, and you have 4 guests. Through the night.
I just think it's interesting.
Johnny Bauer. Who else?
Yeah, basically.
Johnny Bauer again.
Johnny Bauer.
Johnny Bauer with a hat. Johnny Bauer with a beard.
Yep. Bobby Hull, a little drunk, and Bobby Hull annihilated.
Yeah. And then he's like, it's a completely different person. What do you mean? It's like, I am John Bauer. You look an awful lot like Johnny Bauer.
John Bauer is how he signed in the 60s.
So you wait until you get to Sunday. He's going to be Joe Bauer by that point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I heard he is signing this year again.
Oh, he was always signing. Yeah.
Yeah.
His ghost can sign forever. Yeah. So when US Sports Cards was talking about 50,000, Johnny Bauer would probably sign 50 million. So US Sports Card here has a follow-up question. How many players would you give up a quarter of a card show day to score an autograph? For me, I think the number would be really low with access to all the cards. The show has time and where time is valuable. So for a quarter of a show day, for me, it's 0. Yeah. I couldn't get out of bed for my favorite player. It's like I can't be bothered. I have plenty of autographs. We're good. Don't worry about it.
Mhm.
I did give up a quarter of a show day, if not more, to get some of the guys that I mentioned earlier. So, I had 4 guys I needed to get, and I just waited in a long line, got it. Waited in a long line, got it, and just 4 times. It took up a large portion of my day.
It was kind of good. I went, I don't know how many years ago. Well, it was one of the Gordie Howe. And see, I hit Gordie Howe, and right after, I just went to Cheevers. And they were set up like boom, boom, boom. You just get whoever you get, you can just stop and go at that point, not going here and there and everywhere. So it was really good at that time. I really enjoyed it. Bellabo was fun. He was such a nice man. It was nice to meet these guys and get to shake their hand. So
Sure. No, I think it's fair. But yeah, for me, a quarter of a show day, I can't do it at this point. I just value the time. I value the flexibility too much. And Bobby's got a different problem. At this point, most of the time when he goes over there, he goes, all right, fine, I'll sign your stupid thing. It's very annoying. Like, you can only imagine the burden of being the bro.
How do you sign?
I can only imagine.
I don't even know.
It's going to be weird. Signing iPads and random, like, it's going to be very strange. Very strange. But I think it's a valid question. By the way, I want to pose this question to the chat as well, for folks that are here. How many players would you give up a quarter of a card show day to score an autograph? I think it's a valid question.
Tough call. Oh shoot, that's a forgery. Fake.
Mm-hmm. I'll only believe it if Rick will co-sign.
Yeah. Do you have? Oh, okay.
All
right. So this one here, as you know, Mildred is Babe Didrikson. No, I did not know that.
It didn't catch my brain first, but yes, and I would stand by that she's the most important female athlete of all time. She's definitely the most impressive. Back when women weren't supposed to be doing that stuff, she dominated every sport she was in. Olympic athlete. I think she won, the PGA. She won everything. She was amazing.
Can we focus on the most important part of this comment, Eric? Like, I understand. I appreciate you saying that. The important thing is that here they're pointing at the thing and saying it's a cat emoji. That looks like a wolf to me. Like, I'm sorry, I don't believe you. Like, that looks like a wolf emoji to me. That doesn't look like a cat emoji. There is a cat emoji.
No, that's straight wolf.
Yeah, that's a wolf emoji. Don't lie to me. Yeah, there's a cat in your avatar. The cat is in the avatar.
Yeah, listen,
not the emoji.
Listen, Pinko, I have defended you since your arrival. I think
Stu, good evening.
But I cannot defend that. That's a wolf all day, every day.
Yeah, there's a cat in your avatar. That is a wolf emoji. Do not lie to the fake news. Do not lie to the people.
I'm on your side 99% of the time. Can't help you here.
Yep.
6 degrees of separation, maybe. I don't know.
And again, good evening, Stu. Thank you for joining in. Gordie Howe's the only player I ever waited more than an hour for. Sure, I get it.
You should have.
Maybe 5 players I'd give that up for, but that would be all game worn jerseys that have signed. Okay, yeah. If you've got a very specific item you want signed, I get what you're saying. Kind of the only way. The only way is these types of shows. Sure, I think that's reasonable, Paul. That's why I wanted to open it up to the chat. I was curious if there was players that they would be willing to. Now, Paul, you mentioned maybe 5 players you give up. Do you want to name one? What would be a player that would be worthy of you devoting that much time to getting the signature? Because again, your time is valuable too. Show floor time is also of certain value. Because I've been at the expo, so we joke about me holding court at the food court and everything. But the thing is, like, I've been to the show enough times. I know enough of the dealers where I kind of know where I'm going to find most of the stuff that I'm going to find. Bobby's operating with a different set of parameters and things he's looking for. Also, he'll be looking well before the public will ever walk in. He'll look around and check things. So less of a concern for him. But for me, I can scan the tables real quick and kind of see more or less the lay of the land real fast just because my eyes are attuned to it. So I don't need to spend a ton of time on the show floor, but I still value the time that I have while I'm there. It's like standing in line, though, is not a good use of my time. It's not very effective. So again, that's me. But if it's your hero or somebody you really want to meet for the first time or whatever it is and have a quick interaction, shake their hand or whatever, yeah, totally get it. But who would qualify? Who would be worthy?
Me and Les Binkley. We're going to hang.
Wow. Well, given the way that signing list is, you might just have a seat, young man. You just sit there and he'll regale you with stories.
And that would be awesome.
There you go. All right. So here, Brandon, happy Friday. Absolutely happy Friday to you as well. Thank you for
Hey,
that.
buddy.
Average Joe card collector, David Beckham all day. All right. Sounds fair. Gotcha. Cool.
Oh, just
But yeah.
real quick, I'm just going to pass a message on to Brandon. I didn't go to work today, so I'm still working on that for you. Next time I go in, we'll sort that out.
Didn't go to work. Yeah.
Work, whatever. The shop. Next time I decide to go. Mom wasn't feeling good today, so I stuck around home.
I
Does they
see.
pay you in money at the shop, or is it?
It's pretty much just chocolate sticks.
autographs?
They just slide chocolate sticks to
Pays
the end of
me
the
in
counter.
money, but then it quickly goes back to him. It goes around in a circle. It's silly.
It works
Yeah,
out.
here's your money. Okay, well, I'm going to go buy that. Here's your money back.
Nice and easy.
Archer says, didn't Gordie Howe play Eric's favorite team, the Red Wings?
Yes.
Maybe.
What up, Josh?
You're right, gentlemen. It looks like a cat in the chat, but it looks like a wolf on the screen. No. That is the cat emoji. That one. The other one is a wolf emoji. Don't try to change it now. I see what you're doing.
It might be a coyote, though.
Maybe. If it was Wile E. Coyote, at least it'd be a super genius. I would appreciate that.
A lima?
Michael Ham says it would have to be a non-sports person, or it had to be something very specific to get signed. Totally. That's fair. That's fair.
Non-sports person. You mean an actor, or?
Yeah, well, at the fan expos and stuff, you can get like the VIP package where you get a picture and stuff. So, like, if that's what you want to do and you want that experience, then okay, then the line might make more sense to me because okay, well, you're gonna get like a photo op and maybe they'll sign the photo or something. Like, okay, I get it. Still not something I'd necessarily do, but I get it. It makes more sense to me.
I wonder if they have a VIP package where you get autographs of everybody.
Ooh.
But you have to be there for 4 days, so.
Yeah.
Yes, Sportscar says, for me, I wait for an Alex Morgan line, Diana Taurasi, or any U.S. president. I'm only interested in standing U.S. president only if they can pardon me. I mean, go on.
Yep.
Dr. Sousa says, Bobby, are we going to be able to demo the app at the show? Bobby,
Oh my
please.
God.
You'll be able to demo the app this coming Monday.
Ooh.
We have a drop. It's Monday.
A
Because we want to
drop.
release it.
So
It has
full
to
of
go
shit.
through a little bit of testing. You know, it hasn't really had a mass amount of people, using the platform, getting, pictures sent back and forth. We want to test it and make sure it's running good. So all those people who first get it on Monday, then, but by the expo, we're more there for the explanation of it. We're not just, waiting for people to come and get it. You can get it anytime after Monday, or Monday or after. Yeah.
Yeah, well, if you get a chance to go by his booth, and when we get closer, Bobby, I think next week, since it'll be the real week before, then let's give your booth number and the information so that people know.
It'll be the week of, will it not?
No, next week will still be a week before. Yeah. We'll be able to give booth number. We'll give everybody the info to be able to really narrow down. Then they can go and try. And then you can check out the cool features. Like this button lets you share it with Eric that he doesn't have access to the app and you do. You push the button and you can share it with him.
Our booth becomes visible to Eric if you push this button.
Amazing.
Michael
Ham says,
"What players?" Time to do that one, but I mean,
at
least it's done.
Worth it. I think totally worth it. Michael Ham says, "What players signed the most?" We've joked about this a million times. Like Johnny Bauer's got to be up there. For the baseball, Bob Feller has been one that has been thrown out a lot.
Yes.
Yeah, like signing a ton. But Johnny Bauer literally has signed a ton. Like seriously, a ton. Like it's crazy.
Johnny Bauer,
Bobby Hall too. Like
like a lot.
Yeah,
a lot.
You can tell by their values.
Look, I'm lazy about putting like memorabilia up. Eric's obviously got his things with the jerseys and everything, the pictures. But look, like I've got a Johnny Bauer autographed puck right here that is with the Rangers that I got in the 2000 All-Star game. That was 23 years ago, and yet he probably signed 5 million autographs since then. He was already signing a ton back then.
I can see 3 Johnny Bauer autographs from sitting right here.
Yeah, and if I go to the living room and I grab because I've been sorting some stuff on the table, I've got the Bobby Hall autograph on the lithograph from Canada Post that they did for promo years ago. It's a very nice piece. I just been too lazy to frame it because it's big. It's a little oversized, but it's really cool. But yeah, he was signing it. All you had to do was buy it, and he would sign it. So Bobby Hull would sign that, no problem.
I will one up you.
Uh-oh.
How about Bobby Hull and Johnny Bauer on the same piece?
Wow.
Right
that's
beside
a
Marcel Leon.
rarity. That's a rarity that
Marcel's right
50,000
there.
people don't have.
Exactly. That's why when U.S. Sports Car was talking about like 50,000 a lifetime, Johnny Bauer probably said 50,000 a day.
A day.
All right. So Michael Ham said, yeah, we can debate that though. There's certain players that are notorious for signing a ton. Bobby's right. It's a coyote. Learn every day. There you go. Defects of life. Good evening. What about waiting in line for spite, just to tell off an athlete how much you can't stand them? I've been very much banned from Tom Brady signings and Fish Boy. This is like an Eric Marcel Dion situation. I have been told in no uncertain terms, 9.
You're verboten.
Verboten.
Yeah.
Bob Jackson says, "Who do you think is the most legitimate autographs in the hobby? Who has the most legitimate autographs in the hobby? No forges glued. Johnny Bauer. Like, why would you even forge it? He literally would. I've told the story before. Johnny Bauer lived in Mississauga for years, so the same city that I'm in, he lived here, and you could for years get the address. Like, it was very available. You could literally send him a self-addressed stamped envelope, and he would send you back. Like, I sent him a couple of cards. And I swear to you, not a joke, Canada Post was certainly better at that time too. I mailed it on a Monday. I got it back in the mail by Friday. So he got it, signed it, put it in the envelope, threw it in the mail, and it was back to me before the end of the week. It's like, dude, the autograph's legit. There's nothing wrong with it. I've seen enough Johnny Bauer autos. It's fine.
I'm waiting.
He signed everything.
Glenn Hall to do that right now.
Yeah,
we sent some stuff. We sent some stuff to Glenn Hall. He's 92, and we're waiting for him to send it back.
Yeah, and like I said, Johnny Bauer again. We joke about it, but no, Johnny Bauer is a very nice man. Like a very nice man.
Awesome.
And he literally would sign for anybody and everybody all the time. And it was weird when like at a certain time, sometimes I would be like, yeah, okay, you know what? I'll pay for this because I've already gotten so many free autographs from this guy. You know, out of respect, let me pay for it. So at least you get something for it, because he would sign, like I said, for free all the time. And I'm sitting there like, I can only imagine how much money is left on the table by being so generous to literally sign anything at any time. And as those guys get older, and Paul makes a point about that, so I'll scroll down. But as these guys get older, it's like, yeah, there's not too many income revenue streams for some of these old players. It's like, throw them a couple of bucks for their autograph. It's a respectful thing to do. I'm not telling you to overpay. I'm not telling you to go crazy, but it's like, yeah, especially for some of these guys, like, they're very nice. They're very nice, and they're willing to give their time. It's like, yeah, a couple of bucks is not going to hurt you. My guys aren't what they used to be. I get you. How long would the Poopy Pony line be? That'd be the entire expo. At least 10 minutes.
All 4 days.
Yep.
I'd even do Thursday. I'd have to do Thursday on the VIP night.
Yeah, I would have to start right for VIP night. I think so.
And it's like all day. It would be nonstop. Mm-hmm. It couldn't be like, an hour here, an hour there. It would be, the place opens up, we go. 4 days.
Mm-hmm. Big Scott. Good evening, Big Scott. Pretty sure Mickey Mantle and Babe Ruth are still signing stuff, at least in Eric's basement. Did Derek sign for your mom? Thanks.
We didn't ask him to. She just really wanted to meet him and kind of talk to him, and they shared a laugh or two, and we got the picture taken, and she's still happy that she got the opportunity. But
cool.
I have 100 Derek Sanderson signed things already, so I only went there for him to sign a piece for the shop that we needed him to do, and I asked Mom to come with me, and she did, and we had a blast. But I didn't get him to sign anything for her or me. So
there you go. Michael Ham says, has Eric ever moved that jacket in the back of the door?
Yeah, but
I think it's moved. I think it's moved in a previous episode.
I think I wore it one time. That is an actual game used jacket. It's from
then you've definitely worn it. You definitely worn it in an episode.
Yeah, it's a 1996 All-Star Game jacket. It was worn by Don Del Negro, the Bruins trainer. It's his jacket.
Yeah, I couldn't tell you what episode, but I can pretty much promise you, if that, as soon as you started describing it to me, yeah, you've totally worn it for an episode, 100%.
I'll show you. I'll just throw it off so I can show you guys. So this is an official Bruins jacket worn by the trainer.
All right, hold on. I'll zoom in a little bit. Hold on. Go ahead.
It's a starter jacket, and you got the patch here from the All-Star game in '96 at the Boston, the TD Garden, not the Boston Garden, but the TD Garden. But yeah, it's got the big B on the back, and it actually has his initials in the tag, DD, Don Del Negro. So that's what it is.
There you go. Perfect. Stuke
Nice.
says Bobby Hall and Sylvia, the Winnipeg TV weather lady photo combo would have been cool. Look at you, Stuke, with the references. Look at you. I like it. Paul says, and this is the comment I wanted to get to here. So thank you, Paul. In all seriousness, the leagues didn't have the medical coverage, so these legends who gave their bodies for years have to sign for money. It is what it is. Yep, that's why I made the note. So thank you, Paul, for pointing that out and acknowledging it. That's why I say, like, even for a guy, and Bobby, I think you were around when I said this, but if not, I'll repeat it. Even for a guy like Johnny Bauer, he's literally signed so many free autographs. Occasionally, once in a blue moon, when there would be like a signing, I would pay for the signing just to be like, so at least the guy gets some of the money from it. But it's not like I don't have autographs, but at the same time, it's like, no, he's signing sometimes for, like, as an income thing. It's like, no, I'll buy a couple of autographs. Sure. If the money goes to the guy, like, let me make sure that at least some of it go, because I've literally gotten free autographs from the guy. Again, like I used the mail example. Like, I've gotten free autographs in the mail. I got it at the All-Star game thing. That was free. So it's like, all you have to do is buy the puck or the picture or whatever, and they would sign it for you. So it's one of those things, like, at a certain point, it's like, just be nice back and be like, hey, you know what? I'll pay for this. Don't even worry about it.
Yeah. I remember I brought my autograph. One of my guides actually is an autograph guide in 2006. I met him, I think it was around 2008 or 10 or something like that. He was at a trade show for some unknown reason. It was a property management trade show. So we started talking, and I went to my car, got a book, and I said, here, can you sign it? He goes, yeah, I signed it. And every time I turned a picture in the book and he was there, he'd sign it. So I got like 5 or 6 signatures of him. So funny.
He's the best.
That's right. All right, let me scroll through here. Bob Jackson says, any guess on the total sign for the highest person? Probably whatever Marcel had to sign when Eric had him in his custody. That's probably the highest number.
Wait till you see the stack I'm bringing him from work.
Woo! Zach says, I think I've said this before, and Lifestand Musel sat in his office and signed O'Day. Wouldn't surprise me. Yeah, he'd be another person. There's certain names that are legendary for signing a ton. Certain ones are legendary. Orlando says, nice jacket, Eric. Thank you, Orlando.
Oh, thank you.
Michael Ham's takeaway says Eric has legs. We have quelled that rumor.
I do.
Average Joe Car Collector says, how much is that jacket? $150.
It's not for sale.
$150, Average Joe Car Collector, and it will find its way to you.
Yes.
I know people.
Not for sale.
You'll find out. You'll find out very quickly, Eric, how many people in the house would betray you for $150. As it turns out, when all of a sudden it's like next week, there's an empty hanger. What happened? I don't know.
And that's in USD.
In case anyone's interested, there's me and Don Del Negro the day I got his jacket. Just to throw that out there.
There you go. And by the way, in case you guys are wondering, every time Eric shows one of the selfie pictures, it's actually a cardboard standee. That's the reason why the smile looks the same in every single picture.
He looks the same in every shot.
Exactly the same.
Okay.
And the
All right.
background.
Hold on.
How is that?
You guys ruined a picture. Okay.
I've ruined many pictures.
You guys suck. And I'll show you why you guys suck. Hold on. Oh, I hate you guys so much. Oh my God. Your evil has no bounds.
Oh, it doesn't. Really, it doesn't.
No,
Yeah,
it does
at all.
not. Because you
We're
got it in
boundless.
my head. I'm almost there. Hold on.
Oh,
Just a
Jesus.
second.
How long ago?
Okay.
It's only a 4-hour show, Eric. Jeez.
Right, hold on. Okay, so I'm very fortunate, and this has to do with my smile.
Oh,
I coach cross country. My boys won the title. We're taking a picture with the trophy. It's really more about if you can see me. I'm thinking what you people make fun of me for all the time, and this is how I freaking smiled.
Yep.
No,
oh
It
my
works,
God.
people.
so
it works,
instead
people.
of-
Hell.
Instead of giving the it's
Yep.
Yeah,
It works.
You got in my head and
The
ruined
system
picture.
works, people. The system works.
No, you suck. Oh my God. When the parent sent me that, I went, that son of a bitch. Because when I was posing for it, that's all I could think of is, all my pictures look the same. So I tried to do something different, and I look like a jackass.
Yeah, they're gonna go.
I do not look good smiling like this.
Down south, they're going, who the hell's that?
So
right there.
I am never listening.
You see that? Right there.
I am never listening to you again. I am going.
Oh, you will, Eric.
No, I will smile the way I want to smile. And I will never try to do anything different because that is what I look like. And I look like a jackass.
That's one of the goofiest.
In fairness, you look like a jackass before. And I think you'll smile that way for Reggie Lemon. That's all I'm saying. I think you'll smile that way for Reggie Lemon.
You on your deathbed, you're going to be looking. I'm going to show you that picture and say, "Hey, remember?"
Mm-hmm.
You'll go.
Wow, the Barella's already ready for you. He's ready to go. I like it.
I'm ready to go.
I cannot believe that I let you guys creep in my head.
Good evening, Paul.
Oh, it's going to be in your head next time you get an autograph and we're taking pictures.
Oh, we'll be 100%.
No, I'm getting from now on. I only smile one way. I'm not going to try to change again.
Yeah. All right. U.S. Sports Card says, in a way, the non-star autographs of players probably deserve more credit for the sports card hobby being able to take it to the next levels. All right. That's a take. Fair enough. Josh says, everybody has a price, Eric. True.
Shut up, Josh.
Well, a wise man once said that, Eric. Ted DiBiase back on the channel. Once in a while, like I told you guys before, occasionally you try to bait him and he won't show up. You try to do it too obvious, he won't show up. But occasionally, right time, right place, $1 Million Man makes an appearance.
Right.
Will this episode reach the Carvin episode in length? Stay tuned as Eric figures out his phone. That's right. We were trying to find the picture. All right. That's only 2 minutes, so we're still pretty close to on time. Dustin Sports, I take notes. That was only 2 minutes off. We're pretty close. You always look like a jackass, Paul says. Facts. Eric, I have news for you. You always look like one. Dang! Back to back, Paul and Bob.
Double down.
This is for Paul. And
Average Joe Card Collector says that's an improvement. That's 3.
Kind of 3.
Yeah.
2.5.
Eric says now with 100% more jackass. Facts. They need them all for the filler autographs. True. That was a smile short print variation in that photo. I like where your head went with this. I
will not be smiling like that ever again for the rest of my life.
Says you. We can get you there. Don't worry.
No, never happening again.
That's hard to live down.
I blame you guys completely.
We've got enough jars of mayo, Eric, to get in your head again. Don't worry about that.
No, you guys suck.
The meme we're going to make out of that picture, because now it's
it's going to be amazing.
Yep.
Oh,
set him up and he knocks it in the park. Well done. Sorry, Josh. But like I said, be careful, folks. You don't want to try to bait the $1 Million Man out because it won't always happen for you. Be careful. Don't try to force it. When it's right, when the moment is right, it happens. Come on, Eric. Try out a new smile on stream. Just think of mayo and smile. Facts. Paul says, do not forget Will Levis starts this week. Eric's favorite player. Will Levis. The Will Levis.
I don't know who the hell
he got the first NBA 3-pointer, Eric. You know this? Nope. Damn, we lost connection. That's terrible. Do you see how we lost connection there, Bobby? It was terrible.
It happens.
All the time. If he showed more respect for Will Levis, it'd be fine. Show some respect for Will Levis.
Who the hell's that?
First NBA 3-pointer. We talked about this already.
Yeah.
Nope. Not fast enough there, Eric. You want to try one more time? This is your last chance.
What? Quick.
What?
Come on.
What?
Got a glimpse though.
Yep.
Oh, there he comes back with it showing.
Well, I know I'm distracted, but my daughter sends me a picture of her bleeding all over the place from college, and
that seems random. All right.
Yeah, she's just sending me a picture of her oozing blood, and I'm sitting here like, she says I was rollerblading. Oh, all right. Well,
Now, she probably threw herself at a wall after looking at that smile you had going on there. Like, what the hell was that?
she's made fun of it too. Thank you.
As we all should. Correct.
And it's
Good job.
100% you two who it's your fault.
I accept this. Bobby, I accept this.
Okay.
I accept this. He's the Burrell, and I have coasters with my logo on them. So we're good.
Got coasters now, yeah.
I do. Yeah, Eric thought I was talking about some other coaster. For some reason, his mind went to another coaster. I don't know what happened there. I was talking about coasters.
I was online ordering a Needham hat and a T-shirt, and then once you get that in your cart, then it brings you back to the main page, and then they show you all the other stuff that you can get, stickers and coasters, and it's like, you son of bitches, that looks good.
They're smart. Hey, it's smart. Why not?
You get the credit card out, and then you're $600 later. I'm just kidding.
So we're gonna get some Burrell merch at the show.
No, there's no Burrell merch. Just me. I'll be wearing a hat and a shirt.
Wait, are you going to have the Needham hats, though? Are you going to have plural hats or no?
No, just the one. They're
Okay.
25 plus tax each. So
I got it.
That's $30. I don't know how many you want me to hand out.
No, I get it. I get it. Look, I had the problem with this. Look, I had the problem with the infamous Stein. It's a two model like limit because they're just too expensive. Carlos Senior has one. Actually, sorry, I made three. Carlos Senior has one. I've got one, and I have one more.
But they weren't $26.
No.
No,
And
no.
the problem is number one, making them, but also the shipping. Like shipping kills everything. It's really shipping is a big issue.
No, it says you're $3 away from free shipping. It's like
exactly.
Fucker. So honestly, I just went, what were those stickers? I don't know.
Yeah. The thing with the coasters was that Sticker Mule occasionally will have sales. And
Yeah.
I saw that they had it there. And when it's comfortably under $1 per, I'm like, okay, that's not bad. That's fine. Yeah, it's normally too expensive, but it's like, I think it was like 30 cents per is what it worked out per unit. I was like, okay, that's not terrible. And my mom and my dad got a kick out of it, so I gave them a couple, so they have them.
Well, I'm getting the hockey goalie Needham, and then on the back, I'm going to have the 2 QR codes.
Nice.
Because you need the iPhone and you need the Android. So
true.
Well, you asked
That
a
is true.
question a moment ago of how many do you want me to give away? That's what you said. That was your question. And I would like to answer that question. One.
One.
To me.
One is
That's
the
all.
loneliest number that I've
That's
ever.
all.
You only get a free hat, Eric, if you can get the app. And we've already established you can't get the app. So what do you want us to give you?
Yeah, the hats are
You
going to
didn't
be
get a
nice.
free
I
hat?
might have to sell them.
Well, you have to get the app first. You get the app and you get the hat.
There is no app.
That's the problem. Hence no hat.
There's no hat.
Hence no hat. That's what I'm
No
saying.
No app. No app. No hat.
Tragic. Josh here. Did you see breaking news? ComC is accepting coasters at their site now. I did hear that. I'm very disappointed, and I will give a strongly worded objection to the appropriate people at the expo.
It's come to that.
I'm just telling you.
Did you get your stickers through Monkey or what's it called?
Sticker Mill. Sticker Mill is the one who I've
Mule.
done that.
Sticker
Yeah.
Mill.
But like I said, from time to time they will do specials. When they do a special, then the price is reasonable. Normally the price, in my opinion, is too high. But when the special is on, then it's good. Then it's good.
Yeah, I don't know
but
about
I'm saying, because I'm on the mailing list, I'll get occasionally they'll be like 50 for whatever price, and I'm like, that's fine. Yeah, okay, great, that's okay.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking about doing, but I said, what am I gonna? How many more hundreds of dollars do I got to spend?
That's the key though. When it's on sale, it's not bad because then you get 50 or 100 relatively cheap, and then like, okay, that's fine. Yeah, that's when I was able to. So when I wait for the sale to happen, and then I grab a couple, and then I'll load up a little bit, and then if I need them, I have extras. So then that's perfect.
Yeah.
Paul says any Expo Target cards for you three besides Medano Autos, Booby Garbage, and Reggie Lemon base cards. I think that's valid points by Paul.
Booby trinkets.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, so any Expo Targets. So obviously you've got the the Medano stuff is for sure for me. Eric's basically garbage. We know that.
Beckett guides.
Yeah, I'm definitely going to grab some. I'm going to try to get my hands on a few. because, like I said, it does seem like people have been enjoying the series. I'm enjoying making it. To me, it's relatively easy to make. So if I can grab a couple cheap guides, what I'd like to do, Bobby, would be fun for me, is getting a couple of tough stuffs or a couple of Canadian sports car collectors, because it'd be kind of fun to give a little bit of a contrast. Obviously, a different type of publication at the time.
I can give you a couple. I got some in the storage.
Okay, that'd be great. That'd be great. I think it'd be fun though to have as a contrast.
They
Obviously,
have my
Beckett, everybody knows.
articles in them though. That's the problem. So
There you go.
and
But
tough
I think
stuff. I
it'd be,
love tough stuff. I thought it was one of the best guides at the time.
I thought they did a great job. That's why I say I think it would be fun also. The Beckett's obviously are very popular, but I think it'd be fun to have a few of those other publications that were around during the time, and I think it'd be kind of cool to get their take on it.
Well, tough stuff had all the sports. It didn't
That's
have
what I mean, yeah.
specific, so it was really good that way. You know, you can always look up something else.
Plus, also some of the old ads would be really fun to look at in context of because you're getting all the sports. You're getting basketball, you're getting football, you're getting hockey, and you're getting baseball. So there's a lot of stuff there. I think it'd be cool. Hopefully, it's not tough stuff to find. I'll be here all night. Look at you, Paul. Look at you.
Don't threaten me.
Yeah. And the Expo trading car target cards. So about Expo targets. So if I get away from the Medanos and I get past that, I am going to try to grab a few more for some of my vintage projects. I know some folks have the 63 Fleer cards, so I'll probably grab a few of those.
Nice.
Yeah, so I want to get a few more of those for my set that I'm working on for sure. I'll be honest, probably I'll try to bring. I've got a certain amount of cash that I want to set aside that I'm going to be bringing over. If I'm not talking about the Medano thing, then I would love to get some kind of a. But the cost is the thing, because some of the dealers don't have the right price point, in my opinion. So if the price is wrong, Bob, then no, then I'm not going to do it. But if someone is willing to deal and willing to figure out a price that is sensible, sure, yeah, there's some stuff, and I'm open-minded to whatever's interesting.
You can always bring some stuff, and you can get one of those Pelican cases and bring some traders with you, and then say, hey, for this, and here's some cash. Done. And
you know what I'd almost want to do, Bobby, though, to have kind of fun with the Pelican case thing. So Zion, who does the Pelican cases, of course, but they've also got the backpack where they put a Pelican case inside the backpack. The backpack's actually a good idea because it's a normal backpack. If you take the case out, it's actually a backpack. It's just got the big pocket inside of it. But then you can put the case inside.
One. I think he was given one.
No, exactly. But I'm saying, but you know who started stocking them? AMG.
Oh,
yeah.
so I could almost be like, hey guys,
guys,
let's talk. Let's have a conversation.
So
that's
always good to trade some stuff off that you don't
Yeah.
really necessarily have much into or made some money out on the upside to really get something you want. I always believe that, cash and trade, or you sell them and then use that cash to buy something.
Well, you know what I'll probably bring, Bobby? I'll probably bring the Booby Or.
Yeah.
Because that might be a good chip for maybe the right deal. It might be a good option for, again, I'm open-minded. So what happens with Expo, so just kind of to Paul's question, what happens with Expo's become complicated, like for someone like Bobby obviously has a very different set of things he's looking for. And it's become trickier as time has gone on and less stuff available that fits what he's looking for. But even for me, a player collector, it's also become trickier for me because it's not that there isn't stuff there. Is it priced wrong? Is it priced wrong? Or is it stuff that is so available that I could literally go on eBay and hit buy it now right now and buy it cheaper than what it is on that table?
Yeah.
Then what's the point? Then if you're not showing me something that there from time to time, show by show, occasionally I will still see something that's a little more obscure, something that's a little not even rare, not even expensive, but obscure. If it's obscure and it fits under that portion of the checklist, that checklist is getting tighter and tighter and narrower as time goes on. But yeah, a lot of it for me is now hanging out, like 100%. The Expo is now hang out. We'll have dinner. We're going to have dinner at Chop. We talked about that before. So that's going to be a big piece of it, of the puzzle. And not you. Your wife can come though, and not you. But the thing is that, that's one thing. And then the dinners with various folks that I obviously hang out with and I chat with, and that's going to be a great time. And then, while I'm hanging out, I'm going to be walking around. I'll be hanging around with my buddies at their booth and pop around from here and there. But if I find very little to nothing, it's okay. That's fine. It's still a good time. But I usually come away with something. And at least now, since I know I'll be targeting some of those publications, at least, hey, I won't leave empty-handed. Most likely I'll find a couple that'll work.
And sometimes you find things that you don't even know that you really wanted until you see it.
Yes.
So, and that's mostly with me. A lot of things I'm looking for is I'm looking for the things I really haven't seen before, or um, things that just kind of float your boat.
Yeah,
I'm
100%.
actually, I was doing a lot of the sets and going through them and over the last so many months. One of my favorite sets really is the 67, 68 set. I think it's really good.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is that a cough for a reason or no? Okay. I'm just
No.
no, I found that those cards to be very attractive. And I might even start a set. I might.
Ooh,
And affordable
spicy.
too. So I
They
posted
can be.
real low in the guide. So after I
Mhm.
finish that, I can jack them up.
There you go. Perfect.
67.
So serious question. Serious question. Serious question? So if hypothetically that was enough interest for you to pursue as a set, would it be a case where you would have any condition requirements? Are you not concerned as much? Like what you would
I'm
be looking for?
more for aesthetics. I do like
Sure.
centering.
Of course. Sure.
And I don't, and they're affordable enough anyways. The ore gets a little pricey, but for the most part, no pinholes, no
Okay.
rounded corners.
Sure.
A little ding on the corner doesn't bother me at all. I'm not looking for PSA. I'm just looking for raw, and I think something that would look good in a 9-pocket page,
Nice.
and
Yeah.
no big deal. Because even a
Yeah.
common and near mint, you pick a 15, $20,
Mhm.
even higher grade. And those ones were cut pretty good. Still a little off center, but for the most part, really nice cuts.
I think it's fair. That's the reason. The reason I posed the question is because so in the conversation I had with John Wade Boggs fan, we were chatting about this, player collecting projects, but also sets and various things that we're looking for. And one of the points that I made is that I said the 63 Fleer set, the baseball set, it's 67 cards. The set is not a big set. It's not crazy. There's some great players in it. There's some Hall of Famers. There's a couple of short prints. But again, if you just said, "Hey, I just want to find," literally, you could buy the whole set on eBay right now. You could go pick off each card. They're all available. Everything's available. But I said I wanted to do that one with the set registry because I said I'd like to try in a way where it presented a specific challenge for me to target the cards in a certain way. I did not have to do that. If I had just said I want to build a raw set, I could probably have had that done in a couple of weeks or like a day. It wouldn't have been a big deal. But by adding a little element to it, it allowed me to chip away at it and do it in phases and a little bit at a time here. And it allows me to have a little fun with it. And I can pick and choose. I can decide on how nice do I want the cards to be? Do I want to be a little pickier? And that's how you can create a challenge for yourself in what is otherwise a more than attainable set or project.
Well, I kind of was looking at if I was to get graded, I would go for the sixes. Even fives depends on the price point when it gets integrated. But sixes and fives are great cards. Like a five is like people think it's half out of 10, but it's actually no crease. It's only got a few little minor flaws.
Sure.
It's not a bad card at all. And because everyone's at the 7 and above, that's where the multiplier really kicks in. So I think even if I was to do that, I would get 5 or 6s, but I'd keep it steady across the board.
Well, that's the other piece of the puzzle. Like exactly what you're talking about is that even if you say I want to collect it in a certain condition, because you're being very specific, it means that you're looking for consistency across the set.
Certainly.
Because some people would be like, "Oh, I just want to grab," so you'll grab suddenly a high condition card and a low condition card, and it's all over the place. Yeah, exactly. So yeah, exactly. So by saying I would like some consistency in the aesthetic of the set that I'm looking for, it means you're focusing on curating a certain set to make it look a certain way that you want it to look. So a great example of that, I know Stuke and some of the other folks know this one. Bowman 53 on YouTube here. Alex built a 53 Bowman color set, and he focused very specifically in the course of building a set. He focused very specifically on making sure that they're well centered, which can be a challenge for that set. So you're taking a beautiful set, but you're adding an extra layer of complexity and difficulty by looking for. So it wasn't just finding the card because they're all available. Every single card in that set is completely available. But by saying I want it nicely centered, now you got to go digging. You got to go looking. And when you find
no more than 90-10.
Sure.
Because you can't get perfection. That you'd be forever. I'd have to start 20 years ago. But 90-10 is my kind of, I guess, my happy point. Otherwise, we get 80-20, then it kind of throws it off, and it's up and down and over and left and right. Then it goes, forget it. It's that first look when you look at the card. You can get to centering in 1 second. It's sort of like that picture that's hanging on the wall. If it's a little crooked, you can catch it in an eye. It's like, hey, I don't want any haze with my card. So there you go.
Yeah, but that's why I say, like, if you're looking at the vintage side of things, then you can do that. You can pick a certain aesthetic that works for you and certain flaws. If a flaw is like a deal breaker for you, then yeah, just avoid those cards, and then that'll let you have a set that you're comfortable with and that you're happy with, and it gives you enough of a challenge. At a certain point, when I'll say like advanced collector is the term I'll use, but really all it means is you've been around long enough to be able to discern what it is you want. And if you can do that, then yeah, you're going to be a little bit pickier, just because it's like, yeah, otherwise you'd be done in 10 minutes. And where's the challenge? Where's the fun in that?
Right.
Yeah. The one thing I really like about it is that, I'm a very big person about the back, the design, the color, usually the color. And the color is black. It's actually the first time they ever used black on the back of a hockey card. Actually, the display box is black as well, which is interesting. So, anyways, just gonna slowly pursue it.
I didn't hear you when you said the year. So I is it
67.8?
67, 68. Okay.
Yeah. Sounds good.
So just after the Bobby Orr television ugly set. I mean,
Bobby Orr. Wood grain.
Well, the wood grain, either you love it or you hate it. It was the tall boys too. Wood grain, love it or hate it. There you go.
Well,
that's 65. See, there's another nice set.
Yeah.
Very clean, different colored backgrounds. It's got the nice thing across the pucks across the top. The display box is gorgeous. It's probably one of the nicest ones ever designed.
Yeah, I love that year. That's great.
And I'm really
that's not a real one.
I like wrappers and display boxes. Those things kind of stimulate the cards that I like too. On top of that, like Bobby Orr rookie card is a red box and a plain guy, and it's not really very thrilling. So there's certain display boxes that are really nice, and then the sets are shit. But what are you gonna do?
Makes sense. Just as a visual aid here, I just want to get this was the tops one, but I think the design is the same. So this is the one we're talking about, year wise.
Oh, is that okay?
Oh,
yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Look at that. Look at the pink backgrounds and the Bruins. It really pops.
Yep.
Yeah. So that one in centering, it's pretty nice. A little high-low, but I mean, other than that, like, it's not so bad.
Yep.
But
just to make sure we gave a bit of a visual aid on the design, so folks can understand what we're talking about.
What I really like about is the colors in the background, because there's 4 or 5 different colors, but that there's a scene from the ice and the audience, which is kind of really unique. And, it's kind of like a silhouette almost of that. And I really like that. And it's different scenes. It's not just the same one. Like there's like 7 or 8 or 10 different scenes, which is kind of cool. So there's a lot going on. And it's the bottom, the yellow pops. Like it's got the team and the name. And, it's kind of I don't know. It's one of those cards that just say hockey card on it. It's emblematic.
Makes sense. So I just wanted to share that for the visual aid for folks.
And you had to pick a Bruins. Oh, you got a couple, Eric?
Yeah.
Just zooming in there so you can see a little bit better.
Yeah, see the pink background? Look at the blue that makes the red pop. It's beautiful.
No, they're great.
Yeah, it's a nice cards.
There you go. Now, Stuke said a little bit earlier from the earlier comments, 63 Flair set for $650 at my last show. Mixed condition. I didn't buy it. Fair enough. Just a matter of what you're looking for. Josh said, was that card in the one touch? So you showed a card initially when we were talking about it. Josh says, was that card in the one touch correctly? Did you make a mistake, Eric? Was it a glitch in the Matrix?
No, I don't know why I grabbed that. I was getting the years mixed up in my head. And so I thought this is what Bobby was talking about. But my buddy who makes stand-up displays, you can only put them in the holder that way.
You mean correctly?
You mean, yeah.
No, because you'd have to make it wider for the magnet. So, he has to put them in upside down.
So answer your question, Josh, is yes. Yes, you did perceive correctly.
So, so he has to put them in. So all the ones are on my desk are all upside down, which drives me nuts.
There you go. Our Joe Car Collector says, card show 1 hour away tomorrow. Was pretty sold on not going, but getting some serious FOMO now. Hey, man, take the inspiration where it goes. I get it. CC here. Good evening. Good evening, gents. Carlos, being more than just a collector of hockey cards, has ever found it frustrating over the years that our expo is so scarce for baseball cards? I get your question, but no, I understand it. There's still, now I will say, it has gotten worse over the years, but I guess what helps in a certain way is that now, because I go into the expo with an open mind, I am willing to explore possibilities. I don't need to walk away with a big stack of cards anymore. It's not the main concern here. If I can find some stuff, I think that I almost enjoy it more when I do find something. Like, it adds a certain, like, hey, I found something. That's cool. So it allows me to have that enjoyment of it. The fact that, like I said, I'm just kind of hanging out and enjoying the other aspects of the show helps a lot. In the past, it was great because some of the dealers that were so hockey centric didn't understand the vintage baseball market. So that was really handy when you could find some great deals. It's been a while since I mentioned it, but I talk about the 56 Topps baseball set that I put together years ago now. The Ted Williams actually came from the Expo. It was on a dealer's table who had a lot of stuff, including vintage cards, but he had the Ted Williams price at $10, which very clearly is wrong. So it's like 3 seconds of, quick seconds to search. And it's like, and I looked at it and I immediately knew, like, no, the card's good. The card's legit. But it was like, and I literally looked at it and I go, $10? Yeah.
Start the car.
Good day. At that point, don't negotiate. Don't be quiet. Give him the money and leave. So it allows you, if you know what you're looking for, to occasionally find some cool stuff. And that's really great. But yeah, it's a shame that there isn't more of a mix and a blend, but it's Canada. Hockey is king here. Like, however you want to slice it, hockey is king. So it makes total sense. I get it. If I don't want it to be the case, then I go to the States. Here we go. Michael Hamdas. Those would look great in the Topps Chrome Refractor. True.
Probably would.
I wonder if the Topps did some of those. Now, the thing is, Topps got out of hockey after the early 2000s, but they had done some of those retro for some vintage players in the baseball side of it. Yeah. So does Gordy have a 67, 68 reprint like that? Because then that means he would have a refractor.
I don't own it, but I saw this once and I have to have it.
Yeah, because if they did that for Gordy, then they would have probably done his run on Topps, which means they would have had a chrome and a chrome refractor version, probably, of the 67, 68. I'd have to look it up, but if they had the run of them like they did for baseball, because that's what they did with Mantle and Mays and Clemente and a bunch of these players, they would be like, okay, we're going to pick one of these old-time players, we're going to have a tribute, and we're going to do reprints of all their Topps cards, and we're going to have a chrome version and a refractor version, and there you go.
I wonder if Bobby Orr has a chrome one. I haven't seen one yet, but I may have to look. Add that to the list.
Would make sense.
And then you get the chrome refractor ones that cost like $1,000.
Yeah.
Well, they got super popular. Once they really hit, that was crazy. So what year was the How? That was one of those chrome reprints, but what year was it?
Oh, that was...
Yeah, you should be able to see something on the back of the card there. It should give you a year.
It came out in 98.
Okay. So yeah, that would have still been towards the tail end of Topps' run there when they were doing a couple of those sets.
1998.
Makes sense.
Of course, this is, 1954, Topps card, first Topps card. Probably the best looking Gordie Howe card ever made.
Certainly was. It's 51. Oh.
Yeah. No, I would argue, like we talked about in the past. I had that trimmed copy, which was a good price. I actually made money on that, which is what I laughed at. Once I decided not to do the set, then it made no sense to hang on to it. But it was a cool card. Like, to me, if you look at the PSA set register thing, it's one of the Mount Rushmore hockey. Deservedly so. I think it is one of the best Gordie Howe cards. To me, that set deserves it. And there's some iconic cards in that set.
And they were done off of paintings too, which is kind of nice.
Mm-hmm.
Original paintings.
Yeah.
I haven't found any yet, but
I don't know if I own any cards from that set. I may have some kicking around somewhere.
54. It's tough because of the bottom, the board.
Yeah.
Tough.
Yeah, but it's an iconic set, no doubt. And if you guys, like I said, if any of people like the vintage collecting, go look at the size of the checklist. It's doable. Obviously, Gordy is expensive, no doubt.
Yeah,
But
right.
once you get past a couple of very expensive cards in that set, if you go look, the checklist is like 60 odd cards. Like it's certainly at this point, like I mentioned before, if I'm going to do any vintage sets at this point, it's got to be sub 100 cards. It's got to be like a more streamlined checklist. I don't want the 3, 4, 5, 6, 700 card behemoths. No, thank you. I'll pass.
No. Exactly.
How many Gordy rookies will you see at Expo? We'll see a number. There'll be a decent amount.
If I see less than 50, I'll be shocked.
Yeah,
Gordy
it's going to be.
rookies.
There's
some dealers who have multiples.
51?
So
Yeah,
51.
It might be 51, but if there's less than 50, I'll be shocked.
They don't have that many 51s. No.
We got to
Not-
get one of the
not
dealers now
40s.
to be like. We got to get one of the dealers now to go. Bobby, challenge accepted. I got 100 of them.
Maybe.
One of the dealers. What it'll do though, to be fair, kind of to answer Rick's question, and Rick, good evening. To kind of answer Rick's question though, the way it works at Expo is there'll be a few vintage specialist dealers who have multiples, and that will comprise a lot of the population. But then there'll be other ones scattered throughout the show. But yeah, there are dealers who have vintages still, and especially at the Expo, you still got a fair bit of that. But every year that goes by, a lot of that stuff gets cherry picked. So like some of the choice stuff, if you go back 10, 15 years ago, there was a lot more selection back then.
Oh, yeah.
If you wanted to build a lot of those sets, a lot more selection. Now, you can still find plenty while they're in that show floor, but you're getting the stuff that hasn't been picked through over the last 15, 20 years.
Yeah, very few people bring new stock in, and usually a lot of the new stock that comes in, a lot of it's well, if it's high grade, it's going to get graded and sent away, and sold to the highest bidder on eBay or whatever auction house. So that's where I sort of the Expo does lack a little bit with that, unfortunately. A lot of the stuff people aren't keeping it for the Expo as they once did, and like as Carlos was saying 15 years ago, so definitely different, but there is some good deals still.
Oh yeah,
Cards.
I think sorry, go ahead.
Cards or not, that's fine.
Yeah. All I was gonna add was that it helps if you do have enough experience in attending that show to be able to quickly sift through. If you can scan certain because there's certain tables because the dealers are set up at every show. So certain dealers' inventory style, the way they'll sort cards. So if they do have anything new, you kind of know where to look really quickly, and you can kind of zone in on that and be like, "This is the new stuff." Boom, go straight to it and scan through it quickly, and you can determine really quick if there's something there that you feel is worth your while. But kind of to Bobby's traditional point is that you're going to have to get there kind of early for that stuff, because if anybody catches it, it'll come off the table real quick, and then it'll disappear magically. So but if you have that eye and you kind of know where you're looking, you can scan through. And even if you're looking for newer stuff, like I will as well, you can scan through that stuff pretty quick too. So to be honest, like your eyes will tell you everything you need to know, and you'll find it quick. CC says the 53 how is great, the 54, but yes, I understand what you're saying. What do you guys think about the 63 USA card? That's a big favorite of Eric's with the flag on the back.
Yeah, that's pretty iconic. I think a lot of people call that the best How card.
I think an argument can be made.
It's my favorite, but the Topps one, it really is something special. But this is my favorite, and I have another PSA copy of this. I have some, reprinted ones that have jersey pieces in them, and I love this one. That's my favorite Gordy.
Yeah, it was the last year at Parkhurst. They pulled out all the stocks. And I think most cards got 2 cards, right, in that year.
Yeah, but that's the one where you had multiple designs, right?
The puck, sorry?
You had multiple designs?
3 different designs, yeah.
Yep.
3 different wax packs. I think there was only 1 display box. We haven't even found a display box from that year. Like, isn't that crazy?
Gotcha. Makes sense. Now let me scan here. Just taking a look.
Take care of some business. I'll be right back.
No worries. And for those of you who've been probably keeping tabs on other screens or anything else, it is 4-3 for the Arizona Diamondbacks in the top of the fifth. Not that I would know. There's your PSA. There's your PSA copy. Yep.
Yeah. Now
1 second.
this is a 3. Okay. You have to really get close to this and look to see what's wrong with it, because I hand this to people and I cover up the 3 and I go, tell me what grade it is, and every single person it's 7 or above, right? And they think it's worth thousands. There is a gum stain. You have to tilt the card in the right way, and it's almost impossible to have it hit just exactly. But there's a little bit of a gum stain, little kind of oily gum stain on his neck right around here, which is why it's a 3. But it's other than that, it's absolutely perfect. And then I have this one I kind of made. I was bored one day, and I collect Gordie Howe autos, and I had a cut, and I decided to add it to that. So I kind of made that one myself because his signature is beautiful. And then this other one, which is kind of cool, has a piece of his jersey in it.
Yeah, that'd be one of the Parkers from later on.
So yeah, this is my favorite Gordie Howe, but that Topps card is just awesome.
It is iconic. Rick says 54 Topps is a beautiful card. Love that set. Agreed. 100%. 100%. So scan through, and I did finish the main agenda items that I wanted to touch on. So we're kind of open. Anything in particular you guys want to chat on? I finished the first beer, by the way. Not bad. I'll say decent. Obviously, it's a strong beer, but at the same time, like sometimes that helps the flavor, sometimes it doesn't. Like it's a mixed bag. It reminds me very. I'll say it was solid. I don't know how festive it was. I don't know if it deserves a Christmas ale moniker, but hey, look, it was free. It was free $99. It was a gift, so free usually makes it taste better, and it did. So no complaints on my part. Eric, no joke. You'd have that Howe Autos card slab. If you go to PSA, you can in fact have it put into a slab for that.
I guess.
Or you could have Rick sign off on it.
I mean, it's just a reprint card with a slabbed, I'm sorry, it's a reprint card with a loose cut auto that I just put together and put in a mag holder. So
yeah, they're still graded because they're grading the auto. It's basically this. It's not different from like having an autograph on an index card or having a custom cut card. Basically, there's a lot of those. Yeah, so it's one of those things. Like it's not required, but for folks that are going to make it out to Expo, obviously they're going to have on-site grading for the first time. That's a new thing, and then the authentication is going to be there as well. And then for people that are getting stuff signed, I think it's like $10, and you can basically get the certification thing, the sticker or whatever, added to it right away. So it's already built into it for a couple bucks more, and there you go. If you want it, so it's completely optional, but it is available there, seamless from one place to another, which is I think it's smart. If you're going to do it, why not? If you're going to do it at that show, it makes sense to do that show. Actually, Eric, what I'm going to do is I'm going to refill this, but actually, this would be a good opportunity, and we'll talk more about it next week. We'll really lead into it, but here's a good opportunity for somebody who comes north from the United States and is a hockey-related guy. We've talked about this before, but do you want to give a little bit of a synopsis about if you're going to make it to one, the fall one is the one? I was actually chatting with Garrett Card Cutter and Mike Canadian Cards, who certainly knows, but Garrett asked the question. He goes, if you're going to attend one of the two expos, which one would you attend? And I told him flat out, fall. Fall's the one because there's so much stuff going on. 4 sports are operating at the same time. Series 1 is now out, so obviously that's going to be a flurry of activity. Do you want to give a quick high level? So when you did finally come down, you got a chance to get your first taste of what the expo looked like. I think the first one you did was the pandemic one where we had to wear the masks, right?
Yeah.
Which was scaled back compared to normal, but even still, you got like a scaled down version of it. Yeah. Do you want to give a quick high level of what that experience was like the first time kind of seeing it? Again, even in a scaled down format while I get a refill, and I'll come right back.
Well, coming from the United States, hockey is not the most important thing at a card show. I go to a local card show. There might be 2, 3 guys that have hockey, and out of those 3, maybe 1.5 will have some vintage. Most of it is high priced Connor McDavid, Ovechkin, Crosby. I collect mostly vintage. That's what I enjoy. So when I was able to get up there 2 years ago for the first time, it was like a kid in a candy store. Um, the show is 90% hockey, and when you're looking at it, yes, everything's for sale for a price, but there's moments that I didn't even think or feel I was at a card show. I thought I was at like the Hockey Hall of Fame. There are articles of equipment there that how in the world are they right here in front of me? How is you know jerseys from Maurice Richard or Jacques Plante, or Johnny Bauer, just sitting right there for me to buy. How are all these game used sticks from the 50s, 60s, 70s of all these legends right there? So it isn't just let me go table to table, go through the dollar boxes, or look at the cases real quick and off to the next table. I take the whole thing in. I take pictures, video for myself. I don't post any of it. It's all just for me. Because it's you were walking through a museum at some tables. It is absolutely incredible the hockey history that is available for you to enjoy. Um, it's like I said, so much of it belongs in the Hockey Hall of Fame, but if your pockets are deep enough, you have the ability to take it home with you. And it's absolutely incredible. And it was definitely the first time, uh, definitely the greatest, most enjoyable, overwhelming, exciting 4 days, or you can look at one event or call it a moment of my entire collecting life, which began in 1987, 88. It was just, I could not have guessed it was going to be that great. And this
And
was
that was just when Eric met the Burrell for the first time. That was just
Yeah,
that.
that's
Just right there. What he just described, that was just meeting Bobby for the
If
first
he
time.
would have
for Eric.
came 10, 15 years ago, it would have been a different. I think you would have enjoyed it 10 times more.
I was going to add one thing though, Eric. So thank you. I want to thank you for kind of laying that out. So that's exactly what I was kind of shooting for, and we'll continue. But I just want to pause you for 1 second. One other thing I'll add is that, and unfortunately, it's unfortunate, no fault of your own. You even missed out because in the game, when Dr. Brian Price ran it, he used to do, because he has such an extensive memorabilia collection,
Mhm.
as part of their thing when they were doing their corporate presence, they would actually have their own museum. There was a year where they literally had a museum and you could walk around and it was all the equipment and things that he had collected, and he had a bunch of display. They had a whole area. I think it was called like
Jerseys.
In the Game Land or something. I forget what the name was, but
Wow.
they had a whole thing in the corporate section. It was just his stuff that he was sharing, all game used memorabilia, game used jerseys, equipment, everything. That's not even the stuff they put in the cards, but it's stuff he had. And that was his display. Forget about everybody else's.
Yeah, I had a coffee with him a week or so ago. Yeah,
Yeah.
we were talking some old stories. There's some really good stuff. Boy, I can't share it here, but I mean,
I would love to get Brian Price on this show sometime if he was interested, because
he'd be
It's
interested.
in play. We could probably, honestly,
in the
he's still doing
past-
President's Choice cards. Like, he probably would be willing to chat on
in
it.
the
Sure.
past, I have listened to him tell stories on other shows during the pandemic, actually, when I was watching everything that was being made. He was on a couple of different channels, and he is phenomenal. The history, the information, he's a great storyteller to begin with, and then I'm obviously extremely interested in what he's talking about. So yeah, I would, you know,
Great
love to have
stories.
him
And when he
on.
bought Parker's, there's some really good stuff there. And he might get into it too. I
Yeah.
would leave it to
Well,
him
well,
to say.
that's exactly what I wanted to touch on, Bobby, because
Yep.
for the folks that are less familiar, I won't go into the whole thing because maybe now that Eric brings it up, it wouldn't be a terrible idea. Right now, we're getting close to Expo. It'd be a little tricky to try to figure something out now, but certainly something we can broach, and maybe we can get him to come by and give us a couple stories. But to Bobby's point, he brought Parker's back, the brand, in the '90s, and made it back into a thing, and then had dealings with the players associations and everything to the point that they were able to rebuild a brand, the whole in the game brand
Yeah.
that Leaf then had bought, and then kind of continued on did their own thing. But for a while they're in the game and be a player was licensed. They were able to do cards and memorabilia and everything. But going even before that in the earlier part of the '90s, that Parker's resurrection was based on Brian Price getting the IP and being able to do it, and then creating Parkhurst cards through Upper Deck and through, I want to say even, was it Pro Set or somebody else? I think it was Upper Deck and somebody else.
Yeah.
There were like two.
Oh yeah. There
Yeah.
was actually a couple things going on there. There was a lot going on.
But the bottom line is that it's complicated. Like the point that I'm trying to make is that it's not straightforward. It's not like, oh, he brought back the brand, whatever. He partnered with a couple of people first, did that. And then there was the missing link sets. They did that. That was part of the deal. You had to do that first. And then I think that's how Upper Deck agreed to then do the real Parkhurst set, the real resurrection of Parkhurst.
Yeah.
With Eric's green PMGs. Not exactly.
93 ones, yeah.
Yeah. But the point is that in order for that to happen, the missing link sets have to happen first. Mm-hmm. And to their credit, the missing link sets, I think, were extremely very respectful to the source material, because what they did is they did pictures and a design that is not crazy off what would have totally made sense for the time period.
Oh, absolutely.
So it was consistent.
To people.
Yeah, they had the sheriff coins,
yeah.
And yeah, I mean, I think they did a great job. The product was obviously a little cheap, but it was still cardboard, and
I think it was par for the time period, right?
Yeah,
at the time period, I think it was right on par with what you were releasing at the time. The big thing though is that was, and I've shown the card, and Eric has it now. He's got that Gordie Howe card. That was part of that brand. It was early days in the '90s. In card autographs, early days for some of these players, and that was the way too, right? That you would get exactly. But now look at the design; it's very simple, it's very clean, and then there's an on-card autograph. There you go.
And to those who don't really know about what the missing link is in 1956, Parker's didn't release any cards. That's when Topps came in and stole sort of the American teams away from him. He was paying $5,000, for all 6 teams, not $5,000 each. And Topps came in and they wheeled and dealed and offered $15,000 a team. So he ended up with only the 2 Canadian teams. So there's a lot going on between Topps and Parker's through that time period, and that's why there was no cards in 1956, 57, and Topps actually didn't come in for 2 years. So they missed 56-7 and 57-8 or 55-6, 6-7. Yeah. So they missed 2 years after the 54. Then they were getting their stuff together. I think there was some legal aspects. There's actually a big backstory behind that I won't get into, but anyways.
Sure.
That's the missing link is like what happened that year. But they really did do a set because it was a multi-sport set, but there's I think 8 hockey cards in this multi-sport set and our multi-subject set. It's not even sports. Just sports. So there's Horton and Richard and Bellevaux and there's a lot of players in it. So the missing link isn't so missing, but regardless.
Sure. And then they also did a tall boy version. We've talked about that one.
Signed ones, and those ones had signatures.
I've still got one of the one that Eric got from me was one of the ones that they did hand number, but they also had the tall ones. And an important note is that some of them were not numbered. They had extras and stuff. I think I've got the Esposito, but here's the key. Because that Esposito was in the 60s, this is meant to replicate the time period. Esposito is in a Blackhawks uniform. So all the pictures are contemporary to what the player would have worn at the time that the release would have happened. So they stayed faithful to the source material.
And
So
Parker's
I have an example I just want to show, but
Sure, go ahead.
I tried to do something different. I had another cut of Gordie Howe, so I decided to try to do something different. But you mentioned the missing link, Tall Boy,
Yeah.
and
no, it's not Tall Boy. That's another one. That was an ode. That's the Tall Boys that he did. See, Parker's ended in 63.4. Tops came out in 64.5 with the
Yeah.
Tall Boys. So I think he was kind of giving Tops a little bit of a slap on that one, saying, "Yeah, you guys can do Tall Boys, so can we."
No, but that's all I'm saying, Bobby. They basically took the concept and made a Parkhurst version of
Yeah,
what
it's
that would
nice.
have been.
It was
Theoretically,
smart.
had such a thing existed.
Yes, had.
Yeah.
So this was in that, and Gordie's in his All-Star game uniform, and I cut it up to fit the cut in there that I had of him.
Oh,
But
there you go.
that's what the Parkhurst missing link Tall Boy set kind of looked like.
Yes.
But I cut it up.
Clearly, I'll grab the. I think I've got it behind me. I believe it's in the display there. I'll grab one just to show you guys the actual autograph that came in. Is part of the set. I'll show you guys. So actually, this is here. CC says, Eric, did you fly or drive to the Expo in prior years? If so, how was the drive? So if you want to
Did you
answer that,
drove or did you flew?
I drove, and I'll be driving again this year. It's pretty straightforward.
But not with Timmy.
Not with Timmy Two Hats. It's not. I'm talking about just the driving. No, the trip is not straightforward when you got Timmy Two Hats. But
there it is.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, see, nice, very nice.
Yeah, so nice and clean, very straightforward. This is the quote unquote, tall boy version. Now, remember, there are two versions. There's the ones that are actually numbered, and then there's the ones that were like extras, and that's how you can tell. So they'll do the slash whatever. Eric's has numbering, so this one does not, but still, basically same concept. Nice, clean design, solid. And again, the Esposito is in Blackhawks uniform, which would have been more time appropriate to the time they're trying to simulate.
Yours is definitely a lot cleaner looking.
Mm-hmm.
I may have mangled that a little bit, but
it
was my first attempt. It was my first attempt to make my own card and whatever, and I had fun and whatever. I still got the Gordie in there, so
at least you managed not to hurt yourself with the safety scissors, so that's important.
That's true.
Josh says, I missed the day when American sellers brought cheap racks to sell. Facts.
Oh, yeah, man.
Facts. Like I said, cheap junk wax is kind of an oxymoron now. It's a thing of the past. Like I was like, guys, cheap to me is under $20. Cheap to me is like under $10. That's cheap.
Like in 95 or 6 at the Expo, the guys had wax packs and rack packs just lined up all over their tables. It was just unbelievable. And, you just want to go back to that time period just for 5 minutes.
Well, like I said, as a 90s guy, as a guy who grew up with the 90s collecting, I wish the Grizzly Sports Cars, who's still there, Grizzly Sports Cars is still there. But the thing is, at the end of the booth, not anymore, but at the end of the booth for years, they had 90s wax, and a lot of it, they had a lot of the Pinnacle and Leaf and Donruss, and a lot of those ones were at the end. And they would put Donruss Preferred. They would put the various Leaf ones. They even had Leaf Limited for a little bit there. And the prices, even Pinnacle certified, they had a bunch of those. And the prices, if people think about what the prices are on some of those boxes now, it's like, I opened up Donruss Preferred. I opened up tins. And when I say tins, I mean the boxes of Donruss Preferred for $35 a pop. And there were other people who came by and bought like 20 of them. And they're like, yeah, I'll just take a bunch. Because when you open them up, it's like, at the time, it's got the Hossa rookie, which at the time still had some value. So it still has some value, and he's obviously a Hall of Famer, 500 goals. So it's not like he's a bad player. And that's a nice card of his. And if you can get one in nice condition, it still certainly holds some value. But you could open up boxes and boxes and boxes of that stuff at $35 a pop. Think about that, $35 a pop. And the tins themselves are collectible if you like the player. You could get different players on the tins and you could collect it. I have the Medano tin. I went and cherry picked that one. Of course, I had to get that one. But they're like serial numbered, the tins. Serial numbered.
But wasn't Grizzly a franchise? Because I remember seeing them everywhere.
I feel like the answer is yes, but I don't remember. I think the answer is yes.
It was. Yeah. No, because I remember seeing them advertised here, there, and I went, Grizzlies is everywhere. It was like Gunzo Sports. That was another franchise. There was a bunch of other ones too.
Gotcha. All right, Piccolina's here says, Bobby, do you have any Gary James cards, hockey or football?
And he was one player that played both for the Leafs, and he played in the CFL as well. So he's one of the few stars that played in 2 leagues. And no, I don't have any of his cards. I think I've had many over the years, but
Yeah, Bobby's more of a Rick James guy.
Yeah.
yes.
How does somebody play hockey and football when they're relatively in the same season?
Oh, he didn't play at the same time. No. So I think he started out as a football player and then went to hockey, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay.
So yeah, he didn't have a great career in either, but he was still a good enough athlete that he could play in both. So
Hey,
He tried.
I think he played for the Argos as well.
He tried. CC says awesome idea to price on the show. Yeah, I think it's a solid idea. I think it's a good suggestion. I think maybe that's something we could try to do.
It's the what's the do they have everything posted on the Expo?
As
Like
far
the
as
prices to get in and stuff like that.
I think so. Oh, by the way, I also have an answer for you guys on the trade night thing. So let me answer the trade night thing first. I'll do
Go
that
ahead.
first, and then I'll check on the Expo for prices and stuff. I believe the answer is yes, but I'll double check on that one. I do have an answer for the trade night thing though. So here,
Perfect. So
our friends at Canada Sports Cards, CSC, which Bobby and I have chatted about here. We've gone to a couple of their shows. By the way, appreciation. All things considered, I think they've done a decent job with some of the ones we've had a chance to attend. So good on them. So this is CSC Community Appreciation Night presented by Slab Sharks. So here they're going to host the inaugural Community Appreciation Night. This event will be held on Friday, November the 10th at the Aviation Room. Admission is free. A big thank you to their sponsor for supporting the event. So apparently they're going to have it at trade night. So there are going to be multiple trade nights, it sounds like. So this is one, community appreciation event. And you can see sponsored by Red Nails, Canada Cards. So a lot of these sponsors are the same ones that sponsor the CSC shows. Sluggers and, a lot of these other ones here.
Red
Trade
Nails
night,
is still around.
cash
Wow.
bar, promotions, DJ, door giveaways. So it looks like
No.
they're going to do a couple different things.
And explain to me where it is again. Where's
So this is the aviation room, which I think is actually at the Expo. I think it's one of the halls over one of the
It
rooms
is,
at the
I
Expo.
believe.
Oh, all right, so you don't have to drive across town. It's still going to be there.
No,
I think I think what they do is
The whole
post show,
room.
they close the main hall, and then this is one of the other rooms that are available.
Okay.
Which, if you're already there, hey,
I have never ever traded a card in my life, and I've never been to a trade night.
well, you're going to trade me a card for a packet of veggie lemonade.
Oh yeah. Mm-hmm.
If anything happens,
What do you want for that, Carlos?
if
I might get
anything
into
happens to that,
Reggie's.
I swear to God, they'll never find your body.
I'm Latin. I get that threat once a week.
Yeah.
Please, child, child, please, child, please. Settle
That
down.
is a 1 of 1.
It is.
You
It
better
is.
not lose it or have anything happen to it.
I bet it burns really good, Bobby. Fire flames.
I hate you.
Burns real good. Reggie Lemon. I
Here's
bet that
me-
uniform was flammable.
I was looking for this picture earlier, and I just found it. So we got to just kind of backtrack a little. And yes, I was young at one point, but there's Johnny Bauer and I. It's not.
And he had the same smile.
Yeah, there's
Johnny
me.
looks
and Johnny.
young there. You look old. Oh,
Johnny Bauer's
you're on
been
the right.
old for like 50 years.
You're on the right, sorry.
That was Johnny Bauer and I.
There you go. All right. So CC here says, don't tell Eric because we don't want him to hear nice things. Absolutely not. From the few items he has shown, he has a nice collection. They're photocopied. They're on one side, but yes, he's got some decent stuff. Has anyone ever?
Appreciate it. Thank you.
There you go. Has anyone ever met Bernie Perron? I've met Bernie's parents all the time.
Yep. In person. Yeah,
I'm
he's so funny. He's got a great French accent. He's so funny.
I'm trying to
Great
find a
guy.
picture of me and Bernie.
There you
I
go.
really like this camera rolls too long.
I know Carlos has the 1960 Parker Scary James. Yeah, I've got the complete set. So yeah, that's what I said. Like I'm slowly phasing out of my set building, but I've got a few. I've still got a few that and that 60 Parker set I think is it's a nice set. I like the striking look of it. To me, it's like a nice blend. There's Hall of Famers in it, great players, nice, clean looking design on the cards. And you can get it in nice condition for relatively reasonable prices. I think it's a great set if you want to build a set for that time period.
And we haven't found a box for that either.
Mm-hmm. Oh, really? Not a box for 60 Parkers?
Well, it's kind of funny. Out of all the Parkhurst issues, which is really from 50, I wouldn't go 50. Well, yeah, say 51, I guess.
Okay.
51 to 63. So you really have, 12 boxes. 3 have been found.
Okay.
Only 3. 53, 50, a partial top box of 54.5 and 57. And a 62 just recently. Sorry, so there's 4. My mistake. Oh, there
See,
it is.
that's a good image there. It almost looks like a real person instead of the cardboard cutout. It's pretty sweet.
I imagine he's going to be getting pretty old now because he was, that was 8-10 years ago when I met him. So
This was June 19th, 2022.
oh, okay, so he's still okay. Good.
Yeah, so last year.
Makes sense. Makes sense. Just gonna see if I can find the trade night piece. I'll see if I can locate it. Actually, I keep making it. By the way, Bobby, one of my pet peeves of this is I keep wanting to write Sports Card Expo instead of Sport Card Expo.
Mhm.
It's a nuisance. I
Yes,
think they should just get both.
I
think they should
agree.
just get both.
I agree entirely.
It's tough.
My brain just automatically makes it pluralized, but it's not. It's singular. Like you have to make sure you do it. Like otherwise, you get the wrong thing all the time.
Yeah.
It's very annoying. But anyway, whatever. Okay, I'm just trying to see if I can find the trade night thing. Bear with me, guys. So far, I just see the community appreciation night. If I do find something else on the trade night, I will let you know. Now, as far as prices and everything, what you were asking about, Bobby, I will pull it up here, and I believe the answer is yes. I believe they do have it, but I will confirm.
Nice.
I will confirm. Colin Murray here. Good evening, Colin. CC, if you're looking for vintage baseball, stop by a hockey card exchange booth. Carlos bought some 63 Fleer last show. I did, Colin. And I'll probably be back for some more if you got some more for me. So I got to keep chipping away at that set. So thank you, Colin.
Colin's card grubbing on here. Come on.
I like it. I appreciate the shamelessness. I appreciate it. So I will allow it. I will allow it.
Yeah, that's because Colin's probably like the only table in the entire show that has baseball cards.
Yeah.
No, there are others
He
that
does a
baseball
lot of
Why don't you
baseball.
take that
football.
crap out in the parking lot and get it away from my hockey cards?
Look, this
hockey
isn't a
too.
Reggie Lemon card. These are respectable cards.
They're baseball cards. They don't belong there.
Reggie Lemon is lower than that.
Anyway,
Anyway,
no
moving on.
peachy baseball.
True.
No,
65.
I don't care what Yannick said.
Maybe at the show with Bobby is where I should open my 92 Opeachy baseball box. Maybe that's the play.
That's the
Maybe that's the
perfect
time.
place. Yep.
Yeah.
No
All right, let me look
baseball at the Expo.
Hey, be quiet or you don't get any Reggie Lemon. Be quiet. All right, let me look over
Never
here.
finds your body.
See if I can find it. Yeah, whatever.
Maybe you should do a break box on it.
Not only will you be the one who they won't find the body, your family will help me.
They
Okay.
would help you.
100%. Literally everyone. Marcel Dion will put the last piece of dirt on your body.
Pretty much.
It'll be everyone. Don't even
It
worry
might be
about
kicked, but it'd still be the last piece.
it. 100%. Totally.
I can't
This
argue
guy.
any of these. I can't argue any of these points.
No, you
Yeah.
can't.
We're pretty good. We're solid.
Yep. Our facts are pretty sound there, Eric.
Yeah.
All right. So admission. So you got a couple different. I'll do a share screen for this, just so you guys can see.
Yeah.
Let's look here. So you guys can check out. It is Sport Card Expo Toronto. I don't know why I got longer, but sportcardexpotoronto.com. I'll leave a link in the description for you guys.
Doesn't start
But
with
anyway.
Toronto.
They changed it. I think they made it to now specifically specifying Toronto because I think it's just Sport Card Expo before. I think it was different. But anyway, now it's sportcardexpotoronto.com. I'll leave a link in the description. Anyway, so for admission, so you got your 3-day pass for Friday, Saturday, and Sunday is $40, $59 at the door. Pre-order. Pro tip, just pre-order. You can get the scan, just pre-order. It's $40. Kids 12 and under free with any paid adult tickets, courtesy of Upper Deck. Great. Good to know. Individual day passes. The Thursday pass, $25. Friday pass, $17. Saturday, $20, and Sunday, $15. Bit of a weird combo, but okay.
Yeah.
So then you can do that. Order online, which is fine. They're going to have the Edmonton show. Well, that already happened. So those are the 2023 shows. So yeah, so they got the individual days, the 3-day pass. They've got that. You got the VIP packages, of course, as well.
Yeah.
Pretty much standard configuration of stuff. This time around, I'm going to be doing it based on, spoiler, I'm going to be doing it based on dealer. So I'll be doing that. That'll be my approach. Although there is some free stuff you do get with some of these. So it's not terrible. And you can get Fast Pass if you want to get some of the autographs. So fair enough. In the past, there's been some okay stuff. The last couple of times, though, it's been a little disappointing for me, my opinion. But if you're interested in some of the stuff they will include there, you can get a $75 coupon with guest autograph or purchase. If you do like the gold VIP package, $150. So I leave it up to you. There's some options there if you want, but
150.
either way, pre-order it. Regardless, pre-order it because you will get it much cheaper. Just pre-order it. Don't get it at the door.
No.
You know, that's the key. Okay, real quick.
Did they
I'm gonna
update the map?
I'll check for you.
I know. Yeah. You went out. Now you got to come back. It's sport, not sports.
Yeah, I know, right? Let's see. Dealers. Yeah, I'll pull it up here. Let me get caught up on a couple of comments here. Sorry, Eric. Everybody has a Johnny Barr autograph and a photo with him. Yeah, if you're in Canada, you get one basically as a matter of course.
Yeah.
And I think you get a new one every year. So in case you wear the other one out, you get a free one.
When you renew your license, you get those.
Yeah, even if you don't renew your license, you still get one. CC says, if you were to start a set to build, which hockey set would you pick? Well, Bobby already specified. He gave a specific one, which I think is a good option. If I was going to start another set, hockey set, because he specified hockey set, then I would do that 54 tops. If I was going to do another hockey set, it would be the 54.
Really? That's expensive.
Yeah, it is. But like I said,
conditional conditions, you know.
Yeah, but I just think it's such an iconic set. And again, I'm back to the idea that I don't want to do a big set. So if you're going to bother with it, I don't mind chipping away at it a couple of cards at a time and just taking my time with it. There's nothing wrong with that. I think you could build a nice looking set, solid looking set. And like, obviously Gordy's the big expensive one. I already had it, but then I'd have to get another one. But I said, if I was going to start, I'm not going to start another hockey set. Yeah, but if I did, that would be the one.
It was the only set that was issued in wax packs that wasn't bilingual.
Was that
only American? It wasn't bilingual, that set. There was no French on pack.
Makes sense.
It was all American.
Philly Joe says, I've met Bernie multiple times. Fun time. We booth like Three Stooges.
Well, that's Canadian. We booth.
I'm assuming he means both. We both like the
That's
Three
some
Stooges.
Canadian talk right there.
A boot.
A boot.
Supposedly that we say.
Yeah.
Opposed to
that's some Canadian stuff right there. That's nonsense.
Hey, Colin says I'll have twice as much this show. Good to know. All right, good to know, Colin. Well, and then I can chip away my set, so that's encouraging.
Keep it out in the parking lot. You're not
settle down
inside the building.
You heard Eric. If you have a Reggie Lemon, take it outside to the bonfire. I'll show you guys the way. Average Joe card collector. Why am I not surprised Eric has never traded a trading card before? He's a very strange man. David G. Good evening, David G. Is there VIP early access for Thursday evening only?
Yes. There is something, isn't there? It has to be.
Well, there is Thursday. You can get Thursday. That was the $20
additional, isn't it?
Yeah, it was a $20 ticket. You can get, but it's not VIP early access for Thursday evening only. Well, actually, you can pre-order your ticket for Thursday. You can do that, but that's not VIP access.
There's no early access this time, right?
There is if you get the VIP package, but he's saying for Thursday evening only. You can buy a Thursday ticket, but the VIP early access is the VIP package.
It's not.
Yeah,
they VIP alone.
They in like an hour or two before the door opened.
I think it was 15 minutes or something. Wasn't it?
It wasn't.
Yeah, it's not crazy. It used to be. I think be more like, but it's not like you're not getting a huge advantage anymore. No. That's why I say like if you want, I'll just put it this way. In years past, the VIP, and if it's out of the shot, I think. Well, actually, no, it's not out of the shot. Right there, that thing right there. That's a couple of the lanyards. So I've had a couple of different ones over the years. I've had an exhibitor lanyard and a bunch of the VIP lanyards. And when you get the VIP, it used to be that you'd get like a puck holder, you'd get a couple of like packets of different, top loaders and stuff, which would be fine. But then you also get the coupon. You can go to the Beckett booth and get one of the magazines basically for free, or get a discount on the book if you want it. Great. If you just need a refreshed copy of one of the books, great, do that. So that was fine. But it used to be that you used to get better stuff. And you could go through it and find little coupons and things that would be like, oh, redeem this here and get free packs or get this or get that. And as time has gone on, it's slowly shrunk. It's like, what am I paying VIP for again? Oh, but you get fast pass for autographs. Look, man, I'm not going to get in line for autographs. I'm good.
No.
I'm good. It's okay. It's become a lot less interesting as time has gone on. I'll just put it that way. But again, to David G's question, if you are going to order it, there is no VIP early access for Thursday. You can get a Thursday ticket. And if you're going to do it on the website. 100% do it on the website. It will be cheaper and you'll have it ready to go and you'll be able to walk in and just do your thing. Bronze VIP sold out online the last Fall Expo. 100%. Colin says have to fill 10 booths with something, Eric. Facts.
Hmm.
One of the most important rookie cards I bought was Johnny Bowers and still have it. Will never sell or grade. There you go.
Very
Fair enough.
nice.
Fair enough.
I wish I had one. I don't have one.
Well, the Johnny Bauer rookie is where he's at the Rangers, right? That's 54
Yeah,
Parkers?
53.
Yeah.
54, yeah.
Is it 53 or 54?
54.
Okay. Yeah, I thought so.
53.
I remember the look of the card.
Let me look in
It's a
this
nice
book
card,
that
but-
I have. I bet you
There
I
you
can
go.
find it.
Have a look.
There you go. Do that.
Check 53,
Oh,
54, 55.
Oh, actually, since you mentioned it, the question about starting a set, the 54 tops would probably be the set that I would do just because of the 60 cards. However, I kind of gave up on it. I still have the stack of cards somewhere over here.
There's your trade bait for your. Just saying.
Oh, for that, yeah.
It just so happens that this author used the Johnny Bauer rookie card as the photo for the set.
Let's see.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, so it is the 54. That's what I thought. Okay.
Is there the box there? No, that's the other one from that's the missing link box. Sort of.
Nice.
Above.
I don't know. I just know that whoever did this book really did a good job.
That's a tough set to do because of the you have the ad backs, the mail away premium backs.
Yeah,
So-
I have a stack of the 54 Parkhurst,
Mhm.
including some of the Hall of Famers and stuff. But at the time, actually, this is actually a good opportunity to give a little bit of a lot of you in the chat already know this, but for somebody who's less familiar or less aware, I'm going to make a suggestion, kind of playing into what Bobby was talking about earlier tonight. If you're going to go delving back or delving into the world of collecting vintage, I will make the suggestion that unless you have unlimited funds, in that case, do whatever you want. Pick and choose your sets carefully. Measure twice, cut once would be my advice now. Just really make sure that it's a set that you're really interested in. Really kind of dig into it. Find some photos, look at them. If you can see some in person, even better. Do that. I recommend it. And if you are going to pursue it and start it, then be aware that you're kind of in for the long haul. Take your time. Find the pieces that fit your aesthetic or whatever you want to do. But also one other big piece of advice I would give you is try to do a condition or an aesthetic that you will be comfortable with in the long run. And the reason I say that to you is because 54 Parkhurst is a set that I probably have about 30 or 40 cards of the 100 card checklist. So you think, oh, you must be. At one point, I thought about doing that set. And then I kind of got discouraged, not because I can't do it, but because I kind of went cheap on some of the player cards. And it makes it very difficult then to move them if later on you don't want to. Or you decide, or after the fact, you think, oh, I probably should have upgraded some of these. And it's like, it's more of a pain to upgrade after the fact, is my point. So you'd be better off taking your time and building the set more slowly and picking and choosing the right pieces, but also that you make sure the set is one you want to build. You want to take it through to the end. And if you do those things, you're not doing a bunch of different sets. You're focusing on maybe a set or two at a time and just building it and seeing your progress. I think you'll be a lot happier in the end.
Yeah, and I suggest you start with. Everyone says start with the big stars, but don't. You can go to the nice semi stars and get the checklets out of the way. Actually, some of those are equal to the highest price card in the set, anyways. Depends on the set. And then get some commons along the way and work your way up to the top one.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm still working my way.
You want to get which
6970. I have two top sets. But the Peachy set, I don't have the full Peachy set, so I'm coming up there looking for Peachy cards to fill the set.
Do you know what? That's what Woody Gelman did, and I forget the other guy, Bruce Yeko. Those guys were wholesalers in the United States, and they're selling the top set, and then they're selling the second series of a Peachy to the Americans, so that you can have both sets. So you can see a lot of Americans with half tops, half Peachy.
Hey, I'd take that. But no,
it's kind of weird, but yeah,
like I always do. It's on my list. 6970 right there. Just trying to check off more boxes because I would love to get the full Peachy set, and then I have to get every card signed. So I'll be looking for autographed ones.
Oh yeah. You can do that. It's obtainable. That's tough, but yeah.
I mean, that's why I have, that's why this just came in the mail the other day, so I can get, Les Binkley to sign it. And it's another one.
Les signed a lot of stuff. He's almost like he's the Pittsburgh of Johnny Powers, so don't worry.
Well, that's why look, I grabbed the 2019 program and he's down there and obviously he's at the show. Like
Hey, that's
the
great.
only program I have within arm's reach and he's on the list.
Well, he's gonna sign that, and I get to put a little check mark next to his name. So, that'd be
The
great.
last 20 years of shows in Pittsburgh, Les Binkley's been there signing.
Probably, yeah.
Yeah,
right,
no,
so
sure.
Awesome.
I'll read Zach's comment here. I always wanted to do a set. I think I get bored buying comments. I know those seals. Some of them have high numbers that are sneaky expensive. So that's the reason why I started focusing so much on the smaller checklist sets. It's more interesting to me. It feels like more killer, less filler. Now, again, there is a challenge in both. That's the reason why in baseball I kind of got out of collecting the 70s sets, because some of those early 70s sets are 700 cards and it's so many high numbers. Look, I have a 70 tops baseball set that I will finish because I'm already so far into it. Like I'm like 600 cards into it of a 712 card set. I'm so close. I only have high numbers left. I just haven't gone back to it. Like all that's left is the high numbers. I have all the low numbers and mid numbers, all of them. So I've got the Thurman Munson. I've even got the Nolan Ryan. So it's like I'm too far into it at this point, where it's like I will finish it, but I haven't wanted to even go back to it. I'm like, oh, I don't even want to look at this right now. It's all high numbers. That's all that's left, and it's a pain in the ass. So kind of Zach's
expensive.
It is. It is expensive as well, absolutely. But it's also expensive for like, who is this dude? I have to go look it up. But it's like I'm paying $40 for this. Who is this dude? And it's like because it's a high number. So it's like, oh, great, wonderful.
That's it.
Yeah. So to me, that becomes more of a chore. That's the reason why I haven't gone back to it right now. Like I'm chilling with it. I will finish it because, like I said, I'm too far into it at this point. I feel like I have to just to get. I don't want to ever though feel like a collecting project is an obligation, and that set is almost now an obligation, and that's annoying.
That's when you get rid of it. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's like I'm too far into it now. I'll finish it, but it's going to be more of a relief when it's done rather than a satisfaction. That's why I say like I'm picking and choosing these smaller sets. If I'm going to do a set, I'm picking these smaller sets to be like, all right, just let me do a streamlined checklist that is a challenge, but at the same time, not crazy.
Yeah. I want to find the 6970 wrapper, Bobby. Maybe you could help me when I get up there.
Looking tops or O-Pee-Chee. You won't find many wrappers there, unfortunately, but you might find a few.
Either one. I
see, in 2000, I did a large purchase, and I think I ended up with like 40 of every wrap from the 60s and 70s. You missed out. But anyways, that just means they're around, and they're somewhat reasonable. Remember, wrappers aren't cheap. The display box will kill you.
Well, you don't want, yeah. So, Bobby, I appreciate your restraint in not telling them that with the purchase of the app, you get a free wrapper.
Yep.
So now, unfortunately, Eric won't get the app. So unfortunately, he won't get one, but other people will. So that's good.
Are you doing the O-Pee-Chee set, right? Not the tops too?
I have 2 top sets, so I got to finish the O-Pee-Chee, but plus you have the stamp inserts, and you have the team albums. And I mean, it just,
and the foreign ones.
Yeah, the foreign. I mean, it just goes on and on.
Foreign ones are pricey. I just priced them, so get ready.
Well, thanks to you. thanks to 100%. Thanks to you.
All right. Well, he's sucking up to the brow. Let me finish reading this. So Colin says, I have tons of 69 O-Pee-Chee, Eric, but if you said the baseball cards, I get it, Colin. I get it.
Cooties, don't want them.
Yeah. Zach says, I've always been attracted to the 48 Bowman baseball. Fair. Small set. Yeah, that's a reasonable size set. Many grades. True. I think it's got the Yogi Berra in it. I want to say the Stan Musial, Warren Spahn. There's some good ones in there for sure. I've got a few Hall of Famers though. Thought about doing the full set. I think 48 baseball. If you like the look of 48 Bowman, that's a reasonable one. That's not crazy. That's a very contained checklist. That's pretty solid. I love researching the common players, learning about the set. I think if that's your interest, I think 48 Bowman is a good one to take on. Also, a good historic set because post-war, that was one of the first major sets in baseball, which I think is great.
Is that Bobby Orr?
Yeah, do you remember you helping me get that?
Yeah, I think we
There
were
was
looking at a.
There was some guy that was on TV or something that that was in the hallway 2 years ago.
There was Bill Forget. I think he was the guy who had that. Didn't you upgrade or something? He wasn't
No,
in the hallway.
no, this was the guy that was in the hallway between the
Oh, that other
shows.
guy. Yeah. I
He's
know.
on TV. He does storage stuff, or I don't know.
Canadian Storage Wars. Yeah, that's Paul Kenny.
That's who I
He's
bought it
the
from,
gambler.
and you went
Nice.
over with me and helped me get a better deal on it.
Yeah, that was in that back corner around the corner.
Yes.
He was the first guy on
Yep.
the left side there.
But
Yeah.
you helped me get a better deal on it, so thank you again.
All right. So now, if you go to the expo, Bobby, sign it for him. All right. So Double D Vintage Baseball Cards here says, "Hi guys, new to the channel, been enjoying this very much. Thank you, Double D. Appreciate you. Feel free to chime in the chat. It's enjoyable when we have a little back and forth with everybody. So it's a lot of fun." And Rick knows, Dylan, where have you been? Nice. So good. Thank you guys for participating. Appreciate it. But yeah, I would say, if you guys, I have no problem chatting some vintage and stuff because it can be enjoyable. But I like having a mix of stuff. But no, if you guys want to chat some vintage, that's what I say. Off the top, I made sure to cover all the housekeeping stuff. I wanted to make sure we talked about the pieces we needed to talk about. But the truth is, we're in a lull news-wise. Like news-wise, there's not a lot of news. Even I joke because even Neo and Dustin and those guys, their videos were like, Panini and Fanatics may go on for a while. So basically, you got nothing to say. There's nothing for you to talk about at all. It's like you had to make a video just to say you've got nothing to talk about.
I think there is something that's been going on. I know we've touched on it, and I'm being serious.
Okay.
Is that we as the hobby are continually finding, even in this new Upper Deck Series 1 product, these continuous one of ones that are not one of ones.
Oh, so I'm glad you brought that up.
100,
and it's getting to be ridiculous.
So I'm glad you brought that up because I do. So I'll start off with this now, but I do broach it in the conversation that I will post on the channel. So it's already uploaded to the channel. It's ready to go. It's scheduled and everything. It will appear next week. I wanted to separate. I wanted to give Rick, Wade Boggs fan, I wanted to have this week so that we could have that, and then next week I'll post the other one. So I've recorded them back to back. But the other one is with Jake, 90s b-ball cards, and we talk about a lot of 90s cards and everything else. But I do discuss kind of that one of one that you're talking about. So let me quickly relate so everybody knows. And I'll quickly, before I do that, real quick, I'll read Rick's comment. It's hockey card talk. It's not just hockey card talk, Rick. Part of it is a consequence of getting rid of them. Part of it is a consequence of the audience that we're talking about. I have no problem talking vintage baseball because I know it. So, but like it is what it is. Bobby, though, is a wealth of knowledge in vintage hockey, and Eric is an enthusiast. And just a creepy bastard is what he is. So that's basically how I put it.
Again, I can't argue these points.
Yeah, like I'm just saying. So Bobby is an expert. I am very well versed, being that I've been around it a long time. And Eric is an enthusiast.
Well, let's look at the facts. I read Bobby's books. Bobby does not read mine.
No.
Mm.
And the Barella's in the garage of knowledge.
That sums it up.
Oh, one more thing about 1969 before we get into the newer stuff.
Other than us laughing every time you say 69, go on.
Maybe. It's really interesting. As I was doing the research, I was coming up with a few more extra things, and it seemed that 69 was the first year they went from 5 cents, which was 5 cents from 50 whatever right through to 1968, and then in 1969 they went to 10 cents. Now on the Topps box and wrapper, it doesn't say how many cards are in there, but only on the O-Pee-Chee second series did they mention that there's 8 cards in there, and it's on the wrapper, 8 cards, but not on the first or the Topps series, which is really interesting because I think what happened, we've always questioned about whether 68 was maybe 6 cards or something, but I'm going, if they're offering from the 50s 4 cards and gum, and the 60s mostly through the 60s 4 cards and gum, what made them go to 6 cards? I never understood when people said that. I said, well, 6 cards. Why would you go to 6 cards? You're not giving them more stuff for less money. So what are you doing? So that is the first official year that they went to 8 cards. And I think prior to that, it was really 4 cards. So I think that's, I noticed that on the box the other day, and I went, "Oh, it does say that." Because you look at the little nuances, and when you're looking in general, you don't catch it. But it was really interesting time that's when they went to the new 10-cent cards, and it lasted quite a long time. So
Nice.
interesting.
Sounds good. Thank you, Bobby. So real quick, covered that one. Thank you, Rick. 60 Parker's 61 Morrison card is expensive because the last card in set and because of the doors. Thank you. I love hearing about it all. Good to know. And by all means, feel free to participate, ask questions, anything that works for you. So we always appreciate the engagement. Zach here says, I've got the 48 stand. Some of the stories about how those guys got discovered in the small town leagues are fascinating. Yes. Baseball is very good for the history, stories, and a lot of that because it's been around so long. So there's a lot of good stories for a lot of these players and their backgrounds. And yeah, that's why you can read biographies of a lot of these guys. And there's a lot fascinating stories. Fascinating stories. And it adds a certain element to it.
There's this baseball player who lightning hit a tree in his backyard, and he made a special baseball bat out of it, and he became this great hitter. And then his like last at bat, he hit a home run and it smashed all the lights in the. I think they made a documentary about it.
Yeah, that was The Natural. That was Roy Hobbs, and it was based on the Greg Jeffries story. It was based on the Greg Jeffries story.
Oh,
few people know Greg Jeffries.
Robert Redford in that.
Robert Redford, yeah.
He does look a little bit like Robert Redford.
Mm-hmm.
Who?
This Roy Hobbs guy that I watched the documentary about.
Few people know also that Robert Redford got the first NBA three-pointer. Isn't that right, Eric?
I think he did.
Moving on. Anyway, so bottom line is that outside of Eric's ridiculousness that we ignore on the whole, yeah, we obviously Bobby can go into great depth and great knowledge in a lot of the vintage hockey and also memorabilia and a lot of other pieces as well, talking about all of those elements of it. But yeah, but I joke about it because one of my favorite things, I'm leaving it for now, but one of my favorite things is that, and I joke about it with Rick and a lot of the other folks, is that I laugh because we're so pigeonholed. Now, Bobby, like I said, at the end of the day, you've done great scholarship work, hashtag scholarship, real hashtag scholarship work on the thing. But I laugh because, yeah, we've got your great knowledge here. But I was like, I know plenty about vintage baseball. I just don't get to talk it that much. It becomes, I've been pigeonholed. We're stuck. Like, I'm stuck. I don't
talk too much about the cards. I talk about the set. I talk about the little special things that are with the display box or wrappers, and that's the most important part because everyone would talk about cards. There's guys who know cards, and they'll just, oh yeah, card 147. Yeah, no, I don't know 147.
No, I agree with you because it can become almost trivia at that point. If you just want naming off facts about certain sets, then it becomes trivia. Then it's not. I hesitate to call that knowledge really, but it's something. So we can't complain about that too much. One other thing I was going to say, and I'm trying to remember. We'll talk more about
unique characteristics. That's all.
Yeah, for sure. I think we'll talk more about, like I said, we'll talk more Expo next week for sure. We'll definitely do that because obviously it'll be the week before, so that'll be where we'll really go into a little more depth. I'll put together a little program for us, and we'll definitely touch on some items. Philly Joe says
Brian Price on. That'd be good.
We can try. Like I don't have his contact, but I can try to reach out. Yeah, so let's give that a try. Let's see if we can arrange for that. Sure. Philly Joe says, doesn't the number of cards in the pack have to do with the number of cards printed sheet? Collation and 32 cards per sheet. Oh, I get what you're saying, Philly Joe. He's saying, doesn't the number of cards in the pack have to do with the number of cards per printed sheet? Not necessarily.
No, not
yeah, because it's one of those things where
not pre-90.
Well, also, like here, there's a really simple way of thinking about this. If that was true, then 86 year basketball, there's too many cards in the box. No, like forget everything else. Like let's just use that as a very simple example. There's 132 cards in the set. Yeah. And then think about how many cards are in the box and the fact that you should, with normal collation and no weirdness, you should get multiple Jordans in the box because of the nature. If you were going to weigh it properly and you say, I've got 132 cards in it, then we should scale back the number of cards per pack so that it's not so easy. You buy one box and you basically have a lot of the key cards you want.
I think they were sold more by the pack than they ever were by the box. Only until 100%. The 90s. Until the 90s, that's when it started. When then it was box sets, and stuff like that. So it didn't really matter. But in the 80s, and you have to understand, it's been 132 cards for decades. Back then, it was 132 cards on the sheet. Going back to the 69, the second series, they added 99 cards and made 33 double prints. It's like, what were they thinking? They just wanted to get the cards out. This is what the standard was, and how many cards they put in the pack really relied on the price of the pack at that time, not on the sheets or anything. It would go up and down, so they would lessen the cards. And look at 85. You got Lemieux's rookie. That it's like 7 cards in that
Yeah.
set. That's like they went, what happened?
It's also to be fair though, like one of the key things is that there was also in different eras, but there was also an element of competition to it, because if you're offering 5 cards for this, it's like, we'll offer 6. It wasn't always like that, but that would be an aspect. Like when Topps and Bowman were going back and forth, they were competing on aspects of the sets or how many cards they would put in the packs and things of that sort to try to differentiate themselves and say like, we're offering you a better value, so here you go. We've got more cards in our set, plus you can get more cards per pack, or vice versa, or whatever the case may be.
Yeah, it seemed like earlier on in the 50s and 60s with Topps and Parkhurst, it was more about what they made in the set, like inserts or special things on the back, and just different way of collecting. That was their competition. It wasn't about how many you got in the pack or anything, because it was pretty standard for plus gum. So. Except 54 was 6 cards.
Makes sense. It's crazy. I think 64 Topps hockey tall boy cards were 5 cents. How many cards were in the pack?
4.
There you go. Thank you.
There's 4 cards in every pack prior to 1968, except for 54. If for hockey. And actually that goes for, PG baseball. It probably goes for most of the Topps. Back in that time period, I think Topps was 5 or 6, a little different, but yeah, we had more packs in our box. That's the difference. We had 36 where Topps had 24 in 1974. Then we went to 48, and they went to 36. Enough said.
Makes sense. So, kind of leading into what we were talking about a little earlier, I want to open it up. What do you guys? What's that?
We're gonna talk about the 101s, or we just gonna?
Oh, sorry. Thank you for reminding me. No, that's good.
I'm really mad.
Very, very much so. Yes. Okay. So for the new Upper Deck flagship, one of the insert sets is the population counts, and the population counts had different print runs depending on whatever number was put on it. It was one of the ways that Upper Deck could save some money because they didn't have to individually number them. The pop count 1000 is a print run of 1000, but you didn't have to number each individual card. Fair enough. Whatever. So you go all the way down to the pop count 1, which is a 1 of 1. And the big scandal obviously has been Topps or Fanatics Overlords. The issue with the multiple superfractors. That's been a big thing. But then Upper Deck had their issue where the pop count 1, there is a Kirill Kaprizov card for Minnesota Wild player. And there were 2 of the pop count 1s that were pulled separately. 2 of them. And they were actually both on eBay for a brief moment at the same time.
Do you see the price difference? The price difference was insane.
Oh, for sure. But bottom line, though, and like I said, I did touch on this with Jake when I had that conversation with him, that it'll air next week, so you guys will see it. But the thing is that when it came to the having multiple 1 of 1s, it was like, obviously for hockey, it was this big thing, like, oh my God. But it was the same thing that happened with Fanatics and the superfractors. And it's like, well, how did this happen? So, well, they made an extra one for sure. And it's like, well, why did it end up in the, in the boxes, in the sets? Why was it pulled? Because both of them were pulled in breaks normally. And like, what happened there is like, well, what happened there is manufacturers don't own the manufacturer. Now, what's funny is Fanatics actually technically does own the manufacturer now. But for years now, these suppliers that they have are doing the sets for everybody. So regardless of what it is, so that's the reason why, if you guys remember, it's been a while now, months, I think, there was this mini scandal a while back where there was a pack of cards opened and there were multiple manufacturers' cards in the pack. And it's like, well, how's that possible? Because they're all made in the same factory. If everybody's using the same supplier and it's being made in the same factory, then yeah, you can accidentally intermix cards. You can have multiples of this, multiples of that. It's clear the quality control and quality assurance is not there. They're printing out a lot of stuff, just churning it out, getting it out the door, and no one's paying attention. No one's caring enough to do it. Why is that? Well, because it's one supplier doing it for everybody, and because you don't own your own manufacturer for the most part. Fanatics does now. But because you don't own your own manufacturer, you can't install your own quality assurance and be like, all right, we're screwing up, fix it. You can still try, but now it's different because you're literally doing it with a contracted supplier for most of them. Upper Deck has the same problem everybody else does because you're dealing with certain suppliers. So what do? You complain, right? So now you have to figure it out. It's like, okay, what happened? What did you guys do? You guys were supposed to pull one of them, put one of them in the pack, and the other one is supposed to be there as a backup in case there's damage.
Well, now we got more backup damage.
Yeah, that's right.
3 1-of-1s.
Well,
I think that's
the
good. That
different
makes
issue.
it extra rare.
Oh, sure. But Bobby, the third 1-of-1 though is a different issue. That's somebody screwing around. Because when you make 1-of-1s, having a backup for damage, that is a normal precaution that has happened for years. Because that's been a thing.
I think it's 2 or 3 they make for backup damage.
They should make one for sure. Because obviously things can happen. But making one for backup is not an unusual. That goes back 30 years, like to basically the beginning of 1-of-1s. But having multiple backups is like, somebody over there is just screwing around, just playing around with the CAD program and pressing the button. We'll make a couple more. Don't worry about it.
Brian Price has a good story about that anyway. So
there you go. Perfect.
Oh yeah.
But
he's got some great shit.
Exactly. Perfect.
Oh, he's an incredible storyteller.
Yeah. And he has
bottom line,
he talk well. I did most of the talking when we had coffee, but
now bottom line though is that regardless, whenever we talk about these things, and that was a point I made with Jake when we were talking, is I said, well, why do we have extra uncut sheets from the 90s? Essential credentials and all these great inserts and stuff. We've got all these uncut sheets. It's like, because they made extra. So it's like, that's 30 years ago. And they were still making extras and doing that. It's like, that's not normal. That is normal in the past. And that's the reason why they exist today. But we're in the social media age. So every time they screw up, we're going to find out about it because we'll hear about it in triplicate.
Mm-hmm.
Backup of the backup. Can't have too many disaster recovery backups. Now you're thinking, Stu. Now you're thinking. Facts. Yeah, but no, to Eric's point, like I said, Eric's also talking about it from one perspective. Like, here's the thing. I don't care because at the end of the day, it doesn't make any difference to me. However, I can also understand how it happened, but the only solution to it is going to be to have someone whose job it is to be quality assurance and basically send them over and be like, guys, we're paying you to do this job. Can you do it properly? Because they're getting really sloppy.
Bounty? Wasn't there a bounty on one of them?
For Fanatics, once the second 1-of-1s became apparent, they did offer that. But the problem is now, so this is the question that's been posed. You had 2, and you said, if you're the first one to redeem, we'll pay you X to get one off the market. But if you got 3, what do you do with it?
They pay you XX?
I guess so. I don't know. Is this a set that isn't serial number stamped, but the label on top of the card? That's pretty. That was a hockey card in SCR the other night. Yes, those should be the pop count ones. Yes, they're not serial number stamped. It is pop count. I'll see if I can find the picture.
I've been trying. I don't remember where the hell that stupid article was.
I actually think I saw one that I should be able to pull up for you guys. Let me see if I can. I will do my best to pull one up for you because I think I can actually give you guys the picture of the correct one.
I've been working on it, and I'm not.
But which 1-of-1 is it?
It's Kaprizov. So Kaprizov, the Minnesota Wild player, that's the one that we're.
And it comes in a, and it comes in a soft, I can't even find them in here.
Got it. I got it.
Of course you do. It comes. Yeah. It comes in like a one of these soft things with this.
Okay, so this is what we're talking about. So this is it says population count 1 at the top, and it's Kaprizov, and they're acetate cards, so they are the see-through design they did this year. So this is what the card looks like. This is supposed to be a 1-of-1. The problem is there are 2 of them. That's the issue. That's really what it comes down to. There are 2 of these. They're not individually numbered, but at the end of the day, as soon as it says pop count 1, that's it. That's all that should exist. And the problem is there are 2 of them. So that's the front and that's the back. And like I said, they're acetate. So here, let me do that. There you go. That's all it is. It's a very kind of basic card. There's nothing crazy about it. But the thing is, there's supposed to be only one inserted into the packs, and the other one should exist as a backup. That's it. The problem is both of them made it into packs, got pulled separately of each other, and were briefly on eBay at the same time. That's how the people found out that
they're invisible.
Obviously. That's the answer. So that's the thing is that No, it's not a good look, but at the same time, I guess in a certain way, what's interesting is given that it's Upper Deck and given that it's not as widespread as the Fanatics example, because one of the conspiracy theories was that the Fanatics thing was, was done on purpose and whatever. Say, well, then what does the third one do for you? I guess, let me make sure I get this right, because I want to make sure I phrase this correctly, because there's a term for this. And it's saying, do not attribute to malice what can be explained by stupidity, basically.
Yes.
Like, yeah. So I will see if I can find the name of the thing. But that's basically the phrase that I'm looking for.
So what's the responsibility
it's not malice. It's actually
Have they talked about what they're going to do to solve this problem? Are they going to buy one from somebody? Are they going to?
So the Upper Deck one, I don't know what their answer is to that. I don't know yet.
I mean, one guy wants $1,000 for the one of one.
You can want $1 million for it. It doesn't really matter.
But he put it on. One guy put it on eBay for like $1,000, and the other
that was the one I showed. It was like 985 or something.
Yeah, and the other one had it for much, much less.
So it's Hanlon's razor. So there's an Occam's razor, which is a different thing, but there's this Hanlon's razor, and I actually have seen two versions of the phrase, but the upshot of the phrase is don't attribute to malice so it can be sufficiently explained by stupidity, whatever. But that's the gist. That's the gist of the concept here. Sometimes people are just dumb and they screw up. Sometimes it's not a vast. Again, there are conspiracies sometimes, but sometimes it's not a vast conspiracy. Sometimes people are just really stupid. Sometimes it's rule number one.
Yes.
Sometimes sometimes that's it. That's it. It's just you're just dumb, because it's like the Fanatics one. You could make an argument given the amount of duplicate one of ones. But Upper Deck, I don't think has any interest in doing that. Like they don't need the PR hit of looking stupid.
No.
At a certain point, it's like
a Hanlon razor is like the Occam's razor. It's like the most sensible answer is stupidity.
The simplest. Yeah. But that's the bottom line. Is that, look, think about this for a moment. I understand the idea and the inclination to look at like this vast, like, oh, it's like an advertising thing. It's like, but the thing is, you look really dumb. Sometimes looking really dumb hurts your brand in the long run. So it's like, even if it's supposed to be like this convoluted advertising campaign, it's like, no, that doesn't help you in the long run. It costs you money and it makes you look stupid. Why would you want to do that?
Fanatics trying to 10x the wrong way.
Yeah. Well, that's the problem though. Like Upper Deck obviously doesn't have the same mandate. So for them, it's like, oh crap. They're probably just sitting there going like, oh man. Like now, I can imagine Billy and a bunch of the other folks at Upper Deck go, oh, come on, guys. We're trying to do a thing here, and like it's going so well, and people are for the most part digging a lot of the stuff we're doing. And then we got to now talk about this bullshit. So I don't think they went out to intentionally create this headache for themselves.
No. So do you really think it was stupidity, or do you think it was purposely done?
For Upper Deck, it's 100% stupidity. Totally.
Oh yeah, maybe. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, Upper Deck cannot afford to play weird, crazy games. Fanatics has the resources to be able to do really wacky stuff and try it if they really want to, but Upper Deck can't afford to play that game. They got to play it straight for the most part.
Remember, any news, bad or good, is good news for a company.
Upper Deck has taken some serious body blows though for not releasing stuff on time. Like they're not in a position to be. Yeah, they're like they want a clean launch of some of these products in a row to like get some of the bad taste out of people's mouths.
But it becomes content, and content creates views, and I think there's an ulterior motive there, or could be. But that's conspiracy.
Well, that's the pitch for the Fanatics thing,
but
Bobby.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I just don't think Upper Deck is in a position to play that game. That's just my opinion. I just don't think they're in a position to play that game the same way, even if they wanted to. They're not in a position to play it.
So did you see? I finally found what I was looking for. So I've been doing my best to pay attention, but I was determined to find this.
This is a very important comment, by the way. Taco Fractor activated.
Ooh, nice.
The first stolen base of the World Series. If you have one of them, you can have the Taco Fractor can be activated. So first stolen base of the World Series activates the Taco Fractor. Someone's got free tacos for life.
That sounds like a Pokemon thing.
Don't know what any of that means. So there's two of the Nikita Kucherovs, right? Which we talked about.
Is this the population count? No, yeah. I said Kaprizov. So this is a Kucherov population count one as well.
And then Yaroslav Askarov has three of them that were all one of ones.
What for
Right.
the population count?
Yeah. So these are all. I'm trying to show this to you. It's not easy, but those are all one of ones for the
Okay,
upper
hold,
deck.
hold on. Let's see if I can.
They're all the same card, one of ones, all on eBay for different prices.
It's one of one.
And there's 3 of them.
This is Askarov.
It's asinine,
Yaroslav Askarov.
Okay.
And the other one.
By the way, that's a name that could be again. We're not
Yep.
mature on Fridays, so
and
there's
the
more
other
jokes.
one was
There's- oh, yeah.
Nikita
I'm holding
Kucherov.
back.
So they just keep
What,
reprinting.
so is it just the Russians?
Yeah, it's a
seems
Russian
so- it's
thing.
yes. Isn't that funny?
This sounds like
Interesting.
sabotage, just to me.
It is.
Told you.
Okay.
Wasn't
Hey, you want to
stupidity.
start wars? We're gonna mess up your cards.
That's it.
Okay, so I see one of them in Terra Peak right now. I see that. Are the other ones live, or what's the situation with that?
This
Oh,
was-
okay, hold on. I see it. Hold on. Okay,
What website?
so here I will try to show. Hold on.
Cardboard
let-
and Illuminati on Instagram is where
No, I got you, but I always like to try to pull it up myself if I can. So
Yeah,
okay, so let's take this
yeah.
a step at a time. Okay, so here is Terra Peak. This is, by the way, is a very good resource if you just want to look stuff up. It's solid. Okay, so this is active. I looked at completed, but now I'm looking at active. So first, you got a Yaroslav Askarov population count 1. So I'm going to click on it, and I'm going to open it up, and then I'm going to switch to the windows. Hang tight. So I'm going to open the window, and we're going to look at the seller and see what we got. Okay, so this is the first one. I clicked on that. Population count 1, same thing I just showed you with the Kaprizov a second ago. So this is from Apple Tree Sports Cards. Here you go, population count 1. Okay, so now what I'm about to do is I'm going to go grab the other one. I'm going to grab the next one here. Because all we really need is 2 to make the
From
point.
the tree.
It looks like it, yeah. Yeah, okay, great. Okay, so let me go over here. I'm going to do share screen again.
I'm thinking cookies. Apple tree. Yeah, nice.
Yep. So here's another seller, Askarov. Yeah, population count 1. Yeah, it looks like it. Looks like they got multiples.
So there's 3 of those, and 2 of the. Jesus Christ! Here we go.
Yeah. Bottom line is, you know what this means, don't you, Eric? You know what this means, don't you?
Only collect vintage.
Billy.
Yeah. He's getting it.
I think you need to send him a bunch of memes. You need to send him a bunch of memes of disapproval.
Yeah. So, the products is just out. I mean, is it been an actual week since they've been out? Maybe.
Give or take.
More.
Give or take.
And
A bit more.
I mean, within a week, they found 3 of this guy and 2 of that guy.
That's pretty
bad.
fast, actually. Considering there's more one of ones. Coming.
Yeah. So I'm saying in just a week, they've already found 3 of one, 2 of the other.
Okay, can I pose again? Look, I'm going to stick with what I said earlier because nothing has really changed as far as that concerned. I think there's a gross incompetence thing too. You know what would make me really happy, Bobby? It made me really happy if all these duplicate one-on-ones came out of the same factory.
It'd be ninice.
All of them, every single one of them.
Well,
every last one.
You go to grab one. You only think
Yeah,
you got one, but
it'd
you
be
got
really
3.
cool. What if it's just one or 2 employees who are like, "Fuck you guys," like, you know what? Forget it. We're gonna do whatever we want. And you know what? I'm going to print off a Booby or rookie card too. Screw you.
Yep. Get it all
Doing
going
it.
on.
Those are
We're doing
good. I got one.
See? Came out of the same factory. It's not real. Anyway, so
So-
CC says, pop of 1, 3 times makes sense. 1 for PSA, 1 for SG and BGS. Exactly. You have the right mindset. That's right. I'm kind of secretly hoping Bobby came out of the same factory. The exact same one. And we pin it down to patient 0, and it turns out it's just this one dude who's like, fuck you guys.
That's
One
it.
of one, my ass. I'm hitting print, 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 print. I'm just pressing this button until somebody
the
stops.
whole
me.
sheet. The whole sheet.
Yeah, the whole sheet.
Yeah.
But I do think it's funny that it's all Russian or Russian sounding names.
Hmm.
All the ones you've named are like Russian sounding names.
Has there been any others?
Well, we named out 3. Kaprizov, we got Askarov. And what was the other one, Eric? What was the third name?
No, those are the only 2 that I have here. Vinny actually sent this over to
Okay.
me. I just want to give
Gotcha.
Vinny credit.
Sure.
So it's Yaroslav Askarov has 3 of them,
Okay.
and Nikita Kucherov has 2.
Yeah, but I also told you Kaprizov has 2.
Pretty soft.
So that's the third person.
Okay, so
Yeah,
Yeah,
Kaprizov, I
I'm-
can confirm. Kaprizov was the first one that became known. That was the first one.
so that's 3 players with
Yeah.
multiple 1-of-1s.
But also 3 players that are like Russian sounding names.
Yeah,
If they're not
There
Russian,
obviously
like
be something going on.
I blame Putin.
Uh,
Basically, like I blame
Always
Putin.
blame Putin.
Gotta be. Who else?
It seems obvious to me that Putin's behind this. Trying to ruin our hockey cards. Damn you, Putin. Damn you.
Yeah, Putin.
Korean cardboard. Good evening, gentlemen. I hope you've been well. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Hope you're doing well as well.
Yeah.
But yes, turns out the conspiracy is in effect, and I blame Putin.
Yep. This is
Putin.
what happens when you invade countries and start wars.
Jerks.
We get back at you by screwing up all your Russian hockey player cards.
Mhm.
Haha. Won't do that again, will you bastard?
Mhm. As a man of peace, I am horrified by this entire turn of events. But it is what it is. What are you going to do? But you know what's funny, Bobby?
Oh.
I still don't really have to care. Doesn't really matter. Doesn't make any difference. Make 100 of them. Who cares?
I would do it.
It's funny. It's fun. Let's just be clear. It's funny.
If I was working there making minimum wage, I'd do it.
Yeah.
Because what, you're going to lose your job and go where? To another job that makes minimum wage?
You go do an Oprah. You get a 1-of-1. You get a 1-of-1. You get a 1-of-1. Eric, you get a 1-of-1. Here,
Yeah.
fuck you. Reggie, 1-of-1. Fuck you.
1-on-1,
That's right.
1-on-1, 1-on-1.
Hey,
We
it can
didn't
that
get
Reggie
into the-
Lumlin 1-of-1 can hear you. You be nice.
We didn't get into the Expo map there.
Yes, we can. I have okay, you want the map? Dealer
We're
list? What
going
are you
on
looking for?
tangents. It's funny.
No, I have the page up, but I'm asking. You want the map? Is what you're shooting for? You want the map?
Yeah,
Let me
people can
see.
see the setup, right? I don't
Let
get the
me
list
see.
of people there.
All right,
I don't
same,
even know
let
if
me
I'm on
see.
the list yet. Am I?
same,
I don't know.
same places last year, right?
Is
Same
that
hall.
under Needham? Is that the name that we're using?
Yeah, it would be Needham if they're there.
Okay, I'm looking.
Because
Hang on.
he just told me my booth last week. So
Okay, well the deal. So for the record,
this week.
the dealer list is still showing the April 2023 dealer list. All right, I'm looking for November 2023. This is on the site right now. Just looking at the dealer info here.
Look at dealer.
So
Yeah.
so we got it's still showing the 2023 floor plan from April.
Oh, really? They didn't.
Yeah,
update it?
at least what it says. The one that I can link here, the one that I can click on, is the 2023 April floor plan.
Okay.
So that's not the right one. That's not the one we
No,
want.
no, it's a totally different. Yeah, it'll be like wow. That's why I was hoping they could show it and see where everything.
You know,
else
Bobby.
changes.
Well, actually, you know what? Let's see if I can ping. I'll shoot after we're done the stream. I'll shoot Mimsy a message and be like, "Hey, man, you got an updated floor plan? At the bare
Yeah,
minimum, we want one.
He knows.
They got to fix it up. Great time to score 1-of-1s. Clearly,
So I want to
Good,
ask.
Sean, right?
I want to ask again. Is it in the same location as last year? Same
yeah, of
hall.
course.
Everything.
the hall. You mean?
Yeah, the halls are
The
still
hall.
there.
That's what I said. Is it in the
But
same
the other
hall?
hall is where all the grading's going to happen. Then the other hall's the autographs. So it's
So same location as last year.
oh yeah. We're not going to change that.
All right. Well,
no reason to.
2 years ago we did, because they gave that hall to somebody else.
Oh yeah, that was a different scenario. Yeah. But it's
So
in
that's
the
what
it's in the hangar.
what I'm
It's in the
asking.
hangar. Hangar number 5. Yes.
I've been
Twice.
twice.
Twice they
It's
changed
been
it.
2 different places. I'm asking, where is it going to be this year? Same place as last year or different?
That's what I
You're
just
saying
said.
same. Okay.
Yeah.
Great.
But it's extended.
Yeah. Well, so to be clear,
But
we'll
the
have to
main
follow
hall
up.
is the
So
main
to be
hall.
clear, we'll have to follow up with Menzie about the floor plan. Definitely, we want to have the proper floor plan for next week for sure. Hat tricks and home runs here. Good evening. Location same. Grading in main hall, auto in Lonesome Hall, Arrow Hall. Okay.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Thank you. Appreciate that. And I found the official trade night. So I showed you guys the CSC one. I showed you guys that one. It is
Sure.
Mint Link. It is Mint Link. Like I said, that's the other one.
How many
So we
trade
got
nights?
that here.
There'll be more trade nights than there'll be Expo days.
Looks like it, yeah. So this is okay. So this is interesting. So let me read this. I'll show you guys, but I'll also read it. So this is from the official Sports Card Expo Instagram. So that's where I'm getting it. So this here, party doesn't stop Expo weekend. Get tickets to official trade nights. Party sponsored by Midlink. The party starts on. It says Sunday, November 11th, but it's
Really?
Saturday, November 11th on the screen.
Yeah,
so
it's
November
11th.
11th, I think, is a Saturday. So
It is.
one of them. So the first one, shoot, what was the CSC one? It was the Friday, right?
Yeah,
I think
might
CSC
be.
was Friday. I'll double check, but I'm
Really?
pretty sure they're two separate days. Anyway, this one here for the Mint Link, which is the one that I thought would be there for sure. Trade night after party, Saturday, November 11th, Hall 4 and 5, inside the International Center, directly across the Expo Hall. So this is for the Mint Link trade night. So that is going to be in the Expo Hall, and it says it starts at 6 p.m. It looks like it's the Saturday. Yeah, starting at 6 p.m.
But the other one, because on Friday, the Expo's open till what, 8 or 9? So
the
how are you going
Expo-
to have a show after that, like the trade night, like 10, 11, 12? Like
I
for
will tell
3
you.
hours? After that, that seems a little bit late.
I will tell you. Hang
You know,
on.
for the hall and what have you. I'm just saying.
Yeah, Friday is 8 p.m. Let me see what the CSC one's showing here. Let me
It's 8
look at the
p.m.?
CSC
Okay.
one now. Community Appreciation Night, Friday. Friday is 7 to 11. So apparently, yeah. So the other show would still be open. So it starts an hour before the show ends. So it goes 7 to 11 on the Friday.
Okay,
That's what the
gotcha.
aviation room was.
Yeah,
Which is
okay.
fine. It's not the end of the world. So it's the Mint Link is the trade night on the Saturday.
Yep.
And the CSC
CSC.
Community Appreciation Night
Right.
is on the Friday, starting at 7 p.m.
7 to 11, yeah.
Yeah, 7 to 11.
So 2 appreciation, trade, whatever nights.
Yeah. Well, the Mint Link one was the same. The Mint Link is the one who did the trade night last time. And kind of a quick point, obviously, for our American friends here. Trade nights haven't been a thing for us in the past. It's only the last couple of years they've started to try to incorporate some of that.
They were never.
I can't speak to it
before.
They never were.
Prior
Yeah.
to pandemic, never. No, I don't remember trade nights.
No, they didn't really exist. Not here.
They weren't.
There just wasn't
invented yet.
incentive. There just wasn't incentive. You could get most of the transactions you wanted done on the show floor anyway.
But even
Wasn't a big
even prior to the pandemic in the United States, so there wasn't trade nights, was there? No.
Yeah,
I don't
the
think
Car
so. I
Collector
think it-
2 one predates the pandemic.
I think it was forged through the pandemic. With the
I'll
hype.
check on that. I don't think I actually think it predates it. Collector 2. Pretty sure it does. Trade night.
It wouldn't be for many years. It would only be for a year or two. I can't see it. I don't even remember hearing it prior to pandemic.
2016.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it predates the pandemic by a bit.
Where's that? The National or something?
Yeah, the National. Yeah.
Okay.
The first year they did a trade night was in 2016. So it predates it. Yeah. Now the initial ones were very small. Like the first trade night literally attracted 40 people. Like it wasn't like, yeah, but because it literally was, uncharted waters. They were just throwing
Sure.
something together and trying
Makes
it and whatever.
sense.
Yeah. So thank you, hat tricks and home runs. Appreciate you. And also, good evening. Thank you for popping in.
That's
So
fine.
new name. So I appreciate you chiming in. Thank you. It was the National, yes. Yeah, and the last one was more than 3,000. Like they're crazy now. But it was 2016. So it was pre-pandemic that they had started it, and it grew every year a little bit, and then obviously after pandemic exploded. So
yeah,
no doubt.
That's for sure. That's why I didn't hear of it really before.
Yeah, but here it was never a thing. That was never a big deal because, like I said, it's not. But to be clear, it's not like collectors weren't doing trades and stuff. Yeah, they'd walk over to the other room, they'd sit at the table and do a little talking, but it wasn't like a planned thing. It wasn't like a staged event.
Nope. But everybody has done that for like 30 years.
Since forever. Like
yeah.
you could do it at a dealer's table in the past. You could do it at a dealer's table. You could do it with the dealer. You could do it with some, as long as you weren't being an overbearing jerk about it. If you did a deal quickly on the spot and didn't make a whole thing and didn't occupy a bunch of space and the dealer wasn't being disturbed, stuff happened. Deals were made. Like it's not a big deal. Obviously, as time went on, it's like, well, if you're going to stand there and do a bunch of transactions, the dealer's going to be like, hey, go to the food court or something. Go do it over there. Like, what are you doing?
Well, it was almost kind of I wouldn't want to say illegal, but I mean it was definitely frowned upon, for sure.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Because you weren't allowed to do that, so you usually had to go to the cafeteria or wherever, the lunch area, and that's where you'd sit down and do all your stuff. Because you see a guy at a table, he's looking at stuff, and the guy goes, "Hey, I got that kind of card." So they wanted to eliminate all that kind of stuff. Because the dealer's there, he's paying the booth. Two guys
Yeah,
doing that, so they had to
yes.
go away.
I mean, I can understand why they'd be mad.
But now it doesn't almost matter. Everyone sits down and opens their Pelican break. What do you got in there? I don't know. What do you got?
Pretty much, yeah.
But don't do it on some guy's booth and where you haven't bought anything. So,
yeah.
Mark
Williams,
I bought a card from you today, so I expected it in the mail, in my mailbox sometime tomorrow. So, Halifax to Massachusetts. That should take about an hour and a half, I think. So, make sure I get it in the mail tomorrow.
Well, don't make sure that SGC isn't the one delivering it, because I already told Bobbles, like, our SGC friends have failed us. I was told flying cars. I was told I was promised a lot of things. I was promised, purple velvet bag service. Good old SGC Pete was going to fly it down on the helicopter, drop down, hand it to me, and kneel. And that's not where we're at. That's not where we're at. Failure.
So Mark's a super nice guy. He has a pretty large card business through eBay. He's one of the most organized people I've ever met in my life. I think he's got some serious OCD issues, and his local shop is AMG, so he's in there all the time. He knows Brad and all that, and he's a super nice guy. He'll probably be at Toronto again, I assume, and he was there last year with us. So
could be. So Mark, I don't know the name. Obviously, Eric knows, but if you're around and you do come down to Expo, say hello. Be happy to meet you.
I hung out with him a bit last year. Had a dinner with him, and cruised the show for a bit with him. He's, like I said, good guy. Mm-hmm. He's also a freaking race car driver. He's freaking nuts.
Mm-hmm. There you go.
Crazy.
Yeah, he's crazy.
As Mark referenced, we did reference the AMG trade night earlier tonight, so we did talk about that. And like I said, also when we talked about the AMG thing, I don't beat you guys over the head with the plugs. Like it's been scrolling at the bottom of the screen the whole time, so I don't beat you over the head with it. But also, in addition to being trade night tonight, they also was the first time they went live with a box break, so you guys can check it out on the AMG Collectibles YouTube channel. That is something we said that was going to happen sooner rather than later. And tonight was the first night they were able to fill a break. And Lloyd went on there and took care of it. And it was going to be a work in progress, but it was the first attempt out there. So I was hanging out in the chat a little bit, and Eric as well. And Eric was kind of acting up a little bit as the mod there. I kind of might have had to, he was getting close to me putting him in a timeout. He was talking about Boston Bruins being a real hockey team. Like I was like, you keep this up. Boom. You're getting hit with the timeout. You just settle down, sir. Lots of unofficial ones in hotels and rooms. Yes, no doubt. The trade nights, like I said, have become quite a thing. So Sean Red says here, Carlos, I'm going to be at the Expo on the 10th and have a Turco Platinum out of 99 rookie. Should I bring it for you? I would appreciate it if you bring it. I'm not going to promise anything. I don't know what you want for that. I think it'd be a cool card to have, but the Turco stuff that I've got is not the highest priority I have. So don't expect anything crazy. I'd love to see it. But it's one of those things where if you got a deal or something for it, sell it to them or trade it to them. Maybe we can work something out. I don't know. I don't want to commit to something if I don't know.
He's working you down already. This is good.
Well, it's not working me down at all because my need for the card is like almost zero.
Him down.
Yeah, my need for the card is almost zero. I would love to see it, and I wouldn't mind having it for the cards. But Turco is not my main. Is not a main PC guy.
But yes,
yeah,
I love the butts.
Yeah. I've got a couple of Turco rookies, but it's one of those things where like it's a cool card. And Turco's one of those weird guys where he was a great player for Dallas. But unfortunately, it never got over the hump. They were never able to, they were still in the contention window. They were still good. And he was a great player. So it's one of those things where like, unfortunately, he never got the full benefit of like the best Stars team. Ed Belfour got the best version of that team. But Turco was really good. If they had gotten the best version of the Stars team, Turco could have taken them. And like they were already pretty close, even with that as it was, but they were at the tail end of the run at that time. Pandemic trade nights made the new card strip club scene to go to. Fair.
That's funny.
By the way, though, part of the thing I will say though is, and other teams can attest to this. Eric can attest to this. Other people who are hockey fans. It is fun though when your team's in the mix, even if they don't quite have it anymore and they're not quite there. It's so fun when they're still in the mix because, as I said, when Turco was the goaltender, they got to the Western Conference Final a couple of times. A couple of things had gone their way. They could have gone to a couple of Stanley Cup Finals during that run as well. They were still at the tail end of their run. Madana was still good. They still had some great players on there. It wasn't as good as that late 90s, early 2000s team, but it was close. It was almost.
For you call him Boston Bruin great Marty Turco.
He played for them like 20 seconds, didn't he?
The 5 games.
Well, in fairness, like he's more of a Boston Bruins great than
Don't say it.
All-time Chicago Blackhawks great Bobby Orr.
Mm-hmm.
Again, like I only remember these. I remember Ray Bork for his great tenure with the Chicago Avalanche. With Colorado Avalanche. I only remember him for that. Bobby Orr was the Chicago Blackhawks great.
Yes.
I heard he played for another team, but irrelevant. Probably an irrelevant part of
I
his career.
despise you with everything I have.
That's okay. It changes nothing.
No surprises.
Anyway, moving on. So love the Boston accent. There you go.
What accent? I'm from Alabama. What are you talking about?
You wish you're from Alabama. You'd have some dignity from the South. Paul C. Redoing deals at the table has the same level of faux pas as doing a deal at LCS. There you go. I'm surprised the shows don't try to profit off trade nights somehow. You got to remember something very important, Zach. The trade nights that I'm talking about are in the venue of the Expo. These are not like the hotel trade nights in the US. They're in the venue of the Expo. It doesn't say explicitly,
organized.
It doesn't say explicitly, but you got to think. Look, I have respect for Menzies' business acumen that I'm sure that was passed by his desk before it was agreed upon, given that he's leased out that venue for that time.
Mm-hmm.
So if they're doing something in that venue at the time that the Expo is happening, Menzies is being compensated in some way.
Yeah.
Yes.
You're not doing anything for free. Come on.
Yeah.
You're not renting out a building, keeping the lights on, keeping the janitorial staff, keeping security. You're not paying all those people to not bring money in.
Yeah, no, 100%. Like, and that is to Menzies' credit. That is us respecting Menzies' business acumen. That he 100% has a stake in that. So, in other words, that's why on the Sports Card Expo Instagram page, they will promote these trade nights. They are happy to promote them and assist them as best they can to try to make sure they get some traffic. So yeah, he's good with them. They're good with each other. San Jose Sharks are a real hockey team this year. There you go. Pull orders now. Nice. I'll bring it by all means. I'd love to see it. He was on Team Canada. True. That is true. Flying in Thursday. Nice, Mark. Nice.
Mark, I'm driving in to Niagara with my wife Wednesday, getting up early and then driving the hour to Toronto Thursday morning. So I'll we'll make sure we catch up Thursday.
There you go. Good stuff. Wait, Ray Borg for the Bruins? Yeah, that's a rumor he's tried to live down for many years.
Oh my good God.
Alas, I am serious.
No,
bless your heart, Eric. Facts.
He's asking me if I'm really from Alabama. No, I'm not really from Alabama.
He wishes he was.
I do declare, though. I do declare.
The worst part is that Southern accent might be worse. You'd be better off going full Bostonian. Like that Southern accent was terrible.
That was wicked pissa. What are you talking about?
God damn. Good Lord. Costs money to keep those doors open fast.
How's your mother?
He is for sure taken care of. Dallas is in the venue. Some dealers get to set up the table in that room. I'd have to research how Dallas makes money. Fair enough, Zach. Thank you. The Saturday trade night is paid admission. Goes till 2 a.m. There you go. Raymundo Borg played for the Bruins. Alas, he did. Allegedly.
Screw you, Bob.
So I'm in booth number 1405, which is right beside the snack bar. closer to the beer garden, but I'll just say by the snack bar. So if you
I
look
was
at
going
the
to say,
shop,
yeah, you did get a thing by the beer garden. You did mention that. So Carlos will be around.
more often than not. But yeah, you'll have
Look,
a seat right beside
it-
there. You could probably just reach over the side and just go, thank you. That's how close.
well, let's
we
be
are.
fair. Let's be fair. I'm going to be hanging out a lot with Steve Angel at that
Sure.
booth if you guys check it out, because he's my like we joke about it endlessly, but like Steve and I have known each other. We've been friends for like the better part of 20 years, like a long time. So that's why like we talk about it. So real quick, I want to be serious for a second. That's part of the reason why it works in a certain way, the way the Expo works and a lot of these long time shows. Bobby and I, like, it was funny, and we've talked about this before. What's funny is that Bobby and I have been going to the shows for so long, and it's only in the last several years, basically, once Bobby started joining in on these things, that we became acquainted.
Mm-hmm.
And it wasn't that I was unfamiliar. Obviously, I read the Expo programs and stuff, but like you'll read articles and you'll see names and whatever. But that doesn't mean anything to me in and of itself. But when Bobby started doing these is when I got a chance to chat with and know Bobby more so. And that's why when we go to CSC show, we can hang out for a bit and chat. But it's different than back then. Now Eric is a fanboy. That's a different story. But the point is that I can respect what Bobby does, and I enjoy what he does, and we can have a great conversation in it. But yeah, but no, Steve is one of those guys where I've been friends with him, like I said, 20 years. So when I go to the show, yeah, I hang out there a lot. But no, Bobby's gonna have his booth there. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna come by. Gonna come by and hang out a little bit, say hello.
Please get matching shirts. Please get matching shirts. I will buy the shirts. Please get matching shirts.
We can get them, but I'm not going to wear a shirt.
You and Steve need to have matching.
Oh, Steve? Jesus.
Oh my God.
I can't. He gets those because Eric, he gets those custom made. That shit's expensive.
You need.
He pays to look that
for it. You
pays
need to have matching shirts.
Steve would have to pay for it, and like it costs a fortune. He's like Don Cherry back in the day. He has a custom guy to build him ugly, hideous looking shirts.
Really? I just use Vistaprint.
Those shirts are something else.
Well, you see how friggin' humongous Steve is. Like he's a giant being, so you have to custom make that.
And I'm not calling him fat. I mean the guy's like 6 feet something. Yeah,
he's like 6'5" and change thereabouts.
Plus pounds. I mean he's a big dude.
Yeah, he's a big guy. And so, in other words, the shirts are not like off the rack. You can't grab that shit off the rack. It's not going to fit.
Big boy.
Yeah. So like we joke about it endlessly. And I think he just goes and finds some ugly hotel curtains and makes that into a shirt. That's basically what it is. Like he has to source that material from somewhere. Lord knows. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So, but he is a character in and of himself.
What is it like to know that your friend, is going to be seeing your insides when you die?
Yes.
It's not really an issue for me.
Because you'll be dead?
No, well, partially, but also, to be honest, with the various deals I've made with evil deities, I'll probably just outlive the earth.
Oh, okay.
That's my plan. So that's my intention.
I'd have a hard time with the idea that, a buddy of mine's going to cut me open and chop me up into little teeny tiny pieces when I'm dead.
Well, if you like, we could start early. I could talk to him and we could get started while he's still alive.
Why would he do that?
Why? Because he's a medical examiner. He does autopsies.
Don't chop you up in little pieces. And all
They cut you open and
no. Wait, if you're Eric, Bobby, in fairness, if you're Eric, you chop up a little bit. It's more out of meanness than out of necessity.
I think
medically, there is no reason to do it, but it's just we'll take care of it.
Take all your insides out and test them and everything.
Test them for what? Poison?
You died by chocolate stick, Eric. We all know how you're going down.
If
you know how many chocolate sticks they'll find in him.
Like
examiner, you got to go in there and take stuff out and test it to see what was the cause of death.
Eric, we all know. Literally, I can call this
falling
now.
Off a bicycle
choked to death on fucking chocolate sticks that you were stuffing your face with at the time, and you just keeled over and died.
Yeah.
If I'm lucky, that's how I'm gonna die. That's my goal.
Didn't have any chocolate milk to wash it down, choked to death. Done. They don't need your innards for that.
No, not at all.
But maybe Steve would enjoy it. Yes.
Yep. Roll Tide, Eric. There you go for Alan
That's
Mary.
right. Alabama, baby.
Yep. No, Bobbles is somebody else. Bobbles is the SGC guy. I assume you mean Bobby. You're both the sausage guy. He wishes.
What's that?
Sausage guy's outside.
Is that your booth near the sausage guy?
I hope not.
Sausage guy's outside.
I never even looked for that. Well, actually, I couldn't really see. I knew where I am, but I don't know where he is, and he better not be close. He wouldn't be close to the snack bar, anyways.
Yep, there you go. So here, Hot Tricks and Home Runs is taking up for Steve. He does more than that. Secondly, he's in Sioux. It is in Saskatoon. You'd have to die there. Listen, we could send Eric to Saskatoon. We'll ship his body after he dies from the chocolate stick. We're sending him to Saskatoon.
I will not go.
He will be on a mountain bike, Eric. Don't worry. After you're dead, we'll send you to Saskatoon.
It's
I have a feeling Eric's deck isn't going to be
okay.
some kind of big medical mystery. Not at all. No. Everyone will know.
Everyone.
I'm either going to choke on a donut or I'm going to crash my bike into a tree. Those are the only two ways I'm going.
Maybe you crash into a tree after choking on a donut.
I don't.
Wow.
Hey, I don't
Wow.
eat chocolate sticks and ride my bike.
I got a picture of that somewhere.
Says you.
I got a picture of that somewhere. Ride his bike, chocolate stick.
Eric, I'll have you know that's the last voyage. That's the final frontier for you. You got to do it.
No.
Do it, Eric. You know you want to.
I kind of do now. I do.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He says, Eric, how many hot dogs are you going to eat? Lord knows.
First of all, they're hot.
Depends how much
dogs.
pepper you have.
And I will never eat the hot dogs there ever again. I still have not recovered from 2 years ago.
You know, you can go outside. There's other food options out there. Like, you literally cross a parking lot.
I didn't have any complaints about the pizza last year. I thought it was fine.
It was good. And the sausage guy outside's really good.
And the sausage guy outside.
He's really good.
There you go.
I got a video.
But like I said, by the way, also in the same vein of Expo tips, literally, like you go outside, you walk a parking lot. There's a plaza there with food options.
Yes.
You can literally go there and just eat. It's fine.
Yes.
Take 2 seconds. Like it's not that far. Just walk over if you need to. Walk over, grab a bite to eat, and you'll be fine.
I walk over there with someone at least 2 or 3 times over the 4 days.
Yeah, it's a much better call.
They need to move the Tim Hortons over there.
Yeah,
because it's just that extra. They would kill it.
Probably, I'd agree. They'll just find Eric with a note that just says MD. True. I've seen people put mayo on hot dogs. It's interesting. Ooh.
All right, that's gross. All right, block him. Zach's out.
You have no such authority.
I like mayo on my bacon hot dogs.
Wow. Okay.
You ever do that? Split down the middle, put cheese and a piece of bacon.
Bobby and I are no longer friends.
Sorry.
You were never friends. When were you friends? What are you even talking about?
Good luck. You can't hear it.
I was gonna say, and you'd have to buy another one, you dumbass. It's like, oh, and Bobby's like, that's no punishment. Hey, I found one more, Eric. This one's $500.
Oh
Yes,
my god,
exactly.
I can't even imagine having to replace these things now.
Oh yeah. The next one.
Every time the price goes up.
Get the app. It's cheaper. What app?
There
Well, Eric,
is no
get
app.
the app. We already established
There
it.
is no app. Oh my god.
Yeah.
So Bobby, I already mentioned this to you, I think the other day, but all right. So next week, in addition to the Expo, we'll do a proper Expo tip guide. I've given a couple here along the way, but we'll touch on a little more. But then also next week, we'll also go a little bit deeper into Bobby's app. He already gave his booth number, but we'll right off the top, we'll cover that. We'll touch on it and be like,
Sure.
And if I can get the proper map, I'll even pull up the proper map and we'll show that off if I can get the proper version. The new one, not the old one. So we'll definitely give that one. Yeah, we're gonna need that for next week, but we'll shoot for it for next week. We'll definitely try. So maybe next week will be, and it sounds like next week will be a little bit of an action-packed episode if we can get all the things in there. So that'd
really,
be kind of
right.
Yeah, but like I said, but here's the thing: we talked about this, and by the way, chat, by all means, if there's something you'd like to touch on for a little bit, that we'll start winding her down in a bit here. But if there's something you want to touch on, let us know. But I mentioned this before with somebody else is funny because it's like we are 100% hobby wise in a holding pattern. As individual collectors, we're not, because honestly, I'm still chipping away doing my thing, and like all of it. I did record a pickup video because I had some stuff come in, and actually this one was the most recent one. This is from the new Upper Deck thing. We got the new Silver Outburst. I think they're pretty neat looking cards. These are not expensive. They're pretty inexpensive, especially if you just get a regular player. The Young Guns are obviously more expensive, whatever, but these are about one per box. So they're nice cards if you are collecting certain players. So for me, this is a perfect Z-Folio candidate. I'll throw it in Z-Folio. But don't pay too much for that. That stuff's it's not worth it.
And we'll get cheaper.
97.4% of the cards that are in Series 1 are very nice. But then there are two specific cards that are not nice.
The UD portraits, your favorites? What
They
else?
are embarrassing, disgusting, silly, trash, garbage, dumpster fire.
Wow.
And
I wish you had strong feelings on it.
Teacher's Pet and Portraits are all those things I just mentioned.
Wow. Okay, well, the markets see more of a correction than we've already seen. In some stuff, yes, absolutely. There will still be, now to be fair, so the answer is short. Yeah. But the answer is yes, of course, because certain things don't, certain things are reliant upon the demand of specific players, the specific sets and things. And for stuff like that, there's nothing holding it up right now. A lot of people are very careful with the money they spend. And what's going to be funny is I think what we're going to find, and we'll be more clear on predictions at Expo next week as well. But like the reality of it is, I believe, high level, just to start off with, there's still going to be activity. There's still going to be people buying boxes, opening packs, and doing things, buying cards, but they're going to be very picky and choosy. If somebody tries to be weird and just tries to hold out for this ridiculous price when there's like the same card on eBay cheaper and stuff, like that stuff isn't going to move. That stuff's going to stall. If dealers are willing to do some dealing and willing to move on prices a little bit and be reasonable, last Expo, things moved if dealers were willing to move. Like, funny enough, dealers that were willing to adapt to the current environment were able to move cards in and out, and stuff was able to move. So if they continue that trend, I see no reason. The CSC show, if nothing else, had tons of foot traffic. I saw young people and I saw kids and they were hanging out and having fun and doing and buying some cards. I saw people buying cards. I found a couple of cards that I was interested in. Great. But I'm also not throwing my money at everything, but I'm still looking around for opportunities and possibilities. But when it comes to a lot of these things, there's going to be a correction of some stuff. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff that honestly has no reason to sit up any higher than it is. Some sports are already in season. So if you wanted to speculate on somebody, you already had your chance. So now, if they haven't already set the world on fire, the stuff isn't going to go up.
Nope.
And if it's fully available, it has nowhere to go but down. But that doesn't mean bad necessarily. That just means that you have to be willing to negotiate.
Yep.
That's the key.
Yeah.
If you're a seller and you negotiate, you can move some cards. And if you buy well, there is no reason you can't do well, even in this environment.
I think the only factor to where the market is going to be outside of the hobby, and it's going to be with inflation and how much money people have in their pockets. I think that's the key thing right now. I think, as I said, in the past, we were here, say we're here pre-pandemic, we got to here. And I predicted the fall, but I said it's going to stop here. It's not going to go back to where it was exactly, and it's not going to drop below that by any means. We're going to have a new bottom, which is going to be good for a lot of people. But I think we're pretty close to that.
I don't think hockey was.
I don't think it's going to drop
affected the same way, though.
I agree. I mentioned that in a conversation I want to say with John, because it might have been him or it might have been actually it might have been with Garrett Cardcutter. I had a conversation with those guys briefly for a little bit on a live stream they did. But regardless, I said basically what Bobby was. I echoed what Bobby was saying, in that because we didn't go up so much in hockey crazily to the same degree. Yeah, it still slid. But it wasn't like it had this precipitous, like crazy sudden drop, because it's like, well, it didn't go up like to that degree in the first place. So yeah, it just slid back down, but not on everything, not across the board. So hat tricks here in home runs is asking like, will it be a move back to vintage? That's what the vintage guys always hope. Literally every time they're like, is a move back to vintage? For some maybe, but the problem is that there's not. Look, the whole point of vintage, and this is always a point that I made. The whole point of vintage is that supposedly there isn't that much of it. And if a lot of the good stuff is sitting in collections anyway, what does move back to vintage even mean? It's not, unless you just want to buy whatever's randomly there. Colin was here earlier tonight, shamelessly plugging his business, which is fine. No issue with that. I bought some stuff from Colin and had no issue, and I will have no issue buying some stuff from him again. I'll look at what he's got, and if it's reasonably priced and we come to a deal, no issue. I've had no issue buying stuff from Colin's booth, but I'm only collecting a handful of sets. Remember what we talked about earlier tonight? I'm working on a 63 Fleer baseball set. I'm working on a 53 Bowman color set. Right now, those are the two main sets that I'm working on. When I'm done those, I'll start moving over to a handful. But my vintage horizon, I'll speak as a collector who's been collecting vintage for now decades. There's a light at the end of the tunnel. When I finish some of the projects I'm working on, I'm not going to start another set or two. I'm done. There's certain ones that I already have a bunch of cards for that I plan to get back to. I want to finish that 70 top set that I talked about earlier tonight. I want to work on the 53 top set because that's one I'm interested in. And then after that, fuck your vintage. I'm done. Screw you guys. I'm going home. I'm going to go do something else because I don't need it. Some other people may be interested in it, but if you're a kid today anyway, you're probably collecting the Pokies. You're collecting Pokemon anyway. Who gives a shit about sports cards if you're one of these kids? Some kids will, but other ones will be collecting Pokemon and other stuff, and that's what they're interested in. Or they'll be playing video games. They don't need the cards at all.
Nope.
So the vintage guys are hoping, but even the vintage guys, I'm 40 years old. I'm not in the demographic where I'm completely riding in the sunset, but I can see that future. And it's like, yeah, I don't want to keep riding this for another 20 years. I'll finish what I want to finish, and then I'm done. I'm good. Y'all take care of it. Eric, it's all you.
Yes.
Make it happen.
Awesome.
It's all you. But you got to buy everything, Eric. You got to buy the vintage basketball.
The vintages.
No, you need all of it. You got to buy the vintage basketball, baseball,
lacrosse,
that's cricket, all of it. Everything.
Nope.
Vintage bird cards, all yours.
I'll
everything.
I'll definitely get me some cricket. I love that, but the rest of it, no.
I need some Don Bradman from you, goddammit.
Yes. I'd rather have that than any baseball. Blech.
No, you're taking the baseball.
No,
I will set the hockeys on fire so that you have none left.
That is what I'll be doing to the baseballs. I will be setting it all on fire in the backyard.
All right. While you're setting on fire in the backyard, we're going to set your room on fire. The Reggie Lemon goes first.
Listen, he can hear
fire
you.
Flames.
He can hear you. You sit
flames fire. There. We will set Reggie on fire while we're setting his jersey on fire. We'll be in the junk slab era soon. Never. Can't stop. Won't stop. Junk slab are here to say it's the same as junk cards. They don't go away. They just shuffle.
Oh, they don't.
We're going to send them all to Eric's house.
But I don't think
Eric's house.
I don't think people are sending it in at the same rate. And the value.
They literally are. They send in more cards now than they ever have.
The value's plummeted.
Doesn't matter.
PSA 9s, some depending
Eric,
on.
They sent a record number of cards the last 6 months. Since we've been in a downturn, there have been more cards sent, not less.
Well, because some of the prices came down and the wait time sped up.
More.
Well, they're stupid. And do you know how many cards I have sent in for grading in this time period? 0.
Still.
Bobby, before we set his collection on fire, we're setting it in for grading. And we're charging Eric for it. Every year, by the way, speaking of charging, like button. Anybody and everybody who hits the like button, I charge Eric for it because Eric's blasphemy must be punished or rewarded.
There's nothing to like. It's 4 hours of garbage. No one should be watching or listening. Never mind.
Only the parts where you speak. What's that, Eric? Tell me again. That's what I thought. Every year, the market for vintage shrinks. It can't. Look at Eric. Right now, Eric defends vintage. Why should we care about vintage right now?
Yeah.
What? Huh? What? See, he's got no defense. He's got nothing. Eric, to your point about the new floor bottom, not to get into any confidential info, how's volume in the shop currently as compared to the high from a year or two ago? Pre-COVID volume levels currently. All right, Eric, you may now speak.
We're definitely not as busy, but we're still doing pretty well because we such a wide range of stuff. It's not just cards. We do a ton of sports memorabilia, game use stuff. We have autograph, signings all the time. So you have to mix it up. You can't just have sports cards. You can't just have graded modern. You have to have everything to be successful right now. So we're still successful. We're still doing well, but it's definitely not like it was, say, 2 years ago. People aren't spending the same amount of money because they don't have the same amount of money. And some people that were just in it short term to invest and to make money, well, when the money dried up, and so did they. So we don't see them anymore.
There you go. Thank you, Cece. Bob Jackson says most young people couldn't care less about Tim Raines, Harold Baines, or whoever random player Hockey 90 brings up every stream. Facts.
Mm-hmm.
Dave here. Good evening, Dave. Overall market for vintage shrinks, but the market for top tier vintage has grown tremendously. See, Dave, this is the problem. Bobby, help me out on this. I was thinking about this the other day, and he's right, but that's because I've decided the vintage people are stupid. You know why? Because they don't realize that they could have their vintage basically for free if they fought this out Highlander style. Because what happens is there isn't a lot of vintage going around, but if you all killed each other off Highlander style, so there's only one, then they could have everything, and it'd be like $1.50.
Pretty much.
Yeah. So you're all stupid. You should just kill each other, and then you can have it for basically free. Instead of paying like a moron. Don't be a peasant. Kill each other.
I will start working on this plan. Thank you.
Now, Eric, I have resolved this problem for all y'all. I fixed the vintage problem. Regardless of what the man does in the future, if there is more ample supply because you all killed each other, Highlander style, then it's still free. You can have the Honus Wagner for $1.50. 52 tops mantle, less than $1.50. Done. Problem solved.
There's a reason they threw all those 52 tops mantles in the river.
It's the ocean.
It's because baseball's stupid.
Mm-hmm.
And they're so stupid, they threw Mickey Mantle cards in the water.
They were just the high number series.
They didn't throw any Wayne Gretzky cards in the water.
Eric, we have too many. They would literally fill the ocean and there would be nothing left.
That's true. I am looking forward.
We use them as doorstops, man.
I know. I'm looking forward to getting my complimentary O-Pee-Chee Gretzky card when I cross the border again.
You're not getting one. No one likes you. You sneak across the border, you felon. Mm-hmm. You have to come across the border legitimately in order to get a free Gretzky rookie.
Oh, I sneak across, and all I hear is the theme to the Pink Panther as I do it.
Mm-hmm.
That's about right.
Mm-hmm.
Green Carper says, my colleague received our PSA order yesterday. I had 46 for my Lee, Korean player, master set registry in the order. Congratulations. Hopefully you did well on your return. The autograph lineup is amazing at Expo. There's a lot of them. There are a lot of players. Tyson is, yes, definitely one of them for sure.
Yeah.
Yep. LOL Bob. There you go. Perfect. Thank you, Paul. How many people collect them for the value and what the card is? It's a fair question. Vintage Thunderdome. Exactly. That's what I'm trying to say. Bob Jackson says BRB need to call a raccoon about things. Like it.
I don't like that.
Dave says, I think it's due mainly entirely to change collecting habits. No more set billing, but one all-time greats. Yeah. Well, look, jokes aside, we talked about this, and Bobby and I have had this conversation. 52 tops Manos will be fine. Honus Wagners will be fine. The 54 tops Gordie Howe will be fine. Certain iconic cards will be fine because there's still interest. So even if the kids, the youths, get into the vintage, they're not going to collect full set. They're not going to collect 1971 tops baseball. They're not going to collect the 700 card set. It ain't going to happen. Some of them, there may be like 3 of them who do, but the problem is the majority of them won't. In other words, the 3 of them who do will probably be able to build a set for no problem because there's only certain cards that will hold some value because they're the better players or the more iconic cards or whatever the case may be, and they'll be fine. Everything else will go super cheap. It won't be an issue.
So maybe people will collect because the commons are so cheap.
Yeah. 52 mantles, 1980 Reggie Lemlins. Yeah.
Well, Bobby, I know the thing is you've made this pitch before, but you know what's cheaper than that? Free, as in not doing it at all. I don't want it. I don't want it for free. You can pay me to take it, and then I'll set it on fire in front of Eric's lawn. But that's about all I'm going to do with it. Otherwise, it takes up space. I don't want more. I don't want more. Quantity is not required.
Mm-hmm.
I've taken a few months off. How are the podcaster drummers these days? What happened to the guy who was selling the rock auto?
That story died.
Yeah, it pretty much did. It's pretty much all Rick. Rick is love. Rick is life. Um,
All hell Rick.
Yep, pretty much all. All right. Long story short, we had a lot of fun with it for a little bit, and then a lot of Rick memes. That was fun. That was a good time. And then there's really, I'll be honest, even drama wise, it's pretty quiet. It's not there's nothing, but nothing substantial, nothing worthy of spending a lot of time on.
I don't think anything is going to be worthy of spending much time on coming forward because, we went through the pandemic and that was like never ending, and now we're probably normal. It's the way the hobby wasn't normally back then. There was the odd case or the odd record, and you talk about a few different things, but not much really went on prior to.
Oh yeah, I think the time has passed. Bottom line is the time has passed. Right now, I think we're kind of in a holding pattern. That's been reflected. That's the joke that I've been kind of alluded to a lot of times here. The live stream has always been a hangout, which is what makes it work, because it's not dependent upon newsy items. Because if it was, then the damn thing would be dead because it's nothing. Whole lot of nothing. But we can talk about general collector topics. That's fine. We can talk about that till the cows come home. That's easy. Or we can talk about, Bobby trying to avoid the meat man at the expo. That'll be funny.
Yeah.
We can do that. No problem.
Yeah.
But yeah, for the most part.
Close.
Yeah. Chasing Cardboard guys are off to their next adventure, aka next controversy, and each one is lamer than the last. They're still very nicely produced videos. I have stopped watching them because, frankly, it gets stupid after a while. I'm like, why am I wasting my time with this nonsense? But they're nice videos. They're well produced. It looks like, if you like them, that was also a comment that I mentioned in the last recording I did. I just said, if you guys remember, months ago, I would try to be like, this is stupid. Why are you guys watching it? Whatever. You know what? I've changed my tune. If you want to watch it, go ahead. I'm not going to be able to talk you out of it anyway. There's nothing I can say. Like, if I haven't convinced you at this point, I'm never going to. So what's the point of me wasting more time? If you like it, watch it. Have a good time. That's it. Man of peace. Man of peace.
Nice and easy.
Sounds great. Paul C says, as if I need another reason to hate Lululemon. Facts. He was a Calgary Flame. I know.
I hope.
Paul says, I stand with Rick.
Paul, I hope it is so cold where you are right now that your little teeny tiny pinky toes just break right off.
Huh.
Mm-hmm. Paul says the end of the Panini football license will be drama to cover once we actually have some progress. Yes. The problem right now is the holding pattern. Like, they're in a holding pattern too. They obviously have, legal proceedings and everything, but like in the meantime, we're all kind of just sitting back going like, so let's go. Like, I think the thing that prompted Neo and Dustin to do their video was that Lesko gave like a general outline of what it would look like if every step along the way happened. And if every single legal step was taken at the normal cadence, they wouldn't get to a trial until 2026. Mm-hmm. And we're sitting there like, y'all could have hashed this out in Thunderdome. Pick a champion. 2 men enter, 1 man leaves. At least entertain us. As it is right now, it's just like, all right, hurry up and wait. I just read this week about the $1 million Jordan jersey and fake foundation used to verify it. Oh my God, that's like months ago now. It feels like. No, that's a card porn thing. And how long ago was the card porn thing? It was like a month ago, wasn't it?
Yeah, time flies when you're having no fun.
Yeah. Here's the thing, guys. I'm being serious. I appreciate that Dave brought this up, but I'm going to respond to this by saying he's no timepiece gentleman. Timepiece gentleman, $5 million in fraud, multi-Ponzi scheme. Apparently he's associated briefly to Justin Gamble, which is funny. The only reason I care about the Justin Gamble thing is the Timepiece gentleman connection and Neil masseuse. And he spent the $5 million on hookers and blow. And you want me to care about a piddling little Jordan jersey? I don't care.
Hookers and blow.
Fuck you. We got hookers and blow over here. Screw your Jordan jersey and the horse that rode it on. We're done. So all broadcaster, one happy family. Yes, man of peace. As I led with fuck your Jordan jersey. Yes, happy family.
I don't even like the people I do this show with. You think I like other people outside of the show?
All right, Eric, make your pitch. First of all, you got the Burrell in the Garage of Knowledge. Why don't you like the people you're doing the show with?
You mean?
Moving on. Anyway, Sounds like we're just back to normal levels. Exactly. It's pretty much leveled out. Is this live? 9. Brian stepped down. Who took his place at Leaf? No one really. The other guys are kind of there. By the way, actually, thank you for bringing this up. Real quick, we'll kind of finish on this because I almost forgot. And thank you for reminding me because this is a good one. Eric, this is a good one to finish on. All right. Brian Gray never said, he said he stepped down as CEO.
Yeah.
But he never said anything about the ownership situation.
No, he did
And there's
not.
something very interesting that I want to bring up because it totally slipped my mind. I don't know why it slipped my mind totally because I was thinking about some other stuff. But here's something that came up and I should have remembered it earlier. And I can't believe you guys didn't bring it up sooner. You should be ashamed of yourselves. Work on this. Come on.
I'm
Get better.
constantly ashamed of myself.
You should be ashamed. Leaf announced they're going to have autographs of the fucking Rock. Now, by the way, here's the thing. It's the Rock. Now, I want to pose a question. First of all, the Rock doesn't need Leaf's peasant pennies.
No.
Why would the Rock agree to sign with Leaf? What kind of interesting a little birdie told me there might be something interesting involved in that. Unfortunately, I can't verify it, so I'm not going to go there. But I'm going to point out the obvious. The Rock hasn't signed for like any wrestling related thing from Panini or Topps in a very long time.
Mm-hmm.
So how did Leaf get the ability to make this card?
I smell what the Carlos is cooking.
Mm-hmm.
I merely pose a question. I merely ask a question. It is kind of interesting that these big companies can't get The Rock, and yet, obviously, The Rock is owned by WWE, so that's why they can't call him The Rock.
Yeah.
But they're getting Dwayne Johnson autograph on their cards. That's not a small deal. That's a big deal.
Sign for the owner of that company?
Maybe.
Unless maybe he is the
Something's up.
owner of that company.
All I'm getting at, there's got to be an angle because The Rock doesn't need to sign for anybody, really.
No.
He's got more than enough money. So put it this way, even if you wanted to say, oh, they could offer money, Leaf's entire company is not worth enough money for The Rock to give a shit.
No.
Unless there's a more intriguing offer on the table.
Yes.
Like ownership?
I'm merely asking a question. I leave it to y'all to his imagination to figure out where you want to go with this. But all I'm saying is I think it's very interesting that of all the companies that were able to get The Rock on a wrestling card, it's Leaf that managed to do it somehow. And by the way, there is a card. I want to see if it's on the Leaf. I want to see if it's on here. Obviously, Leaf's doing a bunch of stuff. I'll see if I can find it. But I actually saw a multiplayer auto that was The Rock and Hogan and Ric Flair and whatever. Obviously, they're all sticker autos. But the point is, they apparently got enough stickers of The Rock to be able to make a couple of versions of it. Regardless, though, you had to get The Rock autograph in the first place. So how did Leaf, of all companies, get their hands on this?
I would think, though, if he, in this make-believe scenario, if he was interested in the company and he was setting things up to make it more valuable because he was associated with it, they would be on-card autos. Because Brian knows that's where the money's at. Everyone hates stickers. I understand why they exist. We've been through this 100 times. Everyone hates them, though. If he was involved in the company somehow, or trying to set the company up to gain, more popularity before he bought it or whatever, I don't know, they'd all be on card. So why did this guy sit down and sign, 500 stickers?
But that's the key, though, Eric.
Is that
your point's fair, but I'm gonna counter it by, regardless, he wouldn't sign a bunch of stickers randomly for nobody. You can't even be like, oh, Leaf acquire these from who?
Yeah,
where would Dwayne Johnson have signed a bunch of stickers for whom?
Exactly. Who has the wrestling license? I mean,
I just think it's interesting. I'll just put it that way. I think it's interesting.
Has AEW, so he's not associated with them.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I mean, who has the WWE license? Topps.
Well, technically Panini does, but Topps is basically saying you don't anymore.
Okay.
That's the lawsuit, one of the many lawsuits
yeah.
kind of floating in space.
So, and he's not signing The Rock, or he's not signing Brahma Bull, because
Yeah.
So it is interesting. You have to think that there's something going on.
Yeah, that's it. Like I'm merely putting it out there for people to something to chew on. I'm merely presenting it, and again, thank you to Hat Tricks and Home Runs for reminding me, because I had that saved up and I totally slipped my mind, and I wanted to briefly broach it and just be like, kind of interesting that of all the companies to get their hands on a Dwayne Johnson autograph to put with a Rock in wrestling garb picture on the card, it's Leaf? Question mark?
Yeah.
And Paul here, hot take. Brian Gray is the Rock in a fat suit. Do you smell what the unlicensed company's cooking? Look at you, Paul.
Yeah.
Look, all I'm saying is I'm very curious. It's like that meme from Django. It's like, what was it? It's like now you have my attention. It's that bit there. It's like, all right. I think it's like you had me intrigued and now you have my attention, or something like that. Regardless, though, the point is I'm like, it makes me look over at Leaf a little side eye and go like, what are y'all up to over there? What's old Brian Gray? Because again, until I have confirmation otherwise, as far as I'm concerned, Brian Gray still has a stake in Leaf.
Yes.
So there's always a possibility he can pick up a phone, but again, you can't offer the Rock money. No. That's not gonna get the job done, because anybody can offer the Rock money. He's got lots of money. It's not like he lacks money. So the question is, if you did come to some kind of deal, what did you offer that would make the Rock interested enough to be willing to cooperate?
And what would let's brainstorm for a split second. If the Rock takes over Leaf, what is he going to do with it? What is he going to do? This guy doesn't just sit on stuff and just
make XFL cards.
Yeah, he doesn't just do the norm and the status quo. Everything this guy does is big and explosive and balls to the wall. What does he do in this imaginary scenario as the new owner of Leaf to take it to the next level, to actually compete with the top companies, to compete against Fanatics? What does he do? What can he do that Brian couldn't? Because does his name get licenses now somehow?
Well, I would think that if he walked in the boardroom with a lot of offers, there would be interest for sure. Mm-hmm. Like he can open, like I'll put it this way, he can open certain doors that Brian Gray simply can't. Brian Gray can ask a million people a million things, but Brian Gray doesn't have the cachet. It's not he can talk his way into stuff, but the fact is, Dwayne Johnson, The Rock, can open doors that Brian Gray can't even hope to. So even if they're operating in some kind of a partnership thing where he's like, I've got this great idea, could you make a phone call? And The Rock could literally open up a cell phone, hit speed dial on somebody and get somebody on the line who can talk about XYZ and set up a kind of business.
He could get, they can set up Hollywood cards, actor cards, and think of what's in his cell phone that he can call, all this A+ list actors to be a part of this and to sign stickers or sign cards for him. And they'd be, oh, sure, Dwayne, no problem. Send over 100. I'll sign them, send them back to you. So he definitely can open doors that no one else can within sports, within Hollywood. I mean, this guy could call up any famous person on the planet and have them sign stuff.
He might be. I think The Rock has almost enough stroke to call up the Burrell and get the app early access. Almost. Yeah, he might be able to at least get him on the line, at least talk to him a little bit for a moment. Isn't the XFL and the USFL merging? That's my understanding. That's what I heard. Something to that effect.
No idea.
It does make sense for both of those to exist, and I did hear that they were at least talking about it. So it would probably be wise for them to do that. And then, like I said, I still think there's room for a feeder league for the NFL. I think that would be wise for them to. I think the NFL should be interested in it too, to be honest, because there's certain players who need more seasoning, and it would be wise for them to have. The NFL doesn't have a minor league system. College can prepare a player to. College is not enough. Some players need a little more seasoning, and you need it in a pro offense and pro defense. And the NFL is the only sport that doesn't have some way of being like, You're close, but we need you to work
Well,
on something
I mean,
specific.
to be respectful to our neighbors to the north, I don't understand why the CFL really isn't the minor leagues to the NFL. Why there's not,
Because of the Canadian requirements. You can't put enough American players on a team to make it worthwhile.
but if I'm on the bubble, I get out of college, maybe go to a camp, maybe stuck around on the practice squad, but then, you know, I need more experience. You go up north and you play. There's been a handful of people. We know about Warren Moon. We know about Kurt Warner. We know about Doug
The
Flutie.
Rock.
The Rock.
I mean,
He played for Calgary. That is true.
There's been some guys that went north, got their shit together and came back and were stars. Why doesn't that happen more often? I don't understand why.
And a lot of players have too much ego to be like, I need something. I need some game tape as a starter, really playing and performing and excelling. That's an option, and they don't look at it as an. But like, I'm being serious. The CFL rules limit the amount of imports you can have. So even if you want to try it, yeah, okay, fine. But there's only a certain amount of roster spots. And so you basically have to be committed to doing it and being like, all right, I'm going to try out. I'm going to get on this team. I'm going to do whatever. I'm going to become a starter. And then I've got new game tape, fresh game tape, because I think one of the streaming ESPNs now covers CFL games. So the American teams can see you even better than they ever could before. So if you get on there and get some real game tape, you can show some pro reps. And if you want to get back to the NFL, that is a path. That is a way. A lot of players don't think that way. And it's to their own detriment.
Why?
It's to their own detriment.
It is a good competitive professional football league. If you're on the bubble and you just need a little bit more experience, it just makes sense to go north and then come south.
Yep. Then it walks into the NBA and NFLPA and boom, Fanatics out, Leafs in pro set. Living the dream, Paul. I like it. Sean here says, "Is the World League still around?" I don't think so.
Not that I know.
I feel like it went away. The NFL now doesn't need the World League. They play games in Europe anyway. They're playing games in London, and they're going to play a game in Germany this year.
I think that was the whole point. The NFL owned the World League, I believe.
Yeah,
and that was the whole point, was to get a foot in there, some cemented foundation to get interest, and then see what the future held. I mean, there's even been talks about having, and it's so stupid, but there's even been talks about having a permanent NFL franchise overseas. Now, can you imagine how much that's going to cost, for travel, for, teams visiting them, and then the England team heading over. Plus, you get the environmentalists who are going to go bananas over that one. So, I mean,
I think in 10 years they'll do it. Within 10 years, it'll be done.
Put one in Canada first.
We're not allowed. We don't have. You're not allowed in the NFL to have a corporate owner. Otherwise, Rogers would have already done it. You're not allowed to have a corporate owner. It has to be as individual. And there's no individual who's willing to pony up the amount of money. Like when Rogers was kicking around the idea, number one, corporate ownership the NFL won't allow it. So that's out. But even if you wanted to try it, okay, how much is it going to cost? Okay, and it's like, okay, multi-billions of dollars for the franchise fee, be it expansion, be it transfer, be it whatever. And the stadium is going to cost multi-billions of dollars to build, because you need to build a new stadium. Like the dome is not configured to be able to hold an NFL team, really. They did the Bills in Toronto, but like that's temporary. They just set it up temporarily. But the dome is not constructed for that. And it's less constructed for that now that they've done renovations to the field to make it more baseball friendly. It's not built for that. So, and they have Buffalo within close proximity, so which is Dave's point here. Buffalo's territorial rights are like, we have 15,000 Canadian season ticket holders. You already have a Canadian NFL team, quote unquote. It's called the Buffalo Bills. People come over, hang out at the tailgate, and watch and catch a game. Done it for years.
That's the way it goes.
Yep. All right, so we're going to start winding her down, guys. If you got any last comments here, we'll finish up. We'll get right to the top of the hour mark here, and then we'll call it a night. In 2022, 32 teams in the National Football League generated total revenue of approximately $18.6 billion US. I don't think they care about the costs. The revenue will outpace by a large amount. You can have a whole new continent. 5 games in London this year, adding more every year. It seems. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like the NFL's already been encroaching on that. They're adding more games every year. And again, they're also doing one game in Germany. Like they're trying a game in Germany this year. So there's going to be one of those as well. Yeah. So, every year that goes by, they get a little bit closer. There's a running joke because Tony Khan, who owns AEW, but also the Jacksonville Jaguars with the Khan family, they love Europe. They did their big AEW show in London. And they're like, so the people joke about the Jacksonville Jaguars. Like, I bet they'd love to move the Jacksonville Jaguars to London and have the continent to themselves and be that team in London. I know so many people in the lower mainland in BC, Vancouver have Seahawks season tickets. Perfect example. That's another border situation where if you're in BC out on the West Coast, the Seahawks become viable for you. Buffalo Bills is Southern Ontario. That's us because of proximity to Niagara Falls, and you just cross over the border and boom, there you are. But yeah, out west, that's the other one. Makes more sense to have 3 or 4 teams over than one, honestly. It wouldn't surprise me if eventually they had a division. The Germans.
Oh, yeah.
The EU division. Exciting. Anyway. All right. I think that's it. We've hit the top of the hour, which is what I wanted to make sure I did. Thank you all for hanging out as always. A lot of great comments. We had a lot of fun with it this evening. And again, given the fact that, again, there's not a lot of news. But now, one more episode, one more Friday Live, Expo, and then Expo week. Like Shark Week, but lamer. And also, reminder, AMG supporting the channel. Thank you to them. Started live breaks. Did the first live break tonight on the AMG Collectibles YouTube channel. AMGcollectibles.ca main website. AMGcardbreaks.com for the breaking side of things. Lloyd launched the maiden voyage tonight. Last night now. And then more breaks to come. So that'll be fun, and we'll definitely talk about that. And also there'll be more of the podcasts. And one of the things I'll definitely talk about on the podcast is his first experience doing the new breaks. See how they did, and they're going to have to work on it. More things to come for that, but we're going to have some fun with it. Lions Windsor, that's right. Zach, have a good evening. Thank you. Have a good evening as well. All right. Like I usually finish off as well. More videos coming up on the channel. Live streams, of course, Friday nights, 8 p.m. Eastern time. We talk about that. And then those of you in the West Coast, still got some time left. Those in the East Coast, it is now your Saturday. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. We'll catch you next week, and then Expo week after that. Have a good night. We'll talk to you later.
Thanks, guys.